Chapter 2392. Just as the thousand severing hands had said, from a certain point of view, Wang Yi and Fang Chun were not on the same level. If Fang Chun made a move, Wang Yi would not be able to fight back. However, Wang Yi did not believe it at all. He looked at Fang Chun with a flicker of light in his eyes. Fang Chun stood calmly on the fighting ring. Although Thousand Severing Hands was a mysterious heaven realm martial artist, he was talking to Fang Chun with a smile on his face. In fact, there seemed to be a trace of profoundness in his words. Some smart people had already guessed that Thousand Severing Hands was taking the initiative to make friends with Fang Chun. Could it be that this guy is really as powerful as Thousand Severing Hands said? Could it be that he is afraid of losing to Wang Yi? So he deliberately asked Thousand Severing Hands to say that? The sound of discussion was endless on the fighting ring. Wang Yi tried to calm himself down and said in a deep voice, "I don't believe that you can kill 3 absolute Saint Realm martial artists with one punch." Wang Yi had made his stance clear. He still wanted to challenge Fang Chun. Nonsense. Thousand Severing Hands scolded. This was simply nonsense. Even Thousand Severing Hands was not confident of defeating Fang Chun, let alone Hun Tian Shun. Let's end this here. Thousand Severing Hands waved his hand and said. Fang Chun nodded slightly and was about to walk down the fighting ring. However, Wang Yi did not give up and said, "Are you afraid?" Fang Chun's footsteps stopped abruptly. He abruptly turned around, and a cold glint flashed in his pitch-black eyes. Just when everyone thought that he was going to get angry and start a fight, he said something that was out of everyone's expectations. "Your provocation is too bad." After saying that, Fang Chun walked down the fighting ring. However, after he took a few steps, he shook his head slightly and said, "Don't worry." Boom! Suddenly, he turned around and threw out a punch. Dong! The space shattered and a terrifying fist radiance shot out instantly. Below the fighting ring, everyone was stunned. They felt an extremely oppressive aura. So powerful. Everyone retreated. Even a Thousand Severing Hands automatically dodged. Crack! A simple punch had sent Wang Yi flying. When everyone came to their senses, there was a sentence in the air. "If you want to challenge me, cultivate for a few more years." Thousand Severing Hands, who was in the air, saw the scene below and smiled bitterly. He had tried to persuade Wang Yi, but the latter did not listen. Wang Yi, who was lying on the ground, spat out blood. How is this possible? He could not believe that there was such an expert to become a Hun Tian Shun. Furthermore, this person was an earth-opening realm cultivator. He was unwilling to give up, so he had bitterly cultivated for dozens of years, all for the sake of becoming famous in absolute Thunder City. But now, he had ended up like this. "That punch just now was at most 1/10 of his true strength," said Yi Futian. Thousand Severing Hands glanced at Wang Yi indifferently and left. In the square, countless shocked eyes looked at Wang Yi. Their hearts were surging with waves of shock. Very soon, the news spread throughout Jiulei City. Countless martial artists said that Fang Chun was invincible among the Hun Tian Shun. Wang Yi, who was an expert, could not withstand a punch from him. One could imagine how strong he was. Night covered the land. At the edge of Jiulei City, 2 figures suddenly appeared below the city wall. "Young master, be careful. This is Jiulei City." An old man said in a low voice, "Don't worry. It's just a Hun Tian Shun. Lei Sanju, have ways to kill him." Lei Sanju smiled. Soon, the 2 disappeared into the darkness. Early the next morning, Lei Sanju and his servant disguised themselves as ordinary people and hid in Jiulei City. If they did not use their thunder cultivation technique, no one would notice them. Even if they did not have a residence token, they could stay in Jiulei City for 7 days. As long as they killed Fang Chun and retreated within 7 days, it would be fine. "Young master." Early in the morning, the servant heard the news and hurriedly told Lei Sanju. Yesterday, Wang Yi set up an arena and challenged all the Hun Tian Shun. He defeated 99 Hun Tian Shun in a row. The 100th Hun Tian Shun was challenged by Fang Chun. What happened? In the end, Wang Yi was sent flying by Fang Chun with a single punch. At that time, even the 1,000 severing hands appeared. He personally told Wang Yi that Fang Chun was an invincible god, the servant said. Lei Sanju's body surged with violent power, but soon he restrained his aura. Lightning flashed in his dark eyes. He said coldly, although Wang Yi is weak, he can be ranked among the top in the absolute saint realm. But he couldn't even withstand a punch from this kid. At this moment, Lei Sanju finally felt how powerful Fang Chun was. The invisible pressure in his heart increased. I didn't expect 1,000 severing hands to enter the profound heaven realm. Wang Yi and 1,000 severing hands were from the same generation as Lei Sanju. The two of them were quite famous among the Hun Tian Shun in the innate realm. Young master, do we need to change the plan? The servant asked. Lei Sanju shook his head. His dark eyes were filled with killing intent. He said, I'm well prepared. Let this kid be my stepping stone and help me enter the profound god realm. After saying that, Lei Sanju disappeared. At night, in the elegant courtyard, Yingxiu was still in seclusion. In order not to disturb her, Fang Chun had set up a few array chains around her. He, on the other hand, was cultivating with his eyes closed. Recently, although his cultivation was stuck at a bottleneck, his primordial spirit was growing rapidly. He even felt that the innate soul reversal technique was about to break through. Phew! Suddenly, Fang Chun opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Immediately, his eyes glanced indifferently at a dark corner. Then, the corner of his lips curled up, and he revealed an eerie smile. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, the array model shot out and went into the darkness. Whoosh! Without any signs, the burning sky 9 changes array was set up. Come out. At this moment, Fang Chun stood up and looked at a certain part of the void as he spoke indifferently. Lei Sanju and the servant, who were hiding in the void, were shocked. He found me. Lei Sanju's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. Young master, the Hailai clan is very good at hiding. I don't believe that an Earth Expansion realm martial artist can find us. It's very likely that he's just testing us, the servant said. Hearing this, Lei Sanju restrained his body. You're not coming out? In the courtyard, Fang Chun stood quietly and waved his hand. The burning sky 9 changes array was exposed instantly. A violent explosion swept across the land and lit up the dark corner. A terrifying fireball flew towards Lei Sanju. Get lost. Lei Sanju let out a low growl and threw out a punch, blasting the fireball away. Then, he took a step forward and appeared in front of Fang Chun. Lightning element technique. Are you from the Hailai clan? Fang Chun saw through the lightning attribute in Lei Sandivine Art's fist with a single glance. Hailai clan, Lei Sanju. Lei Sanju said coldly. You're Lei Sanju? Obviously, Fang Chun had heard of Lei Sanju from Yingxiu. Where's Xiu? Lei Sanju asked. What does that have to do with you? Fang Chun said. She's my woman. Although she betrayed the Ying clan, she's still my fiancée. How can she leave with a stranger? Lei Sanju said calmly. His calm words contained a shocking thunderstorm. One could imagine that once Lei Sanju exploded, everyone would be terrified. The so-called engagement is just a joke. Yingxiu has her own choice, and everyone should respect her choice, Fang Chun said. If it was before, he wouldn't care about this. But now it was different. He saw Yingxiu as his younger sister. Especially after learning about Yingxiu's experience in the Ying family, she felt even more indignant for her. Now, Lei Sanju actually came to ask for him. How ridiculous! Lei Sanju's face gradually turned cold. You dare to touch my woman? Do you believe that I will wring your head off? Lei Sanju said in a domineering manner. Fang Chun shook his head. Lei Sanju, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think you can disregard the Black Thunder clan just because you've killed a Saint Realm Limit warrior? Lei Sanju walked towards Fang Chun step by step. The servant behind him took the lead and rushed towards Fang Chun, saying, Young master, let me take the lead for you. Boom! With just a single punch, the servant was killed. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2393. You. Lei Sanju was completely enraged. Although he was not the most outstanding disciple of the Hyli clan, he was still famous among the heaven gods in the innate realm. He had once competed with Thousand Severing Hands and the others. Although Thousand Severing Hands was ahead of him and had entered the profound heaven realm before him, he was not in a hurry at all. His body constitution and Ing Xiu's myriad formation body could completely awaken the bloodline of the Hyli clan. At that time, his strength would skyrocket as he possessed the purest bloodline. His potential would also increase as a result. However, the Hyli clan did not announce Ing Xiu's special body constitution to the outside world. If she was an ordinary girl, she would not have let Lei Sanju take the risk to come to Jewelay City. You're dead, Lei Sanju said coldly. Who do you think you are? You weren't even born when I was in the innate realm. Even now, the number of heaven gods who were more powerful than Lei Sanju in the innate realm could be counted on one hand. When one's strength reached a certain level, one's cultivation level was no longer that important. Lei Sanju had thought that Lei Sanju would obediently hand over Ing Xiu and kill himself if he came in person. Who would have thought that Lei Sanju would kill his servant in front of him? I want you dead. Lei Sanju let out a low growl, and a crackling sound of thunder could be heard from his body. In the blink of an eye, his body was covered with complicated thunder runes. These thunder runes formed an armor in front of his chest along with the sound of thunder. Thunder armor? Fang Chun was slightly startled when he saw this. The Hyli clan was indeed wealthy to be able to produce such a powerful thunder armor. Armor was the last thing that weapon forgers wanted to make. The crafting of each set of armor required a lot of time and a lot of precious materials. This thunder armor looks illusory, but it's actually very hard. Fang Chun said to himself, it's not inferior to my myriad sword body. No wonder Lei Sanju was so confident with such an armor. Boom! Fang Chun punched out and hit the thunder armor. Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out. The fist light exploded on the armor and was instantly swallowed up by the berserk aura of thunder. In the blink of an eye, the fist radiance dissipated. You want to break through my thunder armor with this little bit of strength? Lei Sanju sneered. He stomped his foot and charged toward Fang Chun. At the same time, a large halberd appeared in his hand, the thunder halberd. Mid-grade Ling Tian grade weapon, lightning halberd. Thunder descends, incinerate everything. Lei Sanju bellowed and waved his thunderbolt halberd in the air. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The thunderbolt halberd struck the void and shattered it. Then a ball of thunderbolt flame instantly spread out. Hissing sounds could be heard as the vast void was burned by the lightning flames. Thunderous flame, Fang Chun said softly. Although the lightning flames were strong, they couldn't pose a threat to Fang Chun. Pure strength can't break through the thunder armor's defense. Fang Chun grinned and took out the hidden star sword. The hidden star sword was at the chaos level. Even if it hit its aura, it wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Open, Fang Chun bellowed. The hidden star sword flew out and cut through the void as if it was cutting tofu. It then rushed into the thunderbolt flame. My thunderbolt flame was collected from the innate thunderbolt cliff. Its temperature is so high that even a profound heaven realm martial artist wouldn't dare to resist it. It was collected in the thunderbolt halberd and nourished with the blood of my Black Thunder clan for countless years. You want to cut through my thunderbolt flame with a mere weapon? Lei Sanju was very confident in his thunderbolt flame. His eyes were filled with disdain. It's useless. Lei Sanju could already see the scene of Fang Chun being burned by the thunderbolt flame. However, just as he was about to control the thunderbolt halberd to burn Fang Chun, a shocking scene appeared. Crack! The hidden star sword cut through the thunderbolt flame as if it was cutting tofu. This, Lei Sanju was dumbfounded. It cut through the scorching thunderbolt flame with brute force? His weapon? Lei Sanju looked at the hidden star sword and exclaimed in his heart. Supreme grade sky, surmounting weapon. Lei Sanju's eyes were filled with greed. Even a supreme grade sky, surmounting weapon can't break through my thunderbolt armor. After pondering for a moment, Lei Sanju snorted and calmed down. The energy in his body surged, and he continued to swing the thunderbolt halberd at Fang Chun. Crack! Without the support of the thunderbolt halberd, the thunderbolt flame instantly shattered and was completely dispersed by the hidden star sword. Afterward, the hidden star sword didn't stop. It carried a violent Ashura sword chi and swooped down, colliding with Lei Sanju's thunderbolt halberd. Dong! A shocking power surged out from the point of impact. Lei Sanju felt his blood boil and his hand hurt. A shocking force came from the thunderbolt halberd, causing Lei Sanju's body to stagger. Break! Lei Sanju stared at the hidden star sword, thinking that it would break after being hit by the thunderbolt halberd. However, his wishful thinking didn't work out. Cracks suddenly appeared on the powerful thunderbolt halberd. Then, the energy in the thunderbolt halberd dissipated. Impossible! Lei Sanju roared and channeled the energy in his body into the thunderbolt halberd. However, it didn't help. The thunderbolt halberd had broken. Crack! The hidden star sword pressed down again. The thunderbolt halberd finally couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered. Pieces of broken metal fell to the ground. Every sound was like a hammer that pounded on Lei Sanju's heart. How is this possible? He had nurtured the thunderbolt halberd for a long time with the bloodline of the Black Lightning clan. Although the thunderbolt halberd was a middle-grade sky surmounting weapon, it could unleash the power of an upper-grade sky surmounting weapon when combined with the bloodline of the Black Lightning clan. He couldn't believe that the thunderbolt halberd that had accompanied him for his whole life would shatter. That is, finally, Lei Sanju discovered the uniqueness of the hidden star sword. Crash! A red light flashed on the hidden star sword. Suddenly, Lei Sanju's body trembled. His eyes were filled with fear. Chaos level? Lei Sanju cried out. Unfortunately, it was too late. His body was shrouded by the aura of the hidden star sword. He was imprisoned on the ground and couldn't move. He looked flustered and wanted to escape. Pucci! The hidden star sword chopped down on his head, immediately splitting it into two halves. Crack! Lei Sanju's body fell to the ground. The thunderbolt armor that he was so proud of had already shattered under the powerful attack of the hidden star sword. Phew! He heaved a sigh of relief and kept the hidden star sword. If the hidden star sword wasn't at the chaos level, it would be difficult to kill Lei Sanju. Fang Chun said to himself. At this moment, he had a deeper understanding. Those big clans with a deep foundation were not comparable to those ordinary clans. Lei Sanju was only a relatively good disciple among the younger generation of the Black Lightning clan, but he had such powerful combat strength. Thunderbolt Flame, Thunderbolt Halberd, and Thunderbolt Armor. With these three combined with the bloodline of the Black Lightning clan, he could erupt with unimaginable power. With Lei Sanju's strength, he could even protect himself against a real profound heaven realm martial artist. Unfortunately, he met the freak Fang Chun, Chaos Grade, that was an existence above Ling Tian Grade. Even a real profound god would be afraid of it, let alone a chaotic sky god. It was not an unjust death to die under the chaos level weapon. He put away Lei Sanju's Sumeru ring and burned the two bodies. The courtyard returned to its peaceful state as if nothing had happened. In the dark, the vice pavilion master of the Extreme Thunder Pavilion glanced at the courtyard and then disappeared. This kid has great potential. No wonder the pavilion master asked us to treat him well. This was the vice pavilion master's thought. He could imagine that the Black Lightning clan would be furious when they learned that Lei Sanju had died in Extreme Thunder City. However, with the pavilion master of the Extreme Thunder Pavilion, even the Black Lightning Star King had to be cautious. After Lei Sanju's ferment in the peaceful Black Lightning clan, the storm finally came. The Thunderbolt Destruction 3 arts was a slap to the Black Lightning clan's face. Big clans could ignore other things, but they could not ignore their face. Not long after, the Black Lightning clan sent out a message. They must kill Fang Chun. Chapter 2394. The Black Lightning family's must-kill order quickly reached Fang Chen's ears. Some of the more well-informed forces had already heard about Lei Sanju's death. Fong Chen's name had truly spread among the various forces in the innate world. Many people were guessing who this person was since he dared to kill Lei Sanju of the Black Lightning family. There were many forces in the innate world, and the Black Lightning family had the legendary mystic light realm expert, Ancestor Black Lightning. It could be said that they were one of the top forces. One had to know that there were only 7 peak mystic light realm experts in the entire innate world. Mystic light realm mystic gods had the ability to protect themselves in the chaos void. As long as they didn't do anything stupid, they wouldn't be in any danger. Even in the starry sky, they were considered experts. A normal sect wouldn't dare to offend a force with a mystic light realm expert. Even though Ancestor Black Lightning hadn't appeared in the innate world for thousands of years, he was still a force to be reckoned with. This was the power of a mystic light realm expert. Over the countless years, there would often be small conflicts between the forces, but they didn't dare to openly kill a force that had a mystic light realm expert in it. Fong Chen's name instantly spread throughout the innate world. Extreme Thunder City, elegant courtyard. Big Brother Fong Chen, the Black Lightning family, is too despicable. Yingxiu only learned that Lei Sanju had been killed by Fong Chen after she finished cultivating. Thinking about how she had almost married Lei Sanju, a complicated expression appeared on Yingxiu's face. At the same time, she was worried about the Black Lightning family's revenge. She knew that the Black Lightning family was very protective of their own. Now that they had given the must-kill order, they would definitely hunt down Fong Chen. Don't worry. No matter how strong the Black Lightning family is, they won't dare to cause trouble in Extreme Thunder City, Fong Chen said softly. But Yingxiu blamed herself. Fong Chen didn't have to get involved in this. Xiu, focus on comprehending the array. Don't think too much, Fong Chen said as he patted Xiu's shoulder. With his current strength, even if he faced a profound Heaven Realm martial artist, he had the ability to protect himself. Once the Heijun golden armor was successfully refined, he would have the courage to fight even against a Xianqi realm expert. If they wanted to kill him, the Hailai clan would have to pay a high price. In a vast innate world, the core area was the innate district. All the experts in the innate world were gathered here. Apart from the sect, there were also some dangerous places. However, no danger zone could pose a problem for human martial artists. The wisdom of the human race was boundless. 3,000 miles north of Jiulei City, there was a huge mountain range. Within this mountain range, there were several towering mountains that reached into the clouds. This place was shrouded in smoke, and the environment was extremely harsh. Under normal circumstances, very few martial artists would come here. Even if there were occasionally some exploration teams, they were all formed by profound God. Today, in an open space in the Savage Mountains. Whoosh! The leader of the group was a man with a face full of stubble. He took a deep breath, looked around, and a smile appeared on his face. How can a mere savage mountain trouble us? The stubble-bearded man sneered, not putting the savage mountain in his eyes at all. Brother Tan, don't be careless. The blue-clothed man's eyes flashed as he reminded him. Everyone says that the Savage Mountain is the absolute death zone of the innate world. Profound God will definitely die if they enter it. However, I came in unscathed. This means that the Savage Mountain doesn't live up to its name. Brother Tan sneered, not putting the Savage Mountain in his eyes at all. When the others saw this, they wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, the blue-clothed man shook his head and said, Brother Tan, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's hurry up and climb the mountain. Okay, Brother Tan said. After a short rest, they continued to climb the mountain. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a deafening sound. Dust flew up from the peak of the Savage Mountain as a black mass swooped down. What is that? One of them noticed this, and his body began to tremble. That is, Brotherton also raised his head. When he saw that shocking scene, his heart was filled with fear. Run! Brother Tan was the first to run down the Savage Mountain, wanting to escape. However, it was too late. Rumble. Puny humans, how dare you invade the Savage Mountain? This is unforgivable. An enormous monstrous beast spoke the human language. Following its command, the densely packed, monstrous beast completely engulfed Brother Tan and the others. In a blink of an eye, Brother Tan and the others were killed. It's time for the Savage Mountains beast race to come out. The huge demonic beast in the lead looked down with its eyes as big as gongs. Soon, the news spread. The Savage Mountain in the north of the innate world had a beast race. An unprecedented number of beasts had all come out. The entire Savage Mountain was in danger. When the major forces received the news, they were all shocked. The Savage Mountain's beasts are moving. Could it be that a treasure has appeared? It must be. It's said that every time there's a beast race in the Savage Mountain, there will be a shocking treasure. This is an opportunity. We must seize it. In just 3 days, the news of the beast race in the Savage Mountain had spread throughout the innate world. Even the High Life family and other major forces had made corresponding countermeasures to deal with the beast race. A beast race in the Savage Mountain? High Life City, High Life family's territory. A strange look flashed in the Black Thunder Star Monarch's dark eyes. When he heard the news, his heart trembled a little. Patriarch, it's been a long time since a beast race has appeared in the Savage Mountain. This time, a treasure must have appeared. Elder Hyli knew very well what kind of earth-shattering treasure had appeared the last time there was a beast race in the Savage Mountain. I remember that the last time there was Verdantwood Chi. The Hyli Star King suppressed the excitement in his heart and tapped his finger on the wooden table beside him. Verdantwood Chi was a very pure wood elemental energy. After a wood elemental martial artist absorbed it, his strength would increase to an unimaginable level. Moreover, the wood elemental cultivation technique he cultivated would reach perfection in an instant. This was the best temptation for wood elemental martial artists. That's right. The last time there was a beast race in the Savage Mountain, Reverend Kanglin was lucky enough to obtain the Verdantwood Chi, said Elder Hyli. The major forces in the innate world fought each other and blood flowed like a river. However, in the end, Reverend Kanglin was the one who got what he wanted. Reverend Kanglin was a wood elemental martial artist. His cloudy orchid butterfly hand was a top wood elemental cultivation technique. After obtaining the Verdantwood Chi, his strength skyrocketed and his cloudy orchid butterfly hand reached perfection. In the final battle, he slaughtered his opponents and became a reverend. After that battle, peace returned to the Savage Mountain. The beast race was over. Reverend Kanglin's reputation rose, and he became one of the best among the profound gods. After so many years, the beast race in the Savage Mountain reappeared. Not only the High Life family, but the other minor forces were also tempted. The beast race has just started, and the profound heaven realm and profound chi realm demonic beasts have only appeared. This is the best time to train our troops. The High Life Star King said lightly, "Tell Lei Qianjue to lead the younger generation of the High Life family to the outskirts of the Savage Mountain. They will hunt profound, god-level demonic beasts and increase their strength as much as possible." "Yes, Patriarch," Elder Hyli replied. At the same time, the major forces were scrambling to make preparations. The younger generation of the major sect began to move toward the Savage Mountain. On the other hand, the profound chi and profound star realm experts didn't make a move. They were paying attention to the movements of the beast horde. Under normal circumstances, the beast race would last for a while. At the beginning, the beast race was weak. However, as the beast race grew stronger, the treasure would appear. Therefore, the top overlords were watching the beast race from the shadows. In the elegant courtyard of the great Thunder City. Beast race? Fang Chun furrowed his brows as he pondered. This was the first time he had heard of the beast race, so he didn't know much about it. The Vice Pavilion Lord of the Great Thunder Pavilion came to visit Chun Fan and said, "The beast race in the Savage Mountain happens every once in a while. Every time it happens, there will be a treasure appearing. Danger and opportunity coexist. Although the beast race is powerful, if you can find some treasure, it will be a great gain." "What do you think, Pavilion Lord?" Fang Chen looked at the Vice Pavilion Lord and asked. "The Pavilion Lord is in seclusion and no one is allowed to disturb him. I am only here to remind you. Don't go out during this time. Also, be prepared. When the Pavilion Lord comes out of seclusion, The younger generation of the Great Thunder City will form a team and head to the Savage Mountain to train. Chapter 2395. Black Thunderstar King's trick. The beast tide soon swept through the entire innate world. Many forces were taking this matter seriously. The destructive power of the demonic beasts was very strong. While many forces were searching for treasures, they were also trying their best to destroy the demonic beast army. Otherwise, once all the demonic beasts in the barbaric mountains came out, they would occupy the innate realm, and the human race would be plunged into misery and suffering. On a mountain peak thousands of miles away from the barbaric mountains, through the void, the Black Thunderstar King looked at the towering Savage Mountain in the distance. It's a black mass. The beast tide this time is more ferocious than before. Black Thunderstar King said, "Patriarch, what do we need to do?" Elder He Lei asked. Lei Qianjue has led the younger generation and the profound heaven-state cultivators to the barbaric mountain. They should have reached the foot of the mountain by now. When the Black Thunderstar monarch was about to speak, a light suddenly flashed through his mind. Soon after, a sinister smile flashed across his pitch-black eyes. Within the territory of the wild mountains, in a certain forest, roar! The cries of the demonic beasts continued. Groups of demonic beasts left the savage mountains in batches to explore the human territory. Strictly speaking, they were the vanguard. After the exploration was completed, he would report the information back. Move out. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in the middle of a small group of demonic beasts. Bang! With a fierce punch, he sent one of the demonic beasts flying. In an instant, the other demonic beasts roared in anger and released their violent energy to besiege the black figure. Voila! Lightning flashed in the sky, and the black shadow revealed its true appearance. Black Thunderstar King. Stupid guy. The Black Thunderstar monarch deliberately disguised his aura and killed the demonic beast. After successfully enraging the other demonic beasts, his figure flashed and quickly left. Roar! The demonic beasts were enraged, and they chased after him in a frenzy. The Black Thunderstar monarch purposely slowed down, allowing the demonic beasts behind him to chase after him unhurriedly. 3,000 li. The Savage Mountain was only 3,000 li away from extreme Thunder City. To an expert like the Black Thunderstar King, it was a matter of a blink of an eye. However, in order to lure this small group of demonic beasts, he deliberately slowed down. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. The demonic beasts' eyes were red from the killing. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was to kill this despicable human in front of them. Damned humans! How dare you barge into the desolate mountains and kill my clansmen? Hoo-hoo-hoo! Thunder City was already in sight. The Black Thunderstar King suddenly increased his speed and instantly disappeared into the void. The few demonic beasts that were chasing madly had lost their target, so they could only vent their anger on the Thunder Jewel City in front of them. Roar! His angry roar spread into Jewel City, causing a great panic. Bang! The bodies of these demonic beasts were very large. They directly jumped over the city wall and entered Jewel City. Poochie! Wherever they passed, their large claws would stretch out. With a ripping sound, ordinary cultivators would die at their hands. In the blink of an eye, the streets were covered with blood and corpses. Hurry up and call the people from the Absolute Thunder Pavilion. Fear spread in their hearts, and everyone retreated one after another. At the same time, they went to invite the cultivators from the Jew Thunder Pavilion. What's that? Where did these demonic beasts come from? Why do they dare to barge into Jewel City and start a massacre? Damn it, they are too cruel. They did not give face to the pavilion master at all. In the midst of the discussion, the cultivators from the Jew Thunder Pavilion finally arrived. Evil creatures. The deputy pavilion master leaped and floated in the air. A terrifying aura instantly spread out. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the head of one of the demonic beasts. Crack! With a strong twist, the demonic beast's head was directly crushed. Roar! When the remaining demonic beasts saw this, they fell into a state of madness and rushed towards the deputy pavilion master crazily. Courting death. The deputy pavilion master was very strong. The demonic beasts in front of him were no match for him at all. In the blink of an eye, the demonic beasts were killed by the deputy pavilion master. Clean up this place. The deputy pavilion master took the corpses of the demonic beasts away and left such a sentence. On the 9th floor of the Jew Thunder Pavilion, under the lead of the deputy pavilion master, Fong Chun came here again. After seeing the pavilion master, Fong Chun was a little surprised. Pavilion master, what did you find? The deputy pavilion master asked straight to the point. Several demonic beast corpses were lying on the ground. They were killed by the deputy pavilion master previously. A beast tide appeared in the Savage Mountain. Presumably, these demonic beasts should be from the Savage Mountain. The pavilion master stroked his beard and said faintly, but the Savage Mountain is a full 3,000 miles away from Savage Mountain. It's impossible for them to come here in such a short time. Every time there was a beast tide ride in the Savage Mountain, the advanced troops would explore carefully. The initial exploration range was just around the Savage Mountain. The pavilion master was somewhat puzzled. Why would they cross 3,000 miles and attack Savage Mountain? Could it be that this beast tide is different from before? The deputy pavilion master asked. The peerless Thunder Pavilion master shook his head as his gaze landed on Fong Chun. Fong Chun shrugged his shoulders, not understanding the pavilion master's meaning. Black Thunder Clan, the pavilion master suddenly said. Senior, are you saying that the beast tide is related to the Black Thunder Clan? Fong Chun frowned and said with a gloomy face. The pavilion master shook his head and sneered. How can a mere Black Thunder Clan be related to the beast tide? What I'm saying is that these demonic beasts are related to the Black Thunder Clan. I just sense carefully. There's a trace of lightning aura on their bodies. The pavilion master analyzed. When the beast tide starts as the advanced troops, they definitely won't rashly attack Savage Mountain, that's 3,000 miles away. In addition, they have the lightning aura of the Black Thunder Clan. There's only one explanation. The people of the Black Thunder Clan deliberately led these demonic beasts outside Savage Mountain. Moreover, they're forcing you to panic and leave Savage Mountain. The Pavilion Master and the Black Thunder Clan had been at odds for so long. He knew them like the back of his hand. Black Thunder Clan. Fong Chun clenched his fist and said coldly. The Pavilion Master didn't dwell on this matter. He waved his hand and said, I called you here to tell you about the beast tide in the Savage Mountain. Pavilion Master, are you sending the younger generation to the Savage Mountain to gain experience? Fong Chun asked. He had already learned about the situation from the deputy Pavilion Master. However, after this incident, Fong Chun was a little worried. What if the experts of the Black Thunder Clan were hiding in the Savage Mountain and ambushing him? The Pavilion Master seemed to have seen through Fong Chun's worries. He smiled and said, Don't worry. Every time the beast tide starts, the major forces of the innate world have an unwritten agreement. The strong can't attack the weak. Only by working together to repel the beast tide will this rule be nullified. If during this period, the strong don't care about their reputation and attack the weak, they will be jointly punished by the other forces. Hearing this, Fong Chun was instantly relieved. Even the Black Thunder Star King wouldn't dare to ignore the joint punishment of the high-level experts of the innate world. The appearance of the beast tide is an opportunity for the human clan. From today on, you and Thousand Severing Hands will lead the young warriors of the extreme Thunder City and the profound Heaven Realm warriors to the Savage Mountain to hunt the demonic beasts and gain experience, the Pavilion Master said. Fong Chun had already known the beast tide like the back of his hand. After hearing the Pavilion Master's words, he was overjoyed. During this period, his cultivation was stuck at a bottleneck. He needed to seek a breakthrough in a life-and-death battle. Fong Chun, you are representing the extreme Thunder City this time. Don't embarrass the extreme Thunder City. There are no restrictions among the younger generation. You can fight at will, the Deputy Pavilion Master said. However, the Savage Mountain is very large. When you enter, the first thing you have to be careful of is the beast tide. Unless it is a last resort, don't attack the human clan warriors. The beast tide was the first. If the powerful demonic beasts in the Savage Mountain revived, It would be a crisis that swept across the innate world. Therefore, while looking for opportunities and treasures, they had to kill as many demonic beasts as possible. The more demonic beasts you kill, the more credits you will get. When the beast tide is over, the high-level experts of the innate world will jointly judge. The top 100 disciples with the most credits will be rewarded, the deputy pavilion master continued. After a brief discussion, the pavilion master continued to refine the black thunder golden armor. The deputy pavilion master summoned 1,000 severing hands and asked him and Fong Chun to lead the team to the Savage Mountain. Rumble. Just when Fong Chun and the others gathered and were ready to set off, all of a sudden, a shocking aura spread out. Someone had broken through to the profound heaven realm. Chapter 2396. On the 15th day of the beast tide, Fong Chun finally arrived with the people from the Thunder City. What a terrifying aura! Standing in front of the Savage Mountain, the towering Savage Mountain had already become a black mass, occupied by countless demonic beasts. This is just the early stage of the beast tide. The later stage, the stronger the monsters, Qian Jusho said. This time, he and Fong Chun led the team together. Although the latter's cultivation was only at the earth-splitting realm, he did not dare to underestimate him. In his mind, what the Thunder Pavilion Master said to him vaguely echoed. Fong Chun's strength was not below his. If it was someone else who said that, he would definitely ignore it. But the Thunder Pavilion Master was different. His strength was so strong that Qian Jusho looked up to him. Moreover, Qian Jusho was able to break through the bottleneck and become a profound god because of the Thunder Pavilion Master. Every time the beast tide starts, the disciples of the sect in the innate world will come here to train. Qian Jusho explained, the closer we are to the top of the Savage Mountains, the stronger the monsters are. It is said that in the late stage of the mysterious star realm, there will be a large number of monsters. If we don't exterminate them before the beast tide completely breaks out, there will be profound God realm monsters. Hearing this, Fong Chun's eyes flashed with a strange light. But Brother Fong, you don't have to worry. We just need to train at the foot of the Savage Mountains. Don't go too deep. Generally, there will be no problem. While the two were chatting, Wang Yi, who was dressed in black, quickly flew over from the distance without any expression on his face. When he came to Fong Chun, he said in a low voice, I found out that the younger generation of the sect has gathered on the Lesser Immeasurable Mountain to discuss how to deal with the beast tide. Lesser Immeasurable Mountain? Hearing this, Qian Jusho's face showed a strange look. He immediately looked at Fong Chun and said, the Lesser Immeasurable Mountain is a famous mountain in the innate world. 1,000 years ago, Ancestor Black Thunder and the Thunder Pavilion Master had a duel on this mountain. Qian Jusho said slowly. Fong Chun nodded and said nothing. Brother Fong, I think we should also go to the Minor Immeasurable Mountain to meet up with the other sect's geniuses, 1,000 severing hands suddenly said. Fong Chun was puzzled and asked why. The beast tide was imminent, and they were only the vanguard, killing the demonic beasts in the periphery and improving their own strength. There was no need to discuss anything important about fighting against the beast tide. It's said to be a meeting to discuss how to deal with the beast tide, but in reality, it's just a stage for the young geniuses of each sect to show off their skills, 1,000 Hands said. Every once in a while, the geniuses of the various forces of the innate world would gather together at the Lesser Immeasurable Mountain to discuss Tao and spar with each other. However, only they knew that they were not convinced of each other's superiority and wanted to step on each other's heads. They gathered together and fought against each other to determine the ranking and so on. The younger generation was high-spirited. No matter what it was, they always wanted to be number one. Over time, the Immeasurable Small Summit received the recognition of the experts of the innate realm and gradually grew into a large-scale event. I just didn't expect that they would hold a summit at this time. 1,000 Hands said seriously, our Thunder City is one of the most powerful forces in the innate world. Although we are not as powerful as those top forces, we have the support of the Thunder Pavilion Lord. If we don't go, people will gossip about us. Fong Chun understood what 1,000 Hands was trying to say. Will the Black Thunder family be there? Fong Chun asked. Of course, the Black Thunder clan, was the one who proposed the immeasurable mountain meeting. "They're the hosts," said Qianju. "If I'm not mistaken, Lei Qianjue will be the host of the meeting." Lei Qianjue? This was the first time Fang Chun had heard of Lei Qianjue's name, so he didn't know much about him. Lei Qianjue, the man you killed, was considered an elite in the Black Thunder family. However, Lei Qianjue was the most talented genius of the Black Thunder family in the last 10,000 years. He is very powerful. You will understand when you meet him. Lei Qianjue of the Black Thunder family. Fang Chun murmured the name. A moment later, a murderous glint flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. He said, "If that is the case, let's go and have a look." The immeasurable small mountain was located near the barbaric mountains. Standing at the top of the mountain, one could clearly see the situation in the barbaric mountains. With the presence of an overlord, the beasts in the barbaric mountains didn't dare to come out. However, as time went by, the beast tide would become stronger and stronger. One day, the beast tide would come out of the barbaric mountains and fight with the humans. At the peak of the immeasurable small mountain, the younger generation of the sect had gathered. Some of the weaker sect members sat not far from the peak of the mountain and talked with each other. Meanwhile, the top prodigies stood at the peak of the mountain. "Lei Xing, why are you the host of the immeasurable small mountain summit?" Suddenly, a man walked up to Lei Xing and asked with a smile. "My brother, Lei Qianjue, has gone deep into the barbaric mountains to kill the beasts. But he has already told me that he will be here soon," Lei Xing said with a smile. Lei Xing was tall and burly. He exuded a powerful thunder chi. He was the second most powerful overlord in the Lei family after Lei Qianjue. He had entered the profound heaven realm a long time ago. However, he was still at the early stage of the profound heaven realm. In the blink of an eye, many prodigies came to visit. As the host, Lei Xing kept greeting them. 6 hours later, Fang Chun and the others arrived and attracted many people's attention. 1,000 hands? Even the Thunder City is here? Ha ha ha, this is going to be interesting. Everyone knew that the Black Thunder family and the Thunder City had a bad relationship. Every time the immeasurable small mountain summit was held, they would fight with each other. Let's go up." Qianju Shou walked to the front. A violent power radiated out from his body, instantly scaring off many people. "What? 1,000 Hands has entered the profound heaven realm?" Some of the martial artists who wanted to pick a fight with 1,000 Hands quickly backed away. They didn't expect 1,000 severing hands to step into the profound heaven realm after so many years. It seemed like Absolute Thunder City came prepared this time. "Hey, isn't that Wang Yi behind 1,000 Hands?" Someone recognized Wang Yi and was shocked when he found out that Wang Yi had also entered the profound heaven realm. Even he has entered the profound heaven realm? 2 profound heaven realm cultivators are leading the team. No wonder the Thunder City is so confident. If Lei Qianjue doesn't show up, Lei Xing alone won't be able to control the situation. The sound of discussion spread halfway up the mountain. Lei Xing, who was greeting everyone at the top of the mountain, also heard the discussion. He clasped his hands behind his back and stood at the edge of the mountain. He looked down and his eyes fell on 1,000 Hands. 1,000 Hands, Wang Yi, Lei Xing said lightly. 2 profound heaven realm cultivators? Are they trying to pressure the Black Thunder family? Although Lei Qianjue wasn't here yet, Lei Xing had the Black Thunder family behind him. Besides, even if both 1,000 Hands and Wang Yi had entered the profound heaven realm, he was confident that he could defeat both of them. Lei Xing, they are not friendly. Many elites looked at Lei Xing curiously, wondering how he was going to deal with the aftermath. Huh, who is that guy behind Lei Xing? When the people of Thunder City were halfway up the mountain, someone finally noticed Fang Chun. He was only an Earth Realm cultivator, but he was able to walk behind 1,000 Hands. This proved that he had a high status in the Thunder City. Soon, someone found out Fang Chen's identity. He killed Ying Hua, an elder Ying Shan of the Ying family in the Cloud District, and Fang Chun, who stole the Black Thunder family's Black Thunder ores. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Is he Fang Chun? I heard that with his earth-splitting realm cultivation base, He killed 3 absolute saint stage martial artists with a single punch? Are you serious? No matter how powerful an Earth Realm cultivator is, he can't be that powerful. I don't believe it. Many people didn't believe it because the news came from Thunder City. On the mountain peak, Lei Xing was very clear about Fang Chen's identity and strength. He squinted his eyes and looked at Fang Chun. He is Fang Chun? Young Master Lei Xing, he is Fang Chun. One of his subordinates said with a smile. Although no one could prove that Fang Chun was the murderer of Lei Sanju's death in Thunder Jiulei City, the Black Thunder family had placed the blame on Fang Chun. This is truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Since you are here to seek death, then don't blame me, Lei Xing, for being impolite. Lei Xing's face revealed a sinister smile. Halfway up the mountain, there were some powerful sects blocking the path of Thousand Severing Hands and the others. Thunder City is not qualified to step on the mountain peak. If you want to participate in the immeasurable mountain gathering, stay here. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Either stay here or get out of the immeasurable mountain. The Thousand Severing Hands heard the reprimanding voices one after another. The latter snorted coldly. Anyone who was hostile to the Thunder City was just a lackey of the Black Thunder clan. Let them come up. Just as Thousand Hands was about to make a move, Lei Xing suddenly spoke. Thousand Hands raised his head and exchanged a glance with Lei Xing. Behind Lei Xing, Fang Chun did not look at Lei Xing at all. There was no expression on his face, and he looked very calm. It was as if all this had nothing to do with him. Lei Xing sneered. Stop pretending. I want to see if you can still be as calm as you are now. After Lei Xing spoke, no one stopped them. The people of Thunder City successfully stepped on the mountain peak. Thousand Hands, long time no see. Thousand Hands, you have also stepped into the profound heaven realm. Many sky prides greeted Thousand Hands and Wang Yi. After all, stepping into the profound heaven realm at such a young age meant that he was qualified to be on the same level as them. You are Fang Chun. Lei Xing ignored the Thousand Severing Hands and looked straight at Fang Chun. Fang Chun remained silent. Lei Xing was furious and said, I'm talking to you. Lei Xing, be more respectful. Brother Fang is here on behalf of our absolute Thunder City, Thousand Severing Hands said with a frown. Humph, I'm giving you guys face by allowing you to come here. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Wang Yi. Lei Xing, do you dare accept my challenge? Wang Yi was a straightforward person and did not like to talk. Lei Xing's words had deeply provoked Wang Yi. The latter did not hesitate to issue a challenge. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2397. Wang Yi had just broken through to the mysterious heaven realm and was still in a stable state. However, as a member of Thunder City, he could not tolerate Lei Xing's humiliation. Hence, he challenged the latter directly. Wang Yi, are you challenging me? Hearing Wang Yi's words, even Lei Xing was a little surprised. He looked at Wang Yi as if he was looking at an idiot. Are you kidding? Lei Xing laughed out loud with a mocking look on his face. Cut the crap, Wang Yi said coldly with a gloomy face. Boom! Suddenly, Lei Xing's body exuded an extremely violent energy. His dark eyes stared at Wang Yi with murderous intent. You're courting death. Lei Xing attacked. He clenched his fist, and a crackling sound was heard. In the next moment, he leaped and turned into an afterimage, charging towards Wang Yi. Bang! A deafening sound suddenly came from the peak of the lesser, immeasurable mountain. Dust flew up, and a huge pit was formed on the ground. At this moment, Lei Xing was still standing in the same place, as if nothing had happened. He glanced at Wang Yi, who was in a sorry state in the pit, and his face was full of disdain. If everyone in Thunder City is like this, then get out of the lesser, immeasurable mountain. Lei Xing said, the lesser, immeasurable mountain summit is a summit for the top geniuses of the innate world. You're not welcome here. As Lei Xing spoke, he looked at Qianju. In Thunder City, only Qianju was worthy of his attention. The others were not worthy of his attention. Qianju frowned and was about to attack when a voice suddenly entered his ears and stopped him. Brother Qian, You don't have to do anything. I'm enough. Fang Chun said casually. Qianju's expression changed when he heard that. In the end, he stopped in his tracks. Fang Chun looked at Lei Xing and said with a smile, Brother Qian is the leader of the younger generation in Thunder City. Lei Xing, you are not qualified to challenge him. After a pause, he continued, Defeat me, and you will be qualified to challenge Brother Qian. In fact, Fang Chun said that to provoke Lei Xing. He could tell at a glance that Lei Xing had just entered the profound heaven realm, which was the same as Wang Yi's. With his strength, he still had a very high chance of defeating Lei Xing. Imagine an earth-opening realm martial artist fighting against a profound heaven realm martial artist. Only such a shocking scene would be able to slap the Black Thunder Clan's face. Of course, the most important thing was that if the Hailai clan wanted him dead, they would have to pay the price. Lei Xing sneered. If it were someone else, he would not have cared at all. However, the person in front of him was Fang Chun, the one who had killed Lei Sanju. He vaguely remembered that the Black Thunderstar King had once said that if he met Fang Chun in the Savage Mountains, he should kill him without hesitation. From a certain point of view, Fang Chun and the Hailai clan were mortal enemies. That's right, just me. Fang Chun said indifferently, without any expression on his face. I'll let you know what death feels like. Lei Xing's face was ferocious as he slowly approached Fang Chun. Boom! The aura of thunder filled the air. Thunder runes flickered on Lei Xing's body as violent energy swept over. Everyone was astonished. Lei Xing was furious. Is this guy courting death? Humph! Does he think that he can fight against Lei Xing just because he killed Lei Sanju? The Saint Realm will always be the Saint Realm. There's an insurmountable gap between the profound heaven realm and the profound heaven realm. This guy is too arrogant. I really hope that Lei Xing can kill him with one palm. While everyone was talking, Lei Xing had already made his move. Fury of thunder. Lei Xing roared as he waved his palm. The violent aura of thunder in the air surged. In the blink of an eye, enough thunder aura had gathered in his palm. The thunder aura was so dense that it turned into liquid. Drops of lightning liquid flowed between his fingers. A cold, killing intent flashed across Lei Xing's eyes. Shortly after, he stomped his feet, causing the void to tremble. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed by, and Lei Xing appeared above Fang Chen's head. Die! Lei Xing roared. All the thunder liquid turned into raindrops and rushed towards Fang Chun with terrifying energy. At this moment, Fang Chun stood quietly at the peak of the lesser immeasurable mountain and muttered to himself, Fury of thunder? It's just a facade. Fang Chun saw through Lei Xing's attack method at a glance. To put it bluntly, his thunder's fury materialized the aura of thunder, turning it into droplets of rain. They formed friction with the air to attack. This kind of attack was nothing to Fang Chun. Bang! Fang Chun found an opportunity and punched at Lei Xing crack. Lei Xing's abdomen was hit by Fang Chen's fist. Crack! All the raindrops in the air dissipated. Lei Xing's attack disappeared before it could get close to Fang Chun. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed. They knew how powerful the fury of thunder was. They didn't expect that an earth-splitting realm martial artist could break it with one punch. Even Lei Xing was a little stunned after stabilizing his body. It's full of loopholes, and you dare to call it Fury of Thunder? Ridiculous. Fang Chun stood with his hands behind his back like a master and said indifferently, I don't believe it. Lei Xing didn't believe that the latter could see through his weakness. He roared and attacked again. However, the result was exactly the same. Bang! Lei Xing's body kept retreating and staggered. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. At this moment, his face turned solemn. Can he really see the loopholes in my cultivation method? Lei Xing was shocked. When he was cultivating Fury of Thunder, the Black Thunderstar King had told him about the loopholes in this cultivation method. Moreover, the Black Thunderstar King also said that unless it was a mysterious star realm expert, no one could see through it. However, the guy in front of him was obviously an earth-splitting realm martial artist. What's going on? The Patriarch wouldn't lie to me. Lei Xing shook his head hard and comforted himself. It must be a coincidence. The surrounding people also looked at Fangchun in surprise. It's just a fluke. In front of absolute strength, everything is fleeting. Lei Xing finally made a move. His body seemed to have turned into a thunder dragon and rushed towards Fangchun. One move to determine the winner. Fangchun muttered to himself. The hidden star sword had already appeared in his hand. Swoosh! The sixth move of the Azure sword art whizzed out. The aura released by the hidden star sword was at the level of supreme sky soaring grade. When it came into contact with Lei Xing, the aura inside was at the level of chaos. Gotcha! Lei Xing's palms wanted to block the hidden star sword, but they were directly cut off. Poochie! Blood splattered in the sky. The hidden star sword cleanly cut off Lei Xing's palms. He screamed miserably. His eyes were scarlet and his face was ferocious. I want you to die. At this moment, Lei Xing had completely gone mad. Lei Xing, a man in a white robe, grabbed Lei Xing and said in a low voice, "This man's weapon is at the level of supreme sky soaring grade. You are no match for him." Lei Xing, don't be rash. Those who tried to dissuade Lei Xing were on good terms with him. Everyone stared at the hidden star sword in shock. Their eyes were filled with greed. However, they didn't act rashly. The minor immeasurable mountain summit is just SOSO. Fangchun said lightly, "We don't care about this kind of summit." Then, Fangchun led Qianzhu and the others away from the minor immeasurable mountain. Lei Xing roared to the sky, but he was stopped by the others. Where there's life, there's hope. Everyone tried to dissuade him. At the foot of the minor immeasurable mountain, Qianzhu was about to speak to Fangchun when the latter's face darkened. "Let's go." With that, the group of people left. Not long after Fangchun and the others left, a group of elites arrived. Lei Qianzhue is here. Lei Qianzhue's arrival attracted the most attention. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lei Qianzhue was dressed in a black robe. He tapped the ground with the tip of his toes and arrived at the peak of the minor immeasurable mountain. Along the way, many people greeted him. At the peak of the mountain, Lei Qianzhue saw Lei Xing and asked, "What happened?" It was Fangchun. Lei Xing gritted his teeth and said, "That kid had a supreme tier sky-surpassing level weapon and plotted against me." Lei Qianzhue didn't even listen to the rest of the conversation. He only noticed the words supreme tier sky-surpassing level weapon. A glint of surprise appeared in his eyes. An Earth expansion level cultivator with a supreme tier sky-surpassing level weapon? Interesting, Lei Qianzhue said. It seems that Fangchun is highly valued by the Pavilion Lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forged such a powerful weapon for him. Lei Qianzhue was the most powerful person among the younger generation of the Black Thunder family. He had just reached the Profound Heaven State, but he was already able to defeat a late-stage Profound Heaven State elder. Many years had passed since then. Some people said that Lei Qianzhue was already powerful enough to challenge a Profound Chi State martial artist. However, these rumors had never been proven. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. His black robe fluttered in the wind as Lei Qianzhue stood quietly. "Brother Lei, you have to avenge me," Lei Xing shouted. After a while, Lei Qianzhue nodded and said, "Don't worry, he will die." In a corner of the barren mountain. "Brother Fang, why are you in such a hurry?" Qianzhue Shou asked. "Lei Qianzhue is here," Fangchun said. With his current strength, he was not afraid of Lei Qianzhue at all. However, if he were to let others know what he was capable of, he would become a target for everyone. Therefore, when the artifact spirit of the Black Heaven Cone Nail sensed Lei Qianzhue's presence, he left without hesitation. He had severed Lei Xing's hand to serve as a warning to the Black Thunder family. If they dared to come again, he wouldn't mind killing them all. After reaching the Earth Branch, he still had one more chance to use the Black Heaven Cone Nail. With the help of the Bear King and the Beast Pagoda, Lei Qianzhue was nothing to him. However, the most important thing right now was to increase his own strength. After raising his cultivation to the limit of the Earth opening realm, he would consume the Flower King core and the inner core of the six-clawed beast. Only then would he be able to deal with Profound Heaven Realm cultivators more easily. Upon hearing this, Thousand Severing Hands was a little shocked. He found it harder and harder to see through Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun sensed Lei Qianju's presence. The only explanation was that his primordial spirit was so powerful that he could only look up to it. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2398. In the southwest of the Barbaric Mountains, a fire spirit beast was being besieged by Fang Chun and the others. The fire spirit beast's body was filled with intense flames, and the surrounding temperature was extremely high. Roar! The fire spirit beast roared and attacked Fang Chun. It thought that Fang Chun was the most threatening person. If it could kill him, it still had a chance to escape. Brother Fang, be careful, Qianju reminded him from the side. At the same time, his fist whizzed out and smashed hard on the fire spirit beast. Crack! The fire spirit beast's wrist being hit by Qianju's fist. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Fang Chun. Flames surrounded Fang Chun in an instant. The fire spirit beast lives up to its name. Its control of flames has reached such an incredible level. Fang Chun looked up in the flames and said to himself, "Hiss, hiss, hiss." The huge flames in the fire spirit beast's mouth were burning Fang Chun's myriad sword physique. Fortunately, it's an initial stage profound heaven realm fire spirit beast. If it's a profound chi realm, I can only run away. Fang Chun curled his lips. He did not expect the fire spirit beast's flames to be so powerful that it could burn his myriad sword physique to the point of pain. Under such intense burning, the myriad sword physique's defense would collapse directly if it lasted for too long. Keep! Fang Chun's mind moved, and the beast pagoda appeared in his palm instantly. Immediately, he controlled the beast pagoda with his spiritual consciousness and shouted softly. The next moment, the fire spirit beast suddenly disappeared. The fire spirit beast raised its head and roared. It was unwilling to give up. Oh no, the fire spirit beast is angry. Qianju and Wang Yi were worried. They displayed powerful attacks to attack the fire spirit beast. However, before their attacks could reach it, the fire spirit beast suddenly disappeared from the void. Crash! When the flames dissipated, Fang Chun stood there quietly. There were some tattered marks on his clothes. Where's the fire spirit beast? Qianju widened his eyes and stared at Fang Chun. At the side, Wang Yi's hand was still raised in the air, and his body stood stiffly on the spot. How could a massive fire spirit beast suddenly disappear and evaporate into thin air? He called out to Qianju and exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with shock. With them here, it was impossible for the fire spirit beast to disappear into thin air. The only explanation was that Fang Chun had destroyed the fire spirit beast with his bare hands. Moreover, he had annihilated it with one blow. Their hearts trembled. Just how powerful was this? Could it be that Fang Chun's strength had already reached the point where he could casually kill a profound heaven stage expert? That was a fire spirit beast. Even 1,000 Severing Hands and Wang Yi couldn't kill it in one strike, let alone destroy its corpse. This was a terrifying discovery. When the two of them looked at Fang Chun, their eyes revealed a trace of reverence. To be able to do this, it was enough to show that Fang Chun's strength was comparable to a warrior in the profound Chi realm. It was unimaginable that an earthly split realm warrior could unleash such power. The two of them suppressed the shock in their hearts, shook their heads, and looked at Fang Chun. The latter could tell what the two of them were thinking at a glance. He simply didn't want others to know about the existence of the Beast Pagoda. Let them think so. Fang Chun said to himself, "Brother Fang, did you destroy the fire spirit beast?" Qianju swallowed his saliva and asked. Annihilated the fire spirit beast with one blow. The two of them couldn't hold back their curiosity and asked, "Although the fire spirit beast is powerful, it also has a weakness." "I just happen to know its weakness." Fang Chun stood with his hand behind his back and said lightly. This was true. He did know the fire spirit beast's weakness. After that, Fang Chun told everyone about the fire spirit beast's weakness. Everyone's admiration for Fang Chun could not be any higher. Next, everyone continued to move forward. As time passed, The beast tide in the barbaric mountains became more and more serious. Almost every once in a while, they would encounter a group of beasts. They were at the outermost area, and the beasts they encountered were basically at the profound heaven realm. Half a month later, in an open space, Fong Chun and the others encountered the spies of the Hailai clan. "Brother Fong, what should we do with the spies of the Hailai clan?" Qian Jusho asked. At this moment, Qian Jusho was extremely impressed with Fong Chun. Therefore, he had to ask the latter about everything. Wang Yi remained silent, as usual. "You guys can decide. I just need to kill the enemies." "Kill them." Fong Chun didn't even lift his eyelids. He had already heard about the Hailai clan's kill order. Since they had already fallen out, there was no need for him to be patient. Although he wasn't qualified to fight against the Hailai clan for the time being, he would kill as many as he could. "We are from the Hailai clan. You can't kill us." The three spies fell to the ground with wounds all over their bodies. Hearing Fong Chen's words, they cried out in panic. "Puchi!" Qian Jusho reached out and crushed the head of one of them. The remaining two were pale and trembling. "The Hailai clan has been enemies with my Thunder City since ancient times. If I don't kill you, do you want me to wait for you to kill us?" Qian Jusho said coldly. With a Puchi, another person fell. In the end, there was only one spy left. When Qian Jusho's attack was about to land, the spy suddenly said, "Don't kill me. I have important news that I can tell you." Hearing this, Qian Jusho paused and said, "It's useless." Seeing Qian Jusho continue to attack, the spy was in despair. "Brother Qian." At this moment, Fong Chun stopped Qian Jusho. "Brother Fong, don't be deceived by his flowery words." Qian Jusho said. Fong Chen's cold eyes stared at the spy from the Hailai clan. "Tell me everything you know. Will you let me go after I tell you?" the spy asked. Fong Chen nodded, and the spy heaved a sigh of relief. Exchanging a piece of information for his life was clearly worth it in his eyes. The spy adjusted his breathing and said slowly, "The Hailai clan found a six-feathered sky sparrow 300 miles away from here." "Huh?" Hearing this, Fong Chen's face changed. "Are you sure?" Fong Chun asked again. The spy nodded and said, "I am sure. The Hailai clan has sealed off that area. The three of us are heading to the lesser immeasurable mountain to inform Lei Qinjue. Due to the beast tide, once inside the barbaric mountain, no one could use their immortal will or use their communication jade pendant. This was the beast tide's tactic. They were trying to prevent humans from contacting each other and killing them." "Tell me everything you know," Fong Chen said. The spy told Fong Chen the details. The top elders of the Hailai clan had sealed off that area, so no one knew about it. Fong Chen nodded lightly, then turned and left. "Die!" Qian Jusho growled and grabbed the spy's head. "I said you have to fulfill your promise and let me go." The spy screamed. "I said I would let you go, but they didn't promise you anything." Fong Chen shrugged and said, "Crack." The spy's head cracked open. "Brother Fong, are you saying that we should rob the Hailai clan?" Qian Jusho's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. The Hailai clan was too powerful to be trifled with. "That is a six-feathered sky sparrow," Fong Chen said. His voice was filled with excitement. The six-feathered sky sparrow was a powerful beast tide in the void dimension. It was a rare beast, and its feathers were as sharp as an abstruse god realm overlord's body. More importantly, the six-feathered sky sparrow could be used as a mount to enhance a martial artist's strength. There was one more thing that Fong Chun cared about the most. The six-feathered sky sparrow could evolve continuously. When it evolved into a nine-feathered sky sparrow, its attack power would be terrifying. When it flapped its wings, the void would tremble. Many experts in the void dimension had captured the six-feathered sky sparrow alive and kept it in captivity. However, it was rare for a nine-feathered sky sparrow to appear. The most powerful one was an eight-feathered sky sparrow. Fong Chun was tempted by the six-feathered sky sparrow. He was more than happy to destroy the Hailai clan. But they have a few top mysterious heaven realm experts. We're no match for them. Qian Jusho smiled bitterly. "You don't have to go. I will act alone." Fong Chen made a decision instantly. Qian Jusho and the others would be a burden to him. If he went alone, He had countless ways to take the six-feathered sky sparrow from the Highlight clan. You will go alone? Chinju shook his head and said, let's not talk about whether you can escape from the Highlight clan. Brother Fong, have you ever doubted this? Chinju continued. The spy of the Highlight clan made up a piece of news in order to save his own life. In other words, this is a way for the Highlight clan to deal with you. Their purpose is to lure you to the place where they have set up a trap and kill you. It was not that Fong Chen had not thought about this. However, he believed that if the Highlight Star King did not come, no one could stop him. He had many trump cards in his hands, which were enough to protect himself. He wanted to try. What if it was true? Seeing Fong Chen's firm attitude, Chinju did not try to dissuade him. He only warned, Brother Fong, don't act rashly. If there is anything unusual, contact us immediately. I will leave a mark that only you can recognize along the way. Thank you, Brother Qian. Fong Chen cupped his fists and said. Wang Yi opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but stopped himself. He wanted to go with Fong Chen, but he gave up in the end. He could not compete with the Highlight clan. His top priority was to kill more demonic beasts and improve his strength. After saying goodbye to the people of Juele City, Fong Chen quickly went deep into the barbaric mountains according to the spy's instructions. Soon, he arrived at the place mentioned by the spy. Fong Chen hid in the void and looked ahead. He suddenly found the people of the Highlight clan. It seems that the news about the six-feathered sky sparrow is true. Buzz! Suddenly, a loud chirp came from the mountainside, which made Fong Chen's eardrums ring. The six-feathered sky sparrow? Fong Chen was overjoyed and said excitedly, for the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2399. The loud chirp contained the unique aura of the six-feathered sky sparrow. This aura could not be changed. It was deeply imprinted in the bloodline. It's a pity that this is not a pure-blooded six-feathered sky sparrow. The weapon spirit's Sai came from mysterious heaven cone nail. The six-feathered sky sparrow had a unique position in the beast world. Because of its strength, it was considered a rare existence in the chaotic void. If it was a pure-blooded six-feathered sky sparrow, even a mystic god powerhouse would be envious. That's right. It's already amazing that a six-feathered sky sparrow appeared in such a desolate place. How could there be a pure-blooded one? The weapon spirit continued. It had followed great Emperor Su Xian for its entire life. It had seen countless rare treasures and many powerful beasts. It had even seen existences on the same level as great Emperor Su Xian. When it first heard about the six-feathered sky sparrow, the weapon spirit was very excited. However, now that it thought about it, it had high expectations of the six-feathered sky sparrow. However, even if it's not a pure-blooded six-feathered sky sparrow, it's still a rare treasure to you now. The weapon spirit continued. If you can subdue it and cultivate it into a nine-feathered sky sparrow, it's very likely that your bloodline will revert to its ancestor and awaken the purest bloodline. Fong Chen was not thinking about whether it was a pure-blooded six-feathered sky sparrow. He was thinking about how to subdue the six-feathered sky sparrow. Through the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail's weapon spirit, he already knew about the Black Thunder clan's Mystic Heaven realm martial artists. He was confident that he could lure away a few top Mystic Heaven realm martial artists, but he did not have the confidence to subdue the six-feathered sky sparrow. Legend had it that the six-feathered sky sparrow was the noblest bloodline of the Sparrow clan. They were extremely powerful and looked down on the beast world. Their strength was unprecedentedly strong. Even if they were in the same realm, they were far superior to human martial artists. Moreover, the six-feathered sky sparrow had a powerful innate ability. Feather fall, sealing sky. When the six-feathered sky sparrow entered battle mode, all the feathers on its body would fall off and surround its body, forming a sealed space. This space was called the six-feathered space. Within the six-feathered space, the six-feathered sky sparrow was the absolute king. Once a human martial artist fell into it, his primordial spirit would be attacked. Only those with primordial spirits above the 9th origin stage would be able to resist the invasion of the six-feathered space. Most importantly, the six-feathered sky sparrow's attainments in the Tao of space were very strong. If human martial artists fell into their space, It would be akin to falling into a deep swamp, unable to move at all. If outsiders were to know that an earth-splitting realm martial artist actually dared to have designs on the six-feathered heavenly sparrow that was simply courting death. However, with the vessel spirit of the mysterious heaven cone nail and the powerful beast taming pagoda, Fang Chun was confident that even if he could not win, he could still escape unscathed. Are you sure the beast pagoda can absorb the six-feathered sky sparrow? Fang Chun repeated his question. The Beastmaster Pagoda was his greatest trump card against the six-feathered sky sparrow. If he failed, he would suffer the cruelest pursuit of the six-feathered sky sparrow. If this six-feathered sky sparrow's cultivation is only at the profound god level, it will definitely not be able to withstand the Beastmaster Tower's attack. The artifact spirit said, besides, even if it can create the space of six feathers, Master can break it open. Break the space of the six feathers? Fang Chen's eyes widened. The space of the six feathers was renowned. How could he, an earth-splitting realm martial artist, break it open? Could it be that he had to use the mysterious heaven cone nail to break it open by force? Even the star concealing sort of the chaos level could not break it open, right? The space of the six feathers was erratic. If the star concealing sword wanted to break it open, it must grasp its lifeline, and it was precisely this point that was the most difficult. However, as the vessel spirit of the great Emperor Su Xian, how could he not know? Old Master once fought with a nine-feathered sky sparrow. The artifact spirit said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart shook. The nine-feathered sky sparrow was the ultimate goal of the six-feathered sky sparrow's evolution. Any nine-feathered sky sparrow was an existence that could dominate the chaotic void, equivalent to the human race's great emperor Su Xian. Countless six-feathered sky sparrows' evolution failed in the end. For hundreds of billions of years, only a few six-feathered sky sparrows successfully evolved into nine-feathered sky sparrows. Who would have thought that great emperor Su Xian actually fought with one of the nine-feathered sky sparrows? What was the outcome? Fang Chun asked curiously. Humph, how can a mere nine-feathered sky sparrow do anything to Old Master? The artifact spirit's words were filled with disdain. The nine-feathered sky sparrow was very strong. Its innate divine ability had already reached the limit. The nine-feathered space made countless human race martial artists despair. However, great Emperor Su Xian wasn't an ordinary person. His means exceeded everyone's imagination. Even a mystic god realm powerhouse was like an ant in front of him. But speaking of which, that nine-feathered sky sparrow was really powerful. Back then, that battle was fought until the sky turned dark and almost blasted a piece of the sky into dregs. In the end, Old Master's skill was a notch higher and suppressed the nine-feathered sky sparrow. However, he was also injured by the nine-feathered sky sparrow because of this. The artifact spirit continued. In that battle, I followed Old Master to participate in the battle and experience the entire process. Hence, I'm very clear about all of the nine-feathered sky sparrow's lifelines. Speaking up to here, Fang Chun already understood, revealing a brilliant smile on his face. Even a loophole of the nine-feathered space could be discovered. What was a mere six-feathered space? You mean to use the loophole to break open the six-feathered space and use the beast-taming pagoda to tame the six-feathered sky sparrow? Fang Chun asked. The six-feathered sky sparrow is very cunning. It has been here all this time. I think it must be luring more human race martial artists here so that it can capture them all. The artifact spirit said, don't do it yet. Those idiots from the Hai clan will pay for their stupidity. Okay. Fang Chun chose to believe the artifact spirit unconditionally. Not far from Fang Chun, there was a dark cave halfway up the mountain. Outside the cave, several top, profound, heaven realm elders of the Hai clan were guarding the cave. Many of the younger generation of the Hai clan were surrounding the cave. Elder He, according to the time, Lei Qinjue should have received the news by now, right? One of the elders glanced at the dark cave and then asked, don't worry, the six-feathered sky sparrow seems to be injured and can't move. When Qinjue arrives, we will do it. Elder Hei's eyes were filled with excitement. That was the legendary six-feathered sky sparrow. If he could tame it, the Dark Thunder Star King would reward him handsomely. He might even be recognized by the Dark Thunder ancestral patriarch who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years. Others might not know, but as an elder of the Hyli clan, he knew that the Dark Thunder ancestral patriarch had been in seclusion since 1,000 years ago, preparing to break through to a higher level. Buzz! A loud noise came from the dark cave again. In the next moment, Elder Hay and the others' faces changed drastically. The mountain shook and rocks fell. The cave seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. As the six-feathered sky sparrow's cry spread, countless beastly roars came from the distance. Oh no! It is calling for its friends. Elder Hay suddenly realized what was going on and shouted, "What should we do now?" Now that things had come to this, there was no time to waste. Let's do it. Without another word, Elder Black charged straight into the pitch-black cave. Bang! However, just as the other elders were about to follow him into the cave, Elder Hay's body suddenly flew out of the cave. Hurry! Let's go! Elder Hay spat out blood. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. He used his last bit of strength to shout, "Elder Hay!" The other elders rushed over when they saw the situation. "Don't worry about me. Let's go." Elder Hay panicked. His heart was greatly frightened. He urged the others to quickly leave this place. "Elder Hay, what happened? Elder Hay, what's inside?" The other elders were confused and asked. Dong! The pitch-black cave collapsed, and dense white feathers suddenly appeared in the sky. After the feathers appeared, they quickly surrounded the people of the Hyli clan. Crack! The six-feathered space appeared. When Elder Hay saw this, his face darkened. He shook his head helplessly and said, "It's over." As expected, the six-feathered sky sparrow appeared after he finished speaking. It was like a rooster with its head held high. Its body was the size of a small hill, and there was a phoenix crown on its head. Its eyes looked down with a disdainful look. When Fong Chun saw this from afar, he was also shocked. To be honest, he was not shocked by the six-feathered sky sparrow, but the legendary six-feathered space. "Is this the six-feathered sky sparrow?" Fong Chun asked. Chapter 2400. This six-feathered sky sparrow is not yet an adult. It was severely injured, and its cultivation has dropped. Otherwise, it wouldn't be here, the weapon spirit said. If the six-feathered sky sparrow wasn't injured, it would be on the peak of the barbaric mountain, enjoying the attention of everyone. How is it? Shocking, right? The weapon spirit said with a smile. Fong Chun was stunned for a moment before he spat out a few words. Like a rooster. What do you know? How can a chicken-type demonic beast be compared to the noble, six-feathered sky sparrow? The weapon spirit said. What a joke. Only Fong Chun would compare the six-feathered sky sparrow with an ordinary chicken-type demonic beast. In fact, that was what Fong Chun thought. He originally thought that the six-feathered sky sparrow was superior, but now it was just like a rooster on earth. Thinking that the weapon spirit wanted him to use the six-feathered sky sparrow as a mount, he was filled with resentment. It's starting to attack. Just as Fong Chun was thinking, the six-feathered sky sparrow started to kill the people of the Hyli clan mercilessly. In the six-feathered space, the top profound heaven realm martial artists of the Hyli clan looked at the six-feathered sky sparrow in horror. What's going on? Everyone panicked. Elder Hay was injured and had lost his backbone. Their bodies trembled slightly as they kept retreating. Lowly humans. The six-feathered sky sparrow spoke in human language as it stared at the people of the Hyli clan. Whoosh! The six-feathered sky sparrow flapped its wings, and a wild killing force instantly rushed towards them. The people of the Hyli clan wanted to escape, but they were shocked to find that their bodies were restrained and they couldn't move. Hiss! 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 Their bodies kept disintegrating in the six-feathered space. Poochie! The weaker, profound, heaven realm martial artists were all killed in the blink of an eye. The remaining top, profound, heaven realm martial artists were barely holding on. Die! As the six-feathered sky sparrow attacked, the people of the Hyli clan were all killed. Whoosh! A black shadow leaped through the air and entered the space of the six feathers. The six-feathered sky sparrow was surprised that someone would come to the six-feathered space to die. Do it! Fong Chun didn't dare to hesitate. He acted swiftly and decisively. He brandished the hidden star sword in his hand and stabbed 6 times in 6 directions. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The arm-thick Shura sword chi pierced through the 6-feather space and found a hole in it, directly overturning it. Courting death. At this moment, the 6-feathered sky sparrow finally noticed the abnormality. It flapped its wings and arrived beside Fong Chun, wanting to kill him. Crack! After the space of the 6 feathers shattered, Fong Chun felt that the pressure on him was greatly reduced. Seeing that the 6-feathered sky sparrow was about to reach him, he hurriedly took out the beast pagoda. Beast tower? The 6-feathered sky sparrow exclaimed and retreated. A ray of light came out of the beast taming pagoda and enveloped it. With the help of the mysterious heaven cone nails tool spirit, the 6-feathered heavenly sparrow was sucked into the beast taming pagoda. Dong! The tremors here attracted the attention of the demonic beasts on the savage mountains. Many demonic beasts were rushing over. Fong Chun felt countless sharp auras. He performed the space-time collapse technique and quickly disappeared. After he disappeared, a swarm of demonic beasts appeared. When they saw the corpses of the human martial artists, they gritted their teeth and tore them apart. In a secluded place, Fong Chun sat on a green rock and used his consciousness to enter the beast pagoda. He was communicating with the 6-feathered sky sparrow. There were only 3 demonic beasts on the first floor of the beast pagoda. They were the 3-eyed bear king, the fire spirit beast, and the 6-feathered sky sparrow. Among them, the 6-feathered sky sparrow's bloodline was the noblest. It stood at the top of the pyramid in the demonic beast world. As for the 3-eyed bear king and the fire spirit beast, although their races weren't weak, they couldn't be compared to the 6-feathered sky sparrow. In the spacious first floor of the beast pagoda, the 6-feathered sky sparrow transformed into a human and sat cross-legged on the ground. The 3-eyed bear king and the fire spirit beast were guarding beside it. Whoosh! After Fong Chun came in, the 6-feathered sky sparrow opened its eyes and glanced at him. Master! The 3-eyed bear king and the fire spirit beast greeted. Fong Chun nodded lightly and came to the side of the 6-feathered sky sparrow. What method did you use to break the 6-feathered space? The 6-feathered sky sparrow stared straight at Fong Chun. The 6-feathered space was the 6-feathered sky sparrow's strongest technique and its biggest reliance. It didn't expect Fong Chun to break it directly. There's a loophole in your 6-feathered space. Fong Chun carefully told the 6-feathered sky sparrow what he believed from the artifact spirit. How did you know? This was the 6-feathered sky sparrow's secret. All along, because of their bloodline, it couldn't be changed. Under normal circumstances, the only way to cover up the flaw was to use thunderous means to suppress all enemies. It didn't believe that this guy in the earth-splitting realm could see through the 6-feathered space. Fong Chun moved his mind, and the mysterious sky cone nail appeared in his hand. This is the mysterious sky cone nail. The 3-eyed bear king and the fire spirit beast might not know, but the 6-feathered sky sparrow knew very well. How is this possible? The 6-feathered sky sparrow's heart was in a mess as it shook its head in disbelief. Why is the weapon of great Emperor Su Xian in your hands? Could it be that the legend is true and great Emperor Su Xian has fallen? The 6-feathered sky sparrow said with a complicated expression. The fall of great Emperor Su Xian was only known by the top existences in the chaotic void. The others were only guessing and weren't sure. You can treat me as the successor of great Emperor Su Xian. Fong Chun said, Now, can you tell me about the situation in the barbaric mountain? The 6-feathered sky sparrow had a high status in the beast world. It should know some details. Fong Chun's goal was to hunt more mysterious heaven realm beasts to strengthen his strength. He had a treasure like the beast taming pagoda and was the successor of great Emperor Su Xian. Thinking of this, the 6-feathered sky sparrow lowered its head. Perhaps it would have a brighter future if it followed such a master. After a long time, the 6-feathered sky sparrow completely submitted. A year later, the beast tide in the barbaric mountain will really erupt. At that time, there might even be a mysterious true realm revered beast. The mysterious true realm was the fifth stage of the mysterious God realm. Martial artists at this stage had the Tao of soul, physical body, and martial Tao combined into one to reach the true self realm. They could hold the sun, moon, and stars in their hands and step on the stars. The strongest martial artist in the innate world was only at the mysterious light realm. Furthermore, there were only a handful of them. As if it saw Fong Chen's shock, the six-feathered sky sparrow continued. There are a total of 3 mysterious true realm revered beasts. The beast races of the barbaric mountain have been planning for hundreds of millions of years for this plan. What plan? To revive the demon tiger and beast, the six-feathered sky sparrow said. Demon tiger and beast? Fong Chen didn't know how strong the demon tiger and beast was, but the three-eyed bear king and the fire spirit beast opened their eyes wide in shock. The three-eyed bear king swallowed and said, "Could it be the legendary, strongest, revered beast of the barbaric mountain range?" "Yes, it's him. If it wasn't for the demon tiger and beast, the beast races of the barbaric mountain range wouldn't have survived until now. We might have been wiped out by the human race," the six-feathered sky sparrow said. After hearing the six-feathered sky sparrow's words, Fong Chen trembled. The limit of the mysterious God realm. Fong Chen's eyes flashed with a complicated expression. That was an existence on par with the honorable soldier marshal. He didn't expect the beast races of the barbaric mountain range to have such a powerful ancestor. If it was really revived, not only the innate world but the entire astral sky would be in danger. With the cultivation of the mysterious God realm, it could fight against an existence that surpassed the mysterious God realm. The demon tiger and beast was on par with the honorable soldier marshal. There's still one more year. Fong Chen realized the severity of his loss of composure. He had to spread the news. Otherwise, when the innate world fell, he would be in trouble too. After that, the six-feathered sky sparrow and Fong Chen talked for a long time. "By the way, give me a few of your feathers," Fong Chen suddenly said. The six-feathered sky sparrow was stunned. "You want to use my feathers to refine your primordial spirit?" Fong Chen nodded. The six-feathered sky sparrow reminded, "Even the primordial spirit of a mysterious heaven realm martial artist will be injured by my feathers." He couldn't understand where an earth realm martial artist got the courage to use his feathers to refine his primordial spirit. "I have my reasons." After Fong Chen took a few feathers, he put away the Beastmaster Pagoda. Whoosh! The burning sky 9 changes formation appeared and enveloped Fong Chen. Then, Fong Chen sat cross-legged on the green stone and let the six-feathered sky sparrow's feathers float in front of his chest to increase the strength of his primordial spirit. "Let's begin." Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Fong Chen closed his eyes and entered a deep level of cultivation. Chapter 24:01. The Soul Tao was even more mysterious than the martial Tao. Fong Chen's Soul Tao could only be considered as a beginner. A true Soul Tao powerhouse could destroy a part of the world with a thought, move mountains and seas, and was omnipotent. After his primordial spirit reached the 7th Yuan realm, Fong Chen's Soul Tao realm had also improved. However, he had been stuck at a bottleneck after cultivating the innate soul reversal technique to the 3rd level. The more he cultivated, the more he could feel the power of the innate soul reversal technique. It was an unprecedentedly powerful ancient martial art. Fong Chen only had the first 5 layers of the ancient martial art. He had no idea where the remaining 4 layers were. He even had a strong premonition that when the innate soul reversal technique was cultivated to perfection, his primordial spirit would reach a very perfect state. Buzz! His body was surrounded by a rich soul Tao aura, and there were pure white feathers lying in his palm. They looked ordinary, but they were actually taken from the six-feathered sky sparrow. Every single feather contained a unique soul Tao power. This soul Tao power was something that humans could not control. Fong Chen simply used them to hone his primordial spirit. Absorb. With a low shout, the majestic soul Tao power swept away a pure white feather. Immediately, the vast power in the feather was completely absorbed. Dong! His primordial spirit clearly felt that the innate soul reversal technique's incantation was circulating in his body. Layers of ripples formed a majestic scene in Fang Chen's mind. He was chanting an incantation nonstop as the number of feathers in his palm decreased one by one. When the last feather disappeared, his primordial spirit finally underwent a transformation. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out in his mind. The 7 golden figures stood up one after another and moved quickly. On closer look, their movements had a clear trajectory, as if they were working together to condense the 8th golden figure. Break! When all the power in the 6-feathered sky sparrow's feathers gathered together, a brand new golden figure was condensed in an instant. Whoosh! His primordial spirit reached the 8th Yuan realm. In the next moment, Fang Chun set his sights on the innate soul reversal technique. The most important part of the cultivation of the connate soul reversal technique is to master the golden figure in the nascent soul, so that it can mobilize more soul power. Fang Chun pondered. Previously, he had a crazy idea. What if he engraved a formation in his primordial spirit? Just think about it. If the convergence array formation was engraved in the essence soul and controlled by the 8 golden figurines, with the activation of the formation, the absorption of soul Dao energy was much faster and stronger than before. In this way, his soul Dao attacks would definitely increase exponentially. It was just that it was extremely difficult to achieve this. It is said that in ancient times, some soul Dao almighties carved formations into their primordial spirits. There were even some powerful people who carved the strongest talismans into their primordial spirits. In Fang Chen's mind, he recalled some ancient books about the power of the soul Dao that he had read before. These were all things he had read in the ancient books. At that time, Fang Chen's heart trembled. He thought that this was something that humans could not do. But now, as his attainments in the soul Dao increased, he realized that this method was the direction of the development of the soul Dao. Engraving a formation in the primordial spirit requires the support of a majestic power. Fang Chun said, "In the past, my soul Dao power was insufficient and I could not engrave it. Now that I have the support of the power in the 6-feathered sky sparrow's feathers, I can give it a try." But a hint of melancholy appeared on Fang Chen's face. What if he failed? Yes, what if he failed? Fang Chen had not thought about this problem carefully. If he failed, would his primordial spirit be severely injured or even destroyed? The primordial spirit was the most fundamental and important part of a martial artist. Once it was severely injured, his future martial career would be severely damaged. He shook his head hard and threw these complicated thoughts to the back of his mind. His unswerving eyes looked up at the blue sky. If he asked himself honestly, he pursued the peak of the martial Dao in order to protect his family. But now, not only was he unable to protect them, he was even forced to leave a illusory star sky. A few years had passed, and he did not know how the Wuji Sword sect was doing. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart became even more determined. If he did not succeed, he would die trying. To pursue the martial Dao, he had to have a heart that could die at any time. "I'll do it." Fang Chun gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. If he could succeed this time, his soul Dao attack would far surpass ordinary people and even be invincible in the same realm. A moment later, "Master, everything is ready." The artifact spirit said, "I can only do this for you." As the artifact spirit of the mysterious sky cone nail, although it was injured, it had followed great Emperor Su Xian to fight in the chaotic void and had come into contact with many soul Dao cultivators. He poured some of the soul Dao information he saw into Fang Chen's mind. After Fang Chen's screening, he found some useful information. To engrave the formation, you first have to completely control the 8 golden men. I've already done this. Next is to engrave a small formation and inject it into the mind. Fang Chen said. This was also the most difficult step. Begin. After thinking for a moment, he took a deep breath and immediately began the final sprint. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His fingers quickly pointed in the void, and suddenly rays of light flashed. In the blink of an eye, a small formation was formed in the void. Compress. He began to compress the array formation to the smallest size possible. After 3 breaths, the formation was compressed. Fang Chan began to carefully inject the thumb-size formation into his mind. Buzz! When the formation entered his mind, it was severely rejected by the soul Tao power. Break! Fang Chan shouted in a low voice and forcibly controlled the 8 golden men to attract the formation. It must succeed. The 8 golden men left the primordial spirit and entered the formation. They quickly propped up the 8 foundation of the formation. Then, Fang Chan took the opportunity to place the core of the formation in the center of the primordial spirit. Buzz! The formation began to operate, and the violent soul Tao power was absorbed into the formation. In the blink of an eye, the power in the primordial spirit was drained. Fang Chen's heart was in his throat. Boom! At this moment, the 6-feathered sky sparrow's feather showed a strong power. The power in the feather burst out from the primordial spirit like a flood and quickly occupied the entire core of the formation. A deafening sound came from the core of the formation. It succeeded? When the soul Tao power filled the core of the formation, Fang Chun revealed an excited smile. According to the records, this should be considered a success. Hiss! A layer of halo enveloped the formation. The 8 golden men sat cross-legged in the 8 corners of the formation. They looked at each other and then controlled the formation. Close! After the last trace of soul Tao power entered the core of the formation was completely closed. Phew! Seeing this scene, Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ground weakly. At this moment, he realized that it was already late. One day. It seemed short, but in fact it took a day. During this period, too much soul Tao power was consumed. Fortunately, the power in the 6-feathered sky sparrow's feather supported it. It succeeded. There was a trace of fatigue on Fang Chen's face. Although there were some accidents in the end, he succeeded in the end. At this moment, he felt that the power in his primordial spirit was abundant, and he wanted to vent it out. Gather. With a thought, the 8 golden men suddenly opened their eyes. The formation was instantly activated, and an extremely violent soul Tao power erupted. Just the aura alone made Fang Chen's heart palpitate. Crack! The innate soul reversal technique that had been stuck at a bottleneck finally showed signs of loosening. Breakthrough! Fang Chen seemed to have sunk into a sea of formations. He was originally roaming aimlessly, but he suddenly found a shore the other side and stepped onto it. Dong! The innate soul reversal technique broke through to the 4th level. A vast amount of energy circled around the array, and layers of halos flashed. However, this was not the end. Fang Chen's understanding of the soul, Tao, improved rapidly, and the innate soul reversal technique also broke through to the 5th level. His body shook like a bell. This was a sign that the soul Tao power had reached a certain level. The 5th level of the innate soul reversal technique. This was something that Fang Chun didn't even dare to think about before. He didn't expect to do it. The 5th level of the innate soul reversal technique was enough to cause damage to a mystic heaven realm martial artist. At this moment, Fang Chun could be considered a mystic heaven realm soul master. Chapter 24:02. The soul Tao was a separate Tao from the martial Tao. The soul Tao was unpredictable and unpredictable. Soul masters, on the other hand, had their own independent cultivation system. However, as one's cultivation level increased, the difference between a soul master and a martial artist became less obvious. Right now, Fang Chun should be a mystic heaven soul master. A mystic heaven level soul master was equivalent to a mystic heaven level martial artist. However, a soul master was much more powerful than a martial artist. Now that his essence soul had reached the 8th essence realm, and the array formation was engraved in his essence soul, Fang Chen's soul Tao strength had increased exponentially. Now he could defeat a mystic heaven level martial artist with just his soul Tao power. The innate soul reversal technique has reached the 5th level. Fang Chen grinned. With the innate soul reversal technique and his soul Tao power, he could easily defeat a mystic heaven level martial artist. That is, unless he met those prodigies at the limit of the profound heaven stage. For example, Lei Xing. If he encountered him now, he could kill him in a matter of minutes. As for Lei Qianjue, Fang Chun could defeat him if he used his full strength. Phew! Fang Chun spat out a mouthful of turbid air and slowly stood up. Outside of the burning sky 9-change array, a few members of the Hailai family were peering into the array. The leader was Lei Qianjue, and behind him was Lei Xing. Brother Lei, are you sure Fang Chun is here? Lei Xing's eyes glinted as he asked. After the end of the small, immeasurable mountain gathering, they entered the barbaric mountains and found some corpses of the Hailai family along the way. After searching for clues, they found the place where the six-feathered sky sparrow appeared. After that, Lei Qianjue and the others used a secret technique to track down the six-feathered sky sparrow. He must be inside, Lei Qianjue said lightly, as if everything was under his control. But this array is too strange. We have been attacking it for so long, but we still can't break it. Lei Xing said. Lei Xing was furious when he saw his broken hand. He swore to himself that he would crush Fang Chun into ashes. However, the array in front of them was a problem. All of you step back, Lei Qianjue said. He opened up his palms and placed them in front of his chest. Dazzling lightning runes covered his palms, and thunder rumbled in the air. Seeing this, Lei Xing and the others were shocked and quickly retreated. Thunderblade. It had been a long time since Lei Qianjue had last used the Thunderblade, and he had never thought that he would use it against an array formation. When his palm was completely covered by the thunder mark, the aura of thunder gathered to the extreme. Lei Qianjue clenched his fists and then loosened them. A series of crackling sounds filled the air. Then he slammed his palm toward the burning Heaven 9-change formation. Rumble! A force that could topple mountains and overturn seas roared. The thunderbolt chi in the void turned into a war saber. This was the Thunderblade. When the Thunder Saber came out, ghosts and gods were shocked. The Thunderblade was one of the main reasons why Lei Qianjue was able to stand above the rest of the innate world. Once his Thunderblade was unleashed, it would definitely see blood. Otherwise, it would not have collapsed. Break! Lei Qianjue grunted as he thrust the Thunderblade into the 9-times burning array. Hiss! Hiss! The fiery energy in the array formation tried to melt the Thunderblade, but before it could even get close, it was repelled by the Thunderblade. SSS. The Thunderblade spun in the air as blinding light flashed. The burning Heaven 9-change formation was unable to withstand the attack and shattered into pieces. Fang Chun had just gotten his feet when he saw what was happening. Huh? Someone is attacking the array formation? Fang Chun furrowed his brows. The Thunderblade is coming from the Black Thunder family. With that thought in mind, Chun Fan's murderous intent surged. Swoosh! After he put away the array formation, Fang Chun saw Lei Qianjue and the others. They are here. Lei Xing's face twisted in anger as he charged toward Fang Chun. Die! Casting the innate soul reversal technique, a long spear condensed from the power of the soul, Dao, appeared in the sky. SSS. The long spear tore open the void and thrust toward Lei Xing. Watch out. Lei Qianjue's voice came from behind. Lei Xing felt something tugging at his body, and then he lost his sense of direction. With a loud thud, his body fell to the ground as blood spurted out from his body. A blood-curdling scream came out of his mouth. Half of his body was directly turned into minced meat, no longer resembling a human. Brother Lei, help me. Lei Xing screamed as he sensed danger was approaching. Meanwhile, Fang Chun flashed across the void and came to Lei Xing's side. He formed another long spear and thrust it toward Lei Xing. You are courting death. Lei Qianjue sneered and threw out another Thunderblade. Dong! The Thunderblade and the Soul Dao spear collided and exploded. Die! Lei Qianjue controlled the Thunderblade and tried to crush the Soul Dao spear. However, he was shocked to find that the power of the Soul Dao spear was no less than his Thunderblade. Crack! The Thunderblade cracked, but the Soul Dao spear was only partially damaged. You can't stop me. Fang Chun didn't even look at Lei Qianjue as he said coldly. SSS. The broken soul Dao spear pierced through Lei Xing's head. Lei Xing's eyes were wide open as he died. He refused to believe that Fang Chun could kill him right under Lei Qianjue's nose. Lei Qianjue was enraged. He took a step forward and appeared next to Lei Xing. After a quick examination, he looked up and glared at Fang Chun. "I have underestimated your power," Lei Qianjue said coldly. "I didn't expect you to be a powerful soul master. Lei Xing is a member of the Black Thunder family. You killed him in front of me. You are provoking the Black Thunder family." Lei Qianjue said, "When I get my hands on you, I will skin you alive and make you beg for death. First of all, you have to be strong enough to do it," Fang Chun said coldly. Then he cast the innate soul reversal art again. At the same time, he cast the Shura sword art. The hidden star sword burst out with a blinding light and created a hole in the sky. Whoosh! Lei Qianjue's body flickered as he dodged the soul Dao spears. At the same time, he threw out the Thunderblade. Lei Qianjue had formed 10 Thunderblades in one go, and that was his limit. 10 Thunderblades is enough to kill you, Lei Qianjue said with bloodshot eyes. Lei Qianjue's cultivation has not reached the limit of the profound heaven realm. He is no match for me, Fang Chun thought to himself. With his current strength, unless a true peak profound heaven realm martial artist appeared, it would be impossible to defeat him. Lei Qianjue's Thunderblade was powerful, but unfortunately, his opponent was Fang Chun. He had many ways to counter the Thunderblade's attack. "The Soul Dao spears are enough to counter the Thunderblade," Fang Chun said. "But how are you going to counter my hidden star sword?" The battle continued. A few moments later, Fang Chun had gained the upper hand over Lei Qianjue. Suddenly, a group of martial artists appeared not far away. The leader of the group was Yun Shanhe, the disciple of the Cloud Demon sect who had defeated Wang Yi on a lesser immeasurable mountain. "Senior brother Yun, look!" A disciple of the Cloud Demon sect pointed to the front and shouted. Yun Shanhe looked over and was shocked by what he saw. "Isn't that Lei Qianjue from the Black Thunder family? Who is he? How can he suppress Lei Qianjue to this extent?" As a disciple of the Cloud Demon sect, Yun Shanhe knew Lei Qianjue very well. He was even more shocked when he saw that Lei Qianjue's Thunderblade had failed to turn the tide. "I think there are only a few people in the Khanate realm who could push Lei Qianjue to this extent," Yun Shanhe murmured to himself. "Senior brother Yun, that man looks familiar," a disciple asked curiously. "Familiar?" After being reminded by his disciple, Yun Shanhe started to study the person who was fighting with Lei Qianjue. He was stunned by what he saw. Fang Chun, how is that possible?" He shook his head and looked again. The result was the same. His face paled as he backed away from Lei Qianjue. Suddenly, Lei Qianjue unleashed his most powerful attack. The Thunderblade suddenly expanded in size and then hacked at Fang Chun with all its might. The earth shook violently. Whoosh! While Fang Chun was blocking the mutant Thunderblade, Lei Qianjue cast an escape art and fled the scene. Crack! The giant Thunderblade was shattered by Fang Chun's attack. Lei Qianjue stood in the middle of the storm. "Run!" Yun Shanhe's legs turned to jelly as he hurried away. He swore that he would never mess with Lei Qianjue again. Lei Qianjue was not a human being, he was a demon. A few days later, Fang Chun had defeated Lei Qianjue with absolute power. The news shocked all the elites of the Khanate realm. Chapter 2403. The latest news from the barbaric mountain shook the entire innate world. Many people began to dig into Fang Chun's background, and soon, someone had revealed a shocking piece of information. Lei Sinju of the Black Thunder clan was also killed by this man. Suddenly, everyone was shocked by the news. Who was this man that dared to challenge the Black Thunder clan? Ever since the disappearance of the Black Thunder clan's patriarch 1,000 years ago, the Black Thunder clan's power had been greatly diminished. However, the Black Thunder clan was still a force to be reckoned with. An Earth expansion realm martial artist dared to challenge the Black Thunder clan. What was even more shocking was that he had killed Lei Sanju and Lei Xing and forced Lei Qianjue to retreat. Who is this Fang Chun? Is the news true? Why do I feel like it's fake? He killed Lei Xing and Lei Sanju and forced Lei Qianjue to retreat. How powerful would he need to be? Lei Qianjue alone was enough to make all the elites in the innate world bow their heads before him. For a moment, everyone was discussing the news. At the foot of the lesser immeasurable mountain, many elites of the sect were on their way to the barbaric mountain. What? Lei Xing was killed, and Lei Qianjue escaped with serious injuries? A man in luxurious clothes asked in disbelief with his eyes wide open. This guy really made a mistake. The news came from Yun Shanha of the Cloud Demon sect. I heard that he was scared out of his wits. He is not to be trifled with. At the barbaric mountain, Fang Chun had become famous after the battle, and many people avoided him. He was searching for Dark Heaven Realm beasts and absorbing them into the Beast Pagoda. As his strength increased, his control over the Beast Pagoda had also reached the point of perfection. Retrieve, Fang Chun shouted in a woodland. The Beastmaster Pagoda emitted a dazzling light and instantly took away a profound Heaven Realm beast in front of him. Phew! Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. In the past 3 months, he had captured 30 beasts. If these beasts attacked together, even a Dark Chi realm martial artist would be no match for them. However, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to control so many beasts at once. The bottleneck seems to be loosening. Fang Chun muttered to himself. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to push his cultivation to Dimension Shatterer Realm. By then, he would be able to consume the Flower King pill together with the inner core of the six-clawed beast, and he would be able to push for a breakthrough to Saint Realm. With his great potential, once he broke through to the absolute Saint Realm, he would definitely be able to reach the Extreme Realm. By then, Chun Fan would be able to kill Lei Qianjue without breaking a sweat. He even dared to challenge a warrior in the Profound Chi Realm. In the blink of an eye, it had been almost a year since the Savage Mountains opened. While he was hunting for demonic beasts, he had already successfully spread the news. As long as the experts of the innate world weren't fools, they would definitely join forces to fight against the beast tide. Just as Fang Chun had expected, the experts hidden in the innate realm came out one after another. Black Thunder Clan's territory. Rumble. On this day, the sky was filled with dark clouds, covering the entire territory of the Highlight Clan. Somewhere in the territory, the ground cracked and trembled slightly. Crack! Suddenly, a large pit appeared on the ground, and the broken stones sank deep into it. The members of the Highlight Clan were shocked. But soon, the Black Thunderstar King hurried over, his face full of excitement. The Ancestral Patriarch has finally come out? Subsequently, a piece of shocking news spread throughout the innate world. The Ancestral Patriarch of the Highlight Clan, who had disappeared for thousands of years, had reappeared in the innate world, in a luxurious mansion of the Highlight Clan. Welcome, Ancestral Patriarch. With the Black Thunderstar King as the leader, many family members stood behind him to welcome the Ancestral Patriarch of the Highlight Clan. The Ancestral Patriarch of the Highlight Clan was wearing a black robe. There were faint wrinkles on his face, and his hair had turned white. His body emitted little thunder runes, and there was a mole under his hooked nose. He was full of majesty. The Black Thunderstar King stood beside him, feeling a little uneasy. Ancestral Patriarch, have you broken through? The Black Thunderstar King asked cautiously. The Ancestral Patriarch of the Highlight Clan was so powerful that it made the Black Thunderstar King tremble. There is only one explanation for this. The Ancestral Patriarch had broken through. The Ancestral Patriarch of the Highlight Clan shook his head and said, I haven't broken through yet, but I'm not far from it. Hearing this, the Black Thunderstar King was slightly disappointed. How's the beast tide in the Savage Mountains? The Ancestral Patriarch of the Highlight Clan asked. The Black Thunderstar King told the Ancestral Patriarch of the Highlight Clan about the beast tide. Ancestral Patriarch, the last piece of news came from the Jewelay City. I suspect that it's fake, the Black Thunderstar King said. The Jewelay Pavilion Master has a grudge with the Highlight Clan. His words can't be trusted. The Ancestral Patriarch of the Highlight Clan waved his hand and said, This news should be true. Although the ancestral patriarch of the Hyli clan hadn't broken through yet, his cultivation was still at the mystic light realm. According to what he said, he wasn't far from the mystic true realm. This meant that he had reached the limit of the mystic light realm. The Savage Mountains beasts have been trying to revive the demon tiger and beast for a long time, the ancestral patriarch of the Hyli clan said. Once they are revived, the innate world will be bathed in blood. At this time, someone should stand up and rally the entire innate world to fight against the beast tide. It's time to meet an old friend. On this day, news after news shook the entire innate world. The mystic light realm expert of the Hyli clan, the Black Thunderstar King, had reappeared after 1,000 years. Someone saw the Cloud Demon's sex, Old Man Cloud Demon, and the Beast Tamer Shadow, Snake heading to the Putuwa Temple. Not long after, the Putuwa Temple shone with Buddhist light. Many people guessed that Lord Putuwa had been revived. Some people even saw the Vulture King, the Moon Demon, the Flying Flower Formation King, and many other experts. The mystic light realm was already one of the top experts in the innate world. Normally, no one would hear any legends about them. However, now that the Savage Mountains beast tide was coming, they had no choice but to stand up and do something for the innate world. At the peak of the little immeasurable mountain, the 7 old men stood shoulder to shoulder. Their gazes were fixed on the desolate mountain. At this moment, Savage Mountain was already shrouded in demonic chi, making it impossible for people to see what was happening inside. At the bottom of the little immeasurable mountain, the Black Thunderstar King and the other leaders of the sect were all waiting for their ancestral patriarch's orders. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes when fighting against the beast tide. Otherwise, a calamity would befall them. On the peak of the mountain, old ancestor Black Thunder, I thought you died 1,000 years ago. The old man, surrounded by black and white demonic chi, laughed. Even you, the Cloud Demon old man, aren't dead. How can I die before you? Old ancestor Black Thunder said. The 7 of them were the 7 strongest people in the innate world. They were also the only mystic light realm experts. They didn't dare to be careless when facing the beast tide. There will be 3 mystic true realm sovereign beasts in this beast tide. Lord Putuwa put his hands together. The Beast Tamer Shadow Snake had a small green snake crawling on his body, giving off a creepy feeling. What are you afraid of? Can't we just kill them? Due to the environment, the Mystic True Realm Sovereign Beasts can't use the strength of the Mystic True Realm. With the 7 of us working together, even if a true Mystic True Realm expert comes, what is there to be afraid of? The Beast Tamer Shadow Snake was the ancestral patriarch of the Imperial Beast sect. He had a fiery temper and was very good at controlling beasts. The Imperial Beast sect was also the force that the innate world didn't want to offend the most. There were many powerful and strange beasts guarding their sect. The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to death. Shadow Snake, you haven't changed even after so many years, the Moon Demon of the Moon Demon Palace said. Shadow Snake's plan is feasible. We can't just sit here and wait for death. It's best to take them down one by one. I'll set up the array while you guys attack, the Flying Flower Formation King said. The arrays of the Green Formation Alliance were the best in the innate world and were even famous in the star sky. As the ancestral patriarch of the Green Formation Alliance, everyone knew what the Flying Flower Formation King was capable of. In the end, everyone's gazes landed on the Vulture King. Of the 7, the most unpredictable was the Vulture King of the Red Vulture Mountain. A few hundred years ago, he was already able to defeat the Cloud Demon Old Man and the Moon Demon by himself. No one knew how strong he had become 100 years later. Vulture King, what do you mean? Old Ancestor Black Thunder asked. The Vulture King pondered and said, take them down one by one. If you want to read a novel, please visit Chapter 2404. The 7 Mystic Light Realm Overlords came up with a plan and went deep into the Barbaric Mountain. Suddenly, all the beasts in the Barbaric Mountain went crazy. The 7 overlords killed their way to the top of the mountain. On this day, the Barbaric Mountain was in an uproar. Many forces were waiting for news. Only Fong Chun was still hunting beasts at the outskirts of the Barbaric Mountain. Roar! The roars of the beasts filled the sky. Fang Chun was dealing with a group of fire spirit beasts when they suddenly charged towards the mountain peak, as if they had gone mad. What is going on? Fang Chun was puzzled. Why did the beasts give up on attacking him and charge toward the top of the barbaric mountain? Could it be? Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the top of the mountain with concern. If the beasts were behaving strangely, it meant that something was wrong at the top of the mountain. It was very likely that the human overlords were attacking the beasts in the barbaric mountain. It was also possible that the 3 beast lords of the arcane true realm were about to come out. Regardless, it was not a good place to stay. I need to leave now, Fang Chun said to himself. Then, his body flashed and disappeared into thin air. At the edge of the barbaric mountain, the exit was only a step away. However, for Thousand Severing Hands and the others, this step was harder than reaching the heavens. It was Lei Qinjue from the Black Thunder family that was threatening them. A few months ago, Fang Chun had beaten Lei Qinjue to a pulp and forced him to use the blood escape art to escape. Now, Lei Qinjue was doing the same thing to the people of the Thunder City. Lei Qinjue, Thousand Severing Hands blocked Lei Qinjue's Thunderblade as he was pushed back. After he regained his balance, Thousand Severing Hands looked at Lei Qinjue with bloodshot eyes. In just a few seconds, a few people had died under Lei Qinjue's Thunderblade. Looks like the rumor is true. Wang Yi, who had been silent, finally spoke up. What rumor? Lei Qinjue had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time. He had run into the people from Thunder City as soon as he came out of seclusion, so he knew nothing about the outside world. Rumor has it that a few months ago, Fang Chun had killed Lei Xing and you, Lei Qinjue, all by yourself. You had no choice but to flee like a stray dog. Wang Yi said, What? Lei Qinjue's voice was so loud that it forced everyone to back away. He glared at Wang Yi and said coldly, I, Lei Qinjue, am invincible. Fang Chun is nothing to me. The angrier Lei Qinjue was, the more it proved that the rumors were true. Wang Yi couldn't believe it when he heard the news, but now he believed it. Ha ha! Wang Yi laughed out loud, his eyes full of mockery. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well fight to his heart's content. You have lost your mind, Wang Yi said. You can't accept that you were forced into a corner by an earth-splitting realm martial artist. How can you still call yourself the elite of the High Life family? You are courting death. Lei Qinjue couldn't take it anymore. He let out a roar and charged at Wang Yi. Crack! Lei Qinjue's hand landed on Wang Yi's neck. You said that Fang Chun is no match for me. Are you trying to comfort yourself in this way? I didn't expect you to be so weak. Wang Yi said mockingly. Crack! Lei Qinjue tightened his grip on Wang Yi's neck. Blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth as his life force weakened. Tell me, Lei Qinjue shouted. Stop! The Thousand Severing Hand charged at Lei Qinjue with all his might. Voila! Countless hands appeared in the air, and each of them carried a powerful force as they charged at Lei Qinjue. Get out of my face! Lei Qinjue had lost his mind. He didn't even turn his head as he punched the Thousand Severing Hand away. Then, he continued to tighten his grip on Wang Yi's neck. You, Lei Qinjue, will never be able to surpass Fang Chun. Wang Yi continued. Fang Chun is destined to be the hero of this era, and you will always be suppressed by him. Hearing Wang Yi's words, Lei Qinjue became even more enraged. Bang! He clenched his fist, and Wang Yi's head exploded. He held Wang Yi's essence soul in his hand and said coldly, Do you want to die? It's not that easy. Since you said that I am no match for Fang Chun, then I will show you who is going to be the final victor. Lei Qinjue said. However, before that, I will kill every single person in the city. Lei Qinjue's killing spree was so intense that even the Thousand Severing Hand couldn't stop him. Wang Yi could only watch as his friends died in a pool of blood. There was nothing he could do. Pucci, one after another, Lei Qinjue killed his disciples. Finally, it was the Thousand Severing Hand's turn. Fang Chen's speed was fast, and in a blink of an eye, he could see the outside world. Almost there. The tremors were getting louder and louder. Something must have happened at the top of the barbaric mountain. If he stayed any longer, he would die. He had to get out of here as soon as possible. Huff, huff, huff. He had already seen the outside world and was only one step away. However, just as he took the first step, he saw Lei Qianjue attacking the Thousand Severing Hand. Fang Chun furrowed his brows and flicked his finger. The soul Dao energy formed a finger aura and shot it at the Thousand Severing Hand. Bang! The finger aura exploded and forced Lei Qianjue to back away. Fang Chun. Lei Qianjue steadied himself and glared at Fang Chun. The latter walked over to the Thousand Severing Hand and helped it up. "Are you all right?" "Save Wang Yi," the Thousand Severing Hand said weakly. Only then did Fang Chun notice that Wang Yi's body had been destroyed. Only his essence soul was left in Lei Qianjue's hand. "Didn't you say that Fang Chun is invincible? Today I will show you how Lei Qianjue, will kill him." Lei Qianjue shouted madly. "Don't worry about me. Avenge our fallen brothers." Wang Yi shouted as if he had seen through Fang Chun's hesitation. "Lei Qianjue, I spared your life, but now you are even more vicious than before. Fang Chun, I want you dead." Lei Qianjue had already lost his mind, and he didn't care about anything else. He leaped into the air and appeared in front of Fang Chun. Then he swung the Thunderblade. Bang! The hidden star sword collided with the Thunderblade and shattered it. Then Fang Chun cast out the Burning Sky 9-change array and trapped Lei Qianjue inside it. Whoosh! Chun Fan cast out the Ashura sword art, and a blinding blade aura shot out toward Lei Qianjue. While Lei Qianjue defended himself with the Thunderblade, Fang Chun cast out the innate soul reversal art. Lei Qianjue was caught off guard and was forced to back off. At the same time, Wang Yi's primordial spirit was released from Chun Fan's hand. Whoosh! Fang Chun appeared out of nowhere and retrieved Wang Yi's primordial spirit. After saving Wang Yi, Fang Chun had nothing to worry about. Innate soul reversal art materialize. Chun Fan grunted and cast out the 5th level of the innate soul reversal art. An explosive spear appeared in the air and shot toward Lei Qianjue. Lei Qianjue's scalp tingled. "You weren't this strong last time." Lei Qianjue's eyes lit up as he swung the Thunderblade. "Over the past few months, Lei Qianjue, have also become more powerful." As soon as he finished his sentence, he raised both of his arms in the shape of a cross. The terrifying lightning and the thunder inscriptions on his body merged together and formed an explosive energy. "Have a taste of my Thunderblade cross / Whoosh! Lei Qianjue swung both of his arms. Kaboom! A Thunderblade cross / tore through the air and collided with the Ashura blade aura. Crack! A crack appeared on the Ashura blade aura. Huh! The Thunderblade contains the energy of the monster clan? Fang Chun furrowed his brows and seemed to have realized something. You betrayed the human race and absorbed the energy of the monster clan. So what? If I kill you, no one will know that I have absorbed the energy of the monster clan." Lei Qianjue laughed maniacally. The Thunderblade cross / was the most powerful attack Lei Qianjue had created after he absorbed the energy of the monster clan. The power of this attack had reached the limit of the profound heaven state and was close to that of the profound chi state. So far, this was his most powerful attack. Even Lei Qianjue himself believed that the Thunderblade would never reach a new height after this. Thunderblade cross / destroy everything. The Thunderblade cross / split into 2 Thunderblades after it collided with the Ashura blade aura. With a powerful corrosive lightning aura, it corroded the sword light in the blink of an eye. After that, the 2 Thunderblades intersected again, turning into a cross Thunderblade. With an indomitable aura, it rushed toward Fang Chun. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2405. The Thunderblade cross / was Lei Qianjue's most powerful attack. It was also the strongest saber / formed by combining the Thunder Saber, his comprehension of the martial Dao, and his comprehension of lightning. Now, Lei Qianjue had unleashed the ultimate benevolence attack. In the sky, the Thunderblade cross / carried with it a vast amount of energy. It shattered the air around it and caused the towering trees to fall to the ground. Bang! The stones on the ground were swept up by the wind and shattered by the Thunderblade cross slash. Innate soul reversal art. Fang Chun executed the innate soul reversal technique once again. The majestic soul Dao aura condensed into a powerful spear in the void. Dong! The soul Dao spear collided with the Thunderblade cross slash. Crack! A crisp sound rang in the air as a crack appeared on the Thunderblade cross slash. Die! Lei Qinjue stomped his feet on the ground and took a step forward. As he closed in on Fang Chun, he threw out a punch. The punch was earth-shattering. However, it didn't send Fang Chun flying. Instead, Lei Qinjue was pushed back. Let's end this here, Fang Chun said calmly. Then, he gripped the hidden star sword tightly and made another slash. Hiss! 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 A vast amount of energy burst out from the hidden star sword. The realm of sword and the realm of 10,000 swords worked together to imprison Lei Qinjue's body. Then, the god-confining lock locked Lei Qinjue in the air. Thunderblade slash. Lei Qinjue's face darkened. He let out a roar and cast the Thunderblade cross slash again. However, this time, Fang Chun was prepared. The hidden star sword unleashed the chaos-level energy and split the Thunderblade cross slash open. Then, the sword slashed at Lei Qinjue. This is a chaos-level weapon. Lei Qinjue's face was filled with shock. He struggled to break free, but to no avail. His heart was pounding. No one would be able to remain calm when faced with a chaos-level weapon. Lei Qinjue was no exception. The heaven-surpassing level was not on the same level as the chaos level. Previously, he thought that Fang Chun's weapon was of the Ling Tian grade, so he had nothing to fear no matter how strong it was. But now, the hidden star sword had erupted with an aura that he was powerless to resist. Under this kind of aura, he felt that death was so close. No, you can't kill me. Crack! The hidden star sword carried an unstoppable force as it broke through the Thunderblade cross slash and appeared right in front of Lei Qinjue. By then, Lei Qinjue's defense had been completely shattered. He screamed and tried to stop Fang Chun. It's too late. Puchi! The hidden star sword turned into a beam of light and pierced through Lei Qinjue's body before it flew back to Fang Chun's hand. He stood quietly on the ground and stared intently at Lei Qinjue. The latter's eyes widened, and his face was filled with horror. He tried his best to turn his head, but he realized that his body was out of his control. Bang! His head fell to the ground, and blood gushed out. Just like that, Lei Qinjue, the most powerful warrior among the younger generation of the Black Thunder family and one of the top elites of the Khanate world, had fallen. Lei Qinjue's strength is not bad. If I didn't have the hidden star sword, I wouldn't have been able to withstand his Thunderblade cross slash. Fang Chun said lightly. It was as if killing Lei Qinjue was a trivial matter to him. With a flick of the sword, Chun Fan pocketed Lei Qinjue's Sumeru ring. Not far away, Qianju was completely stunned. He stood there with his mouth agape. How could he be so powerful? Qianju shook his head and said in disbelief, Brother Qian. Fang Chun's voice snapped Qianju out of his daze. Thank you, Brother Fang, for saving my life. Qianju cupped his fists and thanked Chun Fan. If it weren't for Fang Chun, he would have been killed by Lei Qinjue. After this battle, he knew that Fang Chun's strength had far surpassed his own. Fang Chun was one of the most powerful warriors among the younger generation of the Khanate world. Every time he saw Fang Chun's face, he would shake his head in disbelief. How could there be such a prodigy in the world? Let's go, Fang Chun said. Rumble. Suddenly, the barbaric mountain started to shake violently. Countless beasts roared from the top of the mountain. Fang Chun stopped and looked at the top of the mountain with furrowed brows. He could feel the pressure in the air. Have they started? He guessed that the disturbance was caused by the top overlords of the Khanate world. At the top of the barbaric mountain, 7 overlords joined forces and destroyed a primordial spirit light that was still in the process of hatching. The entire barbaric mountain shook violently. That's the second one, Moon Demon said joyfully. They had already killed 2 of the arcane True Realm Beast Lords. There was only one left. If they could kill it, the beast tide would come to an end. Let's end this quickly. The 7 overlords looked at each other and moved quickly to find the last beast lord. Roar! The beast lord had just hatched, and its strength had not reached its peak. It was enraged that it was besieged by the humans. Damn humans! You're all going to die. The beast lord felt the threat from the humans. It tried to awaken the demonic fox beast lord. Oh no! Stop it! The Flying Blossoms formation master roared. At the same time, he waved his hand and set up a series of formations to trap the venerable beast. The other 6 overlords joined forces to attack. A deafening sound came from the top of the barbaric mountain. The Khanate world would not be peaceful on this day. In order to defeat the beast tide, the 7 overlords joined forces and tried their best to kill 3 beast lords. In the end, after 3 days and 3 nights of fierce fighting, the 3rd beast lord fell. The beasts that were scattered in every corner of the barbaric mountain retreated to the top of the mountain. A void gate appeared on the top of the mountain. All the beasts swarmed into it. In the blink of an eye, the beast tide that threatened the humans had retreated. The 7 top experts were all sighing in amazement as they watched the battle. This beast tide is over. But I have a feeling that the next beast tide will be extremely fierce. We have to be prepared in advance. Lord Putuo put his palms together. That's right. It's time for the Khanate world to begin. Demonic Cloud Old Man said. When Feng Shun and the 1,000 severing hands were about to leave, a laser beam suddenly shot down from the top of the mountain. The laser beam was so fast that even Feng Shun could not see it clearly. Moreover, it was hidden in the void. Even the 7 overlords did not notice it. What's that? Feng Shun felt a powerful aura approaching. He turned his head and frowned. That's the incomparably hot clump of light shot over at lightning speed. Even if Feng Shun wanted to dodge, it was already too late. Whoosh! The light quickly disappeared when it got close to Feng Shun. Where did it go? Feng Chen's heart trembled. He could feel that the beam of light was filled with a frightening power. However, why did it suddenly disappear beside him? What was going on? Brother Feng? What's wrong? The 1,000 severing hands asked. Feng Shen shook his head and did not say anything. At the same time, deafening roars of beasts came from all over the barbaric mountain. The roars of these beasts contained a terrifying power. What are they doing? On the top of the mountain, the 7 overlords frowned. The demonic beast that had rushed into the void gate actually let out a long howl towards the sky. Is the demon tiger and beast going to be resurrected? The flying flower formation master's face changed slightly. The vulture king and the others' faces changed when they heard the words demon tiger and beast. Quickly, seal the void gate. The 7 top powerhouses acted at lightning speed, forcibly sealing the void gate. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the void gate was sealed by the 7 overlords. The beast tide was completely over. The demon tiger and beast has completely fallen back then. It's too difficult to resurrect him. Yes, for countless years, the savage beast tribe has tried to resurrect the demon tiger and beast more than once, but they all failed in the end. No matter what, this beast tide is over. Have you noticed that as time passes, the threat of each beast tide is much greater than the previous one? Lord Putuo said. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Lord Putuo, what do you mean? The beast tide is getting stronger, which means that the savage beast tribe has not given up. If this continues, the savage beast tribe will resurrect the demon tiger and beast one day. Lord Putuo put his palms together and said, The innate world is our home. We have to be careful. After hearing Lord Putuo's words, the others also felt the seriousness of their loss of composure. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2406. While the 7 top overlords were talking, old Ancestor He Lei's face suddenly changed. He cursed and took a step forward, disappearing from the barbaric mountain. Where did He Lei go? Vulture King asked curiously. I see. The beast tamer Shadow Snake smiled and said, Someone killed a member of the He Lei family. No wonder he was so angry. What? Lei Qinjue is dead? Almost everyone present had heard of Lei Qinjue. Who is it that killed Lei Qinjue? At the edge of the barbaric mountain, Fang Chun was about to leave with 1,000 severing hands. Kid, you are courting death. A furious roar sounded. In the next second, Fang Chun felt an earth-shattering power rushing toward him. Shit! Fang Chun cursed inwardly. He hurriedly pushed the 1,000 severing hands out of Savage Mountain. As for himself, he executed space-time collapse in an attempt to escape. Die! Old ancestor He Lei was so powerful that he could easily defeat the time collapse spell. Bang! Old ancestor He Lei struck out with his palm, and Fang Chun's body was sent flying. Poochie! Blood spurted out of his mouth as his face paled. It was already impressive that Fang Chun could withstand the attack of a mystic light realm martial artist. Huh! Even old ancestor He Lei was surprised. He stared at Fang Chun with his black eyes. You're just an earth-splitting realm martial artist. No wonder you were able to kill Qinjue. Old ancestor He Lei said. However, no matter how weak Lei Qinjue was, he was still a member of the He Lei family. How dare you kill him in public? Old ancestor He Lei was furious. He had only met Lei Qinjue once, but he already knew that the latter's black lightning bloodline was almost as pure as his. Lei Qinjue was the hope of the He Lei family. He had even decided to take Lei Qinjue as his disciple after the Beast Tide ended. However, he didn't expect to find out that Lei Qinjue had been killed right after the Beast Tide ended. Old ancestor He Lei walked toward Fang Chun with murderous intent. The 6 experts on a mountain peak looked down and discussed Fang Chun. This kid is a sword Dao seedling. What a pity. Demonic Cloud, old man said. Old ancestor Black Thunder actually lowered his status to deal with an earth-opening realm cultivator. Vulture King said sinisterly, his face filled with disdain. Let's go. This kind of battle was too boring. They couldn't be bothered to watch it. Dong! Just as they were about to leave, a trembling sound made them stop in their tracks. That is Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master? Has he also reached the Mystic Light Realm? Everyone present knew the Pavilion Master of the Absolute Thunder Pavilion. He had fought against Patriarch Black Lightning, who was at the Mystic Light Realm 1,000 years ago. If old ancestor Black Thunder didn't rely on his cultivation to suppress the other party, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to the other party. For 1,000 years, the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master had been bitterly cultivating in Absolute Thunder City. Unexpectedly, he actually appeared this time. There's going to be a good show. The 6 of them stopped and looked at the Great Thunder Pavilion Master with interest. Old ancestor Black Lightning, we meet again. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master wore a white robe with a blazing lightning drawn on it. At the crucial moment of life and death, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master had appeared and blocked Patriarch Black Lightning's attack. Voila! The Great Thunder Pavilion Master waved his hand and helped Fang Chun up before sending him out of the desolate mountain. Send him back first, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master said. Stay! Patriarch Black Lightning thrust out his palm once more. Lightning flashed and waves surged. Black Lightning. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master frowned and punched out, blocking Patriarch Black Lightning's lightning palm. I wonder how much your strength has increased after being in seclusion for 1,000 years. You'll know when I wring your head off. Patriarch Black Lightning spun his hand as a terrifying aura of lightning gathered in his palm. A battle between experts could be decided with a single thought. Therefore, the two didn't attack. Although Patriarch Black Lightning was at the peak of the Mystic Light Realm, his instincts told him that the Great Thunder Pavilion Master wasn't simple. What kind of trump card does this fellow have? Patriarch Black Lightning pondered. As the two faced off, their Yuan spirits left their bodies and fought intensely. Crack! After a while, Patriarch Black Lightning's Yuan spirit was pushed back. His body flashed, and crackling sounds came from around him. Lightning flashed, and his entire body was like a lightning dragon as he swooped down. Boom! Facing Patriarch Black Lightning's powerful attacks, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master was able to block them with ease. Black Lightning Apocalypse. Finally, after an intense battle, Patriarch Black Lightning used his trump card, Black Lightning Apocalypse. When the black lightning appeared in the sky, the expressions of the six on the mountain changed dramatically. This Black Lightning Apocalypse is probably close to the mystic true realm, right? I didn't think that Patriarch Black Lightning would be able to comprehend such a terrifying attack. Patriarch Black Lightning's mastery of lightning is too strong. Once he breaks through to the mystic true realm, he might surpass us. The six were curious as to how the Great Thunder Pavilion Master would block this Black Lightning Apocalypse. Black Lightning Apocalypse, destroy the world. Patriarch Black Lightning's body turned into a lightning dragon as he charged toward the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. So powerful. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master had to admit that there was still a gap between him and Patriarch Black Lightning in terms of strength. However, if it was in the past, he would not dare to attack blindly. But it was different now. He grinned and took out a wooden ruler from his bosom. He waved his hand, and the wooden ruler instantly grew to a size of 10 feet. There were spots of light on the wooden ruler. It was the Great Thunder Pavilion Master's personal weapon. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master? Seeing this, Patriarch Black Lightning sneered. Let's see how you're going to block my attack after I break your Great Thunder Pavilion Master. Having said that, the lightning dragon's tail slammed onto the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. Dong! A deafening sound rang out as a brilliant light burst out from the demonic stalemate ruler, which was 10 feet long. A spot of black light quickly wrapped around the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. Crack! Everyone was stunned as the Great Thunder Pavilion Master cut off the lightning dragon's tail as if it was tofu. Plop! The lightning dragon's tail fell to the ground and dissipated into lightning aura. Drip! The area was dead silent, and one could only hear the lightning aura dissipating. I have infused a bit of black, vibrantly gold into the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master is extremely sharp. How can the lightning dragon block it? The Great Thunder Pavilion Master thought to himself. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master was his trump card, and also his trump card. He was a powerful blacksmith, and when he was forging Fong Shen's armor, he had infused a bit of the remaining black, vibrantly gold into the Great Thunder Pavilion Master to increase the power of the Great Thunder Pavilion Master to the maximum. A bit of black, vibrantly gold was enough for him to enter the Mystic Light Realm and fight against a peak Mystic Light Realm expert. One could only imagine how strong black, vibrantly gold was. That is, black, vibrantly gold. A furious voice came from old ancestor Black Lightning. His eyes opened wide as he stared at the Great Thunder Pavilion Master's Great Thunder Pavilion Master. The six experts on the mountain peak also flew over to this place one after another. Black, vibrantly gold. It is black, vibrantly gold. No wonder he is the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. Everyone sighed. Only the Great Thunder Pavilion Master had the ability to infuse black, vibrantly gold into his weapon. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master has already become a killing weapon with black, vibrantly gold. With this weapon, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master is qualified to fight alongside us, Lord Putua said. He was highly respected and had great prestige. His words were very authoritative. His words meant that he had acknowledged the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. The 8th Mystic Light Realm expert of the innate world had been born. Damn it! Patriarch Black Lightning clenched his fists as he stared at the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. He wanted to tear him into pieces. However, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master had the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. Even if he used his full strength, both sides would be severely injured. Why don't the two of you take a step back? Lord Putua tried to persuade them. Although Patriarch Black Lightning is strong, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master also has the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. In the end, both sides will be severely injured. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master remained silent, while Patriarch Black Lightning fell into deep thought. The battle between the innate worlds is about to begin. You two should think about it carefully. Lord Putua didn't say anything else. After thinking for a while, Patriarch Black Lightning flung his sleeves and snorted coldly as he turned around and left. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master cupped his fists at the six and left. The great Thunder Pavilion Master is not simple. He is very skilled in forging, King Vulture said. Black, vibrantly gold. If I can get it, I will be able to suppress the others. The 6 experts all had their own thoughts. The great Thunder Pavilion Master had proven to the world that even if Patriarch Black Lightning's strength increased, he would still be able to fight against him. This battle had also made the great Thunder Pavilion Master the 8th giant of the innate world. The great Thunder Pavilion Master had become one of the top forces in the innate world. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2407, Magnificent Thunder City, Elegant Courtyard. After Qianzhu brought Fang Chen back to Magnificent Thunder City, he brought him to the Elegant Courtyard. Brother Fang, are you all right? Qianzhu asked. Fang Chen shook his head. I'm fine. Send Wang Yi's Yuan spirit to the Magnificent Thunder Pavilion first. Wang Yi's physical body was destroyed. Although his Yuan spirit was saved, it was still heavily injured and needed to be treated. Then I'll be leaving first. Contact me if you need anything, Qianzhu said. Fang Chen had saved his life, and he saw the former as a savior. He was very grateful. After seeing Qianzhu leave, Fang Chen sat down and waved his hand. The burning sky 9 change formation covered the courtyard and started to heal. Big brother Fang Chen, what's wrong? At this moment, Ying Xiu appeared. Ah Xiu, help me control the burning sky 9 change formation, Fang Chen said. Ying Xiu had great potential in the Tao of Arrays. After cultivating for a year, her attainments in the Tao of Arrays had reached an extremely high level. Although she wasn't as good as Fang Chen, she could still control the burning sky 9 change formation. The difference between having someone controlling it and not was too big. Big brother Fang Chen, don't worry. I'll protect you. Ying Xiu nodded quickly. She started to control the burning sky 9 change formation. Old Ancestor Black Lightning was an expert at the peak of the mystic light realm. His full power attack could shatter mountains and rivers. Fortunately, Fang Chen's myriad sword body had reached level 5, and his defense was extremely strong. Moreover, he also had the myriad sword domain and the sword domain attached to the hidden star sword, which reduced the power of Ancestor Black Lightning's attack by a lot. This also meant that Fang Chen's injuries weren't as serious as they looked. Who? He grabbed a bunch of pills and swallowed them all. Soon, he was surrounded by a violent aura. 3 days later, the Pavilion Master of the Magnificent Thunder Pavilion returned. The news of the 8th giant of the innate world quickly spread. When everyone in Magnificent Thunder City heard the news, they cheered. The entire Jewelay City was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone was celebrating. As for the Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master, he was paying attention to Fang Chen's movements at all times. 7 days later, Fang Chen's aura gradually dissipated, and he slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Ying Xiu's pretty face was filled with excitement. Brother Fang Chen, how are you? Fang Chen stopped cultivating and stood up. He stroked Ying Xiu's head and said with a smile, my injuries are basically healed. That's good. Seeing Ying Xiu's happy expression, Fang Chen also smiled. After recovering from his injuries, Fang Chen felt that he was getting closer and closer to reaching the pinnacle of Earth Opening Realm. What exactly is bothering me? Fang Chen frowned in contemplation. With his potential, it should have been impossible for him to be trapped at Earth Opening Realm Advanced Stage for such a long period of time. However, things really happened just like that. What was going on? He had already checked his body, and there was nothing wrong with it. Everything in his inner universe was normal, and the power of laws had also appeared one after another. Once he reached the Saint Realm, it would be able to fully form and infuse the power of heaven into his inner universe to prevent it from being separated from his body. Brother Fang Chen, what is going on? Who injured you? Ying Xiu's voice pulled Fang Chen back to reality. He shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it anymore. The Black Thunder Clan, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. At the same time, he took out Lei Qianjue's Sumeru ring. Lei Qianjue was known as the strongest young prodigy of the Black Thunder Clan. I wonder what good things are in his Sumeru ring. After Lei Qianjue died, the Sumeru ring became an ownerless item. Fangchen opened it directly. Suddenly, everything in the Sumeru ring became clear. "There's so many source stones," Ingxiu exclaimed. Origin stones were not of much use to Fangchen. He looked at Ingxiu and asked, "Xiu, you have comprehended the Tao of formations. You need to constantly set up formations to temper yourself. Take these origin stones and use them." The origin source stone contained a dense amount of origin source energy. Using it to set up a formation would yield twice the result with half the effort. However, ordinary array masters wouldn't be able to do so. Brother Fang Chun. Ingxiu's head was like a broken wave drum, constantly shaking. Brother Fang Chun worked so hard to get these. "I can't take them." Ingxiu refused. She knew very well that these things were exchanged with Fang Chen's life. How could she take them for free? Fang Chen chuckled. "Xiu, you my younger sister. Since I told you to take it, you should take it. Besides, these things aren't very useful to me." Xiu still wanted to say something, but when she saw the determination in Fang Chen's eyes, she finally nodded and agreed. "Thank you so much, Brother Fang Chen." Xiu put all the source stones in the Sumeru ring into her own Sumeru ring and went into her room with a smile. She continued to study array formations. After nearly a year of comprehension, she had fallen deeply in love with the Tao of formations. She wanted to enrich herself and improve her array formations. These source stones are enough for Xiu to use for a year, Fang Chen said. Then, his eyes fell on Lei Qianjue's Sumeru ring. "The materials for refining weapons and alchemy are good." Fang Chen took all of them. Soon, he found a book with the words Thunderblade written on it. The Thunderblade of the Black Thunder Clan? Seeing this, Fang Chen shrugged. Although the Thunderblade was useless to him, he could use it as a reference. Thinking of this, he threw the book into his Sumeru ring. Suddenly, Fang Chen found 3 thumb-sized seeds in a corner of the Sumeru ring. "What is this?" His intuition told him that these 3 seeds were not ordinary, but he had no idea what they were. "Boss, this is good stuff," the artifact spirit said. "Do you know what it is?" Fang Chen asked. The artifact spirit replied, "These 3 seeds are called Bodhi seeds. They can grow into a Bodhi ancient tree." "Is this the legendary enlightenment treasure, the ancient Bodhi tree?" A hint of urgency flashed across Fang Chen's eyes. "It's just a fake Bodhi ancient tree. Although these 3 seeds look the same as the real Bodhi seeds, there are still some differences. This Lei Qianjue is quite capable. He was able to get the fake Bodhi seeds." The artifact spirit said lightly. Compared to the real Bodhi seeds, the fake Bodhi seeds were not worth mentioning. However, the Bodhi seeds were rare in the world. It was good enough to get the fake Bodhi seeds. "Do you want to plant them?" Fang Chen asked as he looked at the fake Bodhi seeds carefully. The artifact spirit snorted and said, "Master, you don't need to plant them. I want you to feed them to the 3-eyed bear king." Fang Chen was speechless. The artifact spirit wanted him to feed the 3-eyed bear king such a precious fake Bodhi seed. "Find out what the light that shot down from the barbaric mountain is," the artifact spirit added. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He was attacked by the patriarch of the Black Thunder Pavilion and saved by the master of the Peerless Thunder Pavilion. They escaped and were brought back to the Peerless Thunder City by the 1,000 severing hands. He had almost forgotten about it. Fortunately, the artifact spirit reminded him. "What is that light?" Fang Chen asked himself. Then, his eyes flickered and he opened the beast tower. On the first floor of the beast tower, a group of beasts stood on the ground. In the middle of them was a ball of light that was emitting a faint light. The ball of light was emitting a daunting aura of the demon clan. After Fang Chen came in, the 6-feathered sky sparrow and the others greeted him. "Boss, you're finally here." The 3-eyed bear king chuckled. "Boss, you brought this ball of light to the beast tower. Do you know where it came from?" Fang Chen shook his head and shrugged. "I was just about to ask you." This ball of light shot down from the top of the barbaric mountain and came in by itself. Hearing this, the 6-feathered sky sparrow's eyes flickered. It had confirmed its guess. "If I'm not wrong, this ball of light probably contains a trace of the demon tiger and beast's blood essence." The six-feathered sky sparrow's words were shocking. What? Many beasts were shocked. Even Fong Chun was surprised. A trace of the demon tiger and beast's blood essence. Fong Chun could not believe it. The demon tiger and beast was an expert at the peak of the abstruse god realm. There were not many who could fight against him in the entire stellar sky. Why would a trace of his blood essence enter the beast tower? Chapter 24:08. The six-feathered sky sparrow frowned, as if it knew something. What do you know? Fong Chun asked. The six-feathered sky sparrow had a high status in the savage wilderness and should know some secrets. When I was young, I followed my ancestor and saw the demon tiger and beast. Therefore, I am very familiar with its aura. The six-feathered sky sparrow said, although many years have passed, I can still feel that there is a trace of the demon tiger and beast's aura in this ball of light. How can this be? The beast horde is over. The 7 top experts took action and killed 3 mysterious, true realm revered beasts. Their plan has failed. The desolate beasts have retreated. Fong Chun was puzzled. Perhaps the problem lies with the 7 top experts surrounding the 3 mysterious realm revered beasts. The six-feathered sky sparrow analyzed carefully. He was sure that the ball of light contained a trace of the demon tiger and beast's essence blood. Then, it must be a mysterious realm revered beast that was using its essence blood to revive the demon tiger and beast. But it was suddenly interrupted by the 7 top experts, and the plan failed. The essence blood disappeared. The six-feathered sky sparrow did not know why it went into the beast pagoda. After listening to the six-feathered sky sparrow's analysis, Fong Chun's heartbeat quickened. Although it was only a trace of essence blood, the demon tiger and beast was an unparalleled expert that was on par with soldier martial honorable. The power contained in a drop of essence blood was enough to increase his strength by several times. His cultivation was stuck at a bottleneck. This was indeed a good solution. Fong Chun licked his dry lips and looked greedily at the ball of light. Master, the six-feathered sky sparrow suddenly spoke. What's the matter? Fong Chun asked. Master, do you want to absorb the demon tiger and beast's essence blood? The six-feathered sky sparrow asked. Fong Chun nodded. The six-feathered sky sparrow hurriedly shook its head and said, Master, please listen to me. The demon tiger and beast's essence blood is extremely rare. If it is used properly, it may be able to breed a new revered beast that is not weaker than the original demon tiger and beast. Don't you want to give it a try? If you directly absorb the blood essence like this, your strength will increase temporarily. But think about it. If you have a profound god realm sovereign beast as your servant, is there any place in this vast stellar sky that you can't go? Besides, even if you don't need sovereign beast protection, your family and friends, as well as the universe you've created, should still need a guardian, right? The six-feathered sky sparrow was well aware of just how intimidating the demon tiger and beast was. You mean to say that you want me to use this drop of blood essence to nurture the demon tiger and beast? Fong Chun asked with a frown. The six-feathered sky sparrow nodded. What if I give birth to it and it starts a massacre? The six-feathered sky sparrow shook her head and said, Master, as long as you sign a master-servant contract with him, even if the demon tiger and beast is reborn, he won't betray you. A master-servant contract was usually signed between a demon and a human. Once the contract was signed, even if one's strength surpassed the owner's, one would not be able to betray the owner. Otherwise, one would be punished by the power of the heavenly Tao. Can I? Fong Chun asked. Of course you can. Fong Chun pondered. In reality, he was communicating with the mysterious heaven cone nail. After receiving the latter's confirmation, Fong Chun finally nodded. The six-feathered sky sparrow didn't lie to you. This drop of blood essence can nurture a brand new demon tiger and beast. These were the artifact spirit's original words. However, the artifact spirit also said that the reason why the six-feathered sky sparrow advised him to nurture the blood essence was also because of her own selfishness. During the nurturing process of the blood essence, the demon tiger and beast's aura was constantly emitted. This was the aura of the desolate demon clan's supreme aura. Any demon beast cultivation base would increase day by day if it absorbed for a long time. I see. Seeing through the six-feathered sky sparrow's selfishness, Fong Chun did not expose it. According to the artifact's spirit's guidance, Fong Chun bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood into the light ball. Hiss! Within the light ball, the demon tiger and beast blood essence seemed to be resisting and struggling. Suppress. Fong Chun controlled the beast pagoda to suppress the blood essence and finally succeeded in signing the contract. In his mind, a series of complicated messages appeared. He vaguely felt the restraint of the way of the heavens. Phew! After doing all this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Follow me and I won't treat you badly. Fong Chun threw out the 3 pseudo-bodhi seeds. Immediately, the light ball vibrated and absorbed them, breaking them down. Buzz. After digesting the pseudo-bodhi seeds, the aura emitted by the light ball had obviously increased by a lot. All right, you guys stay here and cultivate, Fong Chun said and left the beast pagoda. If he did not enter the profound god realm, he would not be able to completely control the beast pagoda, let alone command the many demon beasts in the beast pagoda to fight for him. Therefore, he had to raise his cultivation base as soon as possible. As for the demon tiger and beast's blood essence, according to the artifact spirit, it would take at least a few million years to nurture another profound god realm demon tiger and beast. There was no need to think about it now. Swoosh! What Fong Chun did not know was that when he left the beast pagoda, a blood-red light shot out from the light ball and quietly entered his body. While he was deep in thought, the blood-red light in his body suddenly exploded. A vast amount of energy surged forth and instantly invaded Fong Chun's entire body. He felt his body expand as if it was going to explode. Am I going to break through? Rumble. The universe in his body expanded rapidly. The sky, mountains, and oceans were constantly forming. Mountain peaks, mountain ranges, and dangerous lands appeared one after another. The growth of the universe in his body also indicated that Fong Chun's cultivation base would increase. Crack! In the blink of an eye, Fong Chun's aura had reached the peak. Without any hindrance, he directly reached the limit of the Earth's splitting realm. Continue. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fong Chun took out the Flower King pill and the inner core of the six-clawed beast. He first swallowed the inner core of the six-clawed beast and then the Flower King pill. Buzz. The powerful energy of the pill and inner core was released, filling the entire universe in his body. Not enough energy? Fong Chun exclaimed. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the second Flower King pill, the third, the fourth, and the fifth. In a few breaths' time, Fong Chun had swallowed 8 Flower King pills. One had to know that he only had 9 Flower King pills. He had swallowed 8 in one go, but he still hadn't broken through. Damn it, I'm not strong enough. Fong Chun cursed and swallowed the last Flower King pill. Rumble. A violent power erupted from the last Flower King pill. The explosive energy swept through his body, causing the entire universe in his body to tremble. The power of laws and rules appeared in the universe one after another. The entire universe had layers and layers, and its structure was very stable. Dong! The bell rang. After the last bit of energy was absorbed by the universe in his body, Fong Chun finally heaved a sigh of relief. His body had become stronger, his aura had increased, and the functions of the universe in his body had returned to normal. This was the sign of the limit of the Saint Realm. He had reached the limit of the Saint Realm in one step. He had been stuck at the bottleneck for so long. Now that he had broken through, he had reached the peak. Fong Chun was overjoyed. The limit of the Saint Realm was one step closer to the profound God Realm. Looking at the universe in his body, the energy was shaking. Only the origin energy was slightly thin. There's still some time before the universe in my body grows. The lack of origin energy is only a temporary thing. It'll get better in the future. Fong Chun thought. The amount of origin energy determined the ultimate level of an expert in the universe. For example, the Star River universe had been invaded by outsiders. The origin energy was thin, causing the warriors to be unable to improve after reaching the God Emperor realm. It was impossible for them to reach the Cosmos God realm. Of course, his internal universe might have a short gestation period, but it was much stronger than the Star River universe. Ooh, he let out a sigh of relief and looked away from the universe in his body. The limit of one step. The current me can easily kill mysterious Heaven Realm warriors. As for mysterious Chi Realm warriors, I could defeat them with a hidden star sword. Fang Chen said. He had cultivated the innate soul reversal technique to the 5th level. The next 4 levels were temporarily out of his reach, and the myriad sword body was hard to improve. Azura sword technique. Fang Chen muttered to himself. It was time to create the follow-up sword moves of the Azura sword technique. Today, Fang Chen's comprehension of the Azura sword technique had reached an extremely high level. If he were to fight against the demon-killing sword technique, he would be able to suppress the other party just by relying on the aura of the Tao of Sword. When this matter was over, he would definitely return to the Void Star Heaven. There, his family and friends were waiting for him. Chapter 2409. The innate world was vast and boundless. Experts were as common as clouds, and sect after sect. It had been half a month since the end of the beast tide, but the storm still hadn't dissipated. Ordinary people didn't know that 7 top experts had joined forces to eliminate 3 mysterious realm revered beasts. They only knew that the Pavilion Master had become the 8th giant of the innate world, and the peerless Thunder Pavilion had become the top force. Fang Chen, who was only in the realm of Earth expansion, became famous in one battle. After the news of him destroying Lei Xing and slaying Lei Qinjue spread, the entire innate world was shocked. Everyone was cheering. Could it be that another Honorable Bing Wu had appeared? They remembered that the Honorable Bing Wu had appeared out of nowhere. With an invincible posture, he defeated martial artists in the same realm, and even killed enemies in a higher realm. Fang Chen's path of growth was exactly the same as the Honorable Bing Wu, a prodigy with potential comparable to the Honorable Bing Wu. Every force was fighting to recruit him. Countless forces rushed into the peerless Thunder City, wanting to visit Fang Chen, but they were all rejected. During this time, he had been comprehending the Azura Sword Tao, wanting to create the follow-up sword moves of the Azura Sword Tao. Despite being rejected countless times by Fang Chen, they still didn't give up and clamored to see Fang Chen. Later, Fang Chen closed his door and didn't come out. Only then did it quiet down. Who would have thought that the Flying Flower Formation King and the other giants would appear one after another and invite Fang Chen to join their forces? In an empty courtyard of the peerless Thunder Pavilion, 7 people sat on stone benches, and only Fang Chen stood in the middle of the courtyard. Fang Chen, come and sit down. The one who spoke was the Green Formation Alliance's ancestor, the Flying Flower Formation King. Hearing this, Fang Chen sat on the stone bench at the very end. Little friend Fang, your potential is amazing. Although we have cultivated for countless years, we still can't help but sigh that you have surpassed us. Demonic Cloud, old man laughed. All right, let me say it. The great Thunder Pavilion Master looked straight at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I'm sure you know why they're here. Your outstanding performance has attracted the attention of many experts. They all have top forces behind them. If you want to join them, feel free to do so. Devil Cloud, old man spoke as soon as the extreme Thunder Pavilion Master finished speaking. Little friend Fang, if you join my Cloud Demon sect, you could become my direct disciple. All of the sect's resources will be yours to use. I will also teach you often. The conditions offered by Demonic Cloud Old Man were very generous. However, Fang Chen directly refused. He did not have a good impression of the Cloud Demon sect. Back on the Lesser Immeasurable Mountain, the direct disciple of the Cloud Demon sect, Yin Shanhe, had openly attacked Absolute Thunder City in order to curry favor with the Black Thunder clan. Young friend Fang, please reconsider. Demonic Cloud Old Man frowned, seemingly displeased. However, he did not lose his temper. Haha, kid, join my school of Imperial Beasts. I can teach you how to control beasts. My Scarlet Vulture Mountain can also provide you with everything. My Green Array Alliance can teach you the Tao of Arrays. Apart from Ancestor Black Thunder, the other 6 experts had all come. They all offered tempting conditions to Rope and Fong Chun. However, after careful consideration, they were all rejected by Fong Chun. I appreciate your kindness, but I only want to stay in the Extreme Thunder Pavilion, Fong Chun said apologetically. Hearing this, the Extreme Thunder Pavilion master laughed. Although the other 6 were displeased, they could not get angry with the Extreme Thunder Pavilion master present. In that case, we will take our leave first. The 6 experts left one after another. With their status, they had already given Fong Chun face by condescending to rope him in. In their opinion, even if he had the potential of Honorable Soldier Wu, he would need enough resources to support his cultivation. A mere absolute Thunder City did not have enough resources. It was impossible to cultivate an expert like Honorable Soldier Wu. Since he was unwilling, they would drop the matter. Fong Chun. The Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master was pleased with Fong Chun's performance. Pavilion Master, is my armor ready? Fong Chun was most concerned about his armor. There is still one last corner. It will be ready in a while. The Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master said, Very well, I will wait for your good news. In the vast Khanate realm, everyone is talking about Fong Chun. In the meeting hall of the Ing family in the Array Cloud District, have you all heard the latest news? Ing Yuanxiong looked around and asked slowly. A hint of bitterness appeared on his face. The rumored Fong Chun, could he be the same person who killed Ing Hua and the others? Asked one of the elders. I don't believe it. How could an Earth Expansion realm martial artist kill Lei Qinjue? That's right. Lei Qinjue was the peerless prodigy of the Black Thunder clan. How can Earth Expansion realm martial artist kill him? Many elders were skeptical. Enough, Ing Yuanxiong said. I called you all here to discuss countermeasures, not to debate the authenticity of the news. Everyone fell silent after hearing the words. Ing Yuanxiong had admitted that the 2 people were the same person. This was a terrifying piece of news. It had only been a short time, but this man was able to kill Lei Qinjue with ease. If he was given more time, even the Ing family would be destroyed in a matter of minutes. Family Lord, as long as the Black Thunder clan is here, the Ing family will be safe. That's right. The Black Thunder clan will not let Lei Qinjue off the hook. If Fong Chun dares to leave the city, he will die. Hearing the clamor from the crowd, Ing Yuanxiong felt a little tired for the first time. Was the decision he made back then really wrong? Ever since Fong Chun appeared, the relationship between the Black Thunder clan and the Ing family began to deteriorate. Ing Xiu even left the Ing family, which made the Black Thunder clan unhappy. Now, Lei Qinjue of the Black Thunder clan was killed by Fong Chun. The root of all this was Fong Chun. Ing Xiu of the Ing family was the first person to form a relationship with Fong Chun. If the Black Thunder clan was angry, the Ing family would not be able to stop them. In fact, Ing Yuanxiong was right. Lei Qinjue's death had completely enraged the Black Thunder clan. They vented all of their anger on the Ing family. In just 3 days, the Black Thunder clan's cavalry had flattened the Ing family. The Ing family was wiped out of the Array Cloud District. No one survived. When Ing Xiu heard about this, she was only stunned for a moment. Then, she went back to her room and continued to study formations. Looking at Ing Xiu's lonely back, Fong Chun heaved a sigh. Although Xiu left the Ing family, the blood of the Ing family still flows in her body. Fong Chun said, the Hailai clan couldn't kill me, so they vented their anger on the Ing clan. Even though the Ing clan brought this upon themselves, the root of all this is me. Moreover, the Hailai clan and I are already in a situation where only one of us can live. If I have the chance, I will definitely avenge Axio. After saying that, Fong Chun sat down cross-legged and started to study the Shura sword art. 3 months after the Beast Tide ended, the sky above Julei City was filled with sword chi that shook the city. On this day, Fong Chun created the 7th move of the Shura sword art. 6 months later, the sword chi materialized and formed a sword dragon in the sky above Julei City. The sword was like a dragon, and the sword chi was like a rainbow. The 8th move of the Shura sword art was born. However, Fong Chun didn't stop there. He he was still studying it. A year later, the Battle of the Xiantian realm was about to begin. Fang Chun created the 9th move of the Azura sword skill. At this point, the Azura sword art had become a supreme, grade heaven ascending divine art. Its attack power was so strong that it struck fear in the hearts of others. The Battle of the Xiantian realm is about to start. I wonder if Fang Chun can defeat everyone. It's difficult. Even if he breaks through to the absolute saint realm, it's too difficult for him to defeat everyone. Some of the contestants have reached the profound Qi realm. It's impossible for Fang Chun to win. That's not necessarily true. In the past year, the sword Qi above Julei City was probably triggered by Fang Chun. His strength may have improved by leaps and bounds. Many people were discussing the extent of Fang Chun's strength. Although the Beast Tide ended a year ago, Fang Chun's name was still remembered. Hai Lai family. Ancestor, are we just going to let Fang Chun grow? Hai Lai Star King asked. Although he has great potential, he hasn't grown up yet. He won't be a threat to the Hai Lai family. Ancestor Hai Lai Star King said indifferently. However, he offended the Hai Lai family. If we don't kill him, it will be hard to convince the public. But he has been hiding in Julei City. Our people can't get in at all. Hai Lai Star King was distressed. Stop all actions against Fang Chun, Ancestor Hai Lai Star King said. Why? The Battle of the Xiantian realm is about to start. I believe that the Pavilion Master will definitely send Fang Chun to participate. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill him then. Chapter 24:10. The battle between innate experts was known as the biggest event in the innate world. Since ancient times, those who could be called innate experts had a great impact on the innate world. The battle between innate experts was simply a battle between geniuses. However, the battle between geniuses held by the innate world was different from the ordinary battle between geniuses. Every time the battle between innate experts started, a group of exceptional geniuses would be born. The most outstanding of them could even enjoy the blessing of innate experts and be blessed with providence. This was the dream of all the warriors in the innate world. Unfortunately, the battle between innate experts had strict restrictions. Those who were over 1,000 years old could not participate. As a result, the strongest among the applicants was only in the profound Qi realm. A 1,000-year-old profound star realm cultivator had appeared in the history of the chaotic void, but not in the innate world. The battle between innate experts was to select outstanding geniuses for the innate world and nurture them to deal with the next beast tide. The savage wilderness demon clan was located in the north of the innate world. They had always been a threat to the innate world. The experts of the innate world had tried to eradicate them. However, the final result was not satisfactory. The beast tide made the 8 magnates realize that the savage wilderness demon clan was restless. Therefore, the battle between innate experts was brought forward. The heavenly Tao was a cycle of karma. The heavenly Tao energy was everywhere. Every region had its own providence. If this luck was attached to a martial artist, it would create a peerless powerhouse. It was said that Honorable Soldier Wu had received the providence of the stellar sky. Everyone saw his final achievement. Therefore, countless people were looking forward to the battle between innate experts. It had been a year since the beast tide ended, but the storm was still there. When Fang Chun created the 9th move of the Azura sword art, a piece of news that made him excited appeared. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master personally came to the elegant courtyard to give him the black, vibrantly golden armor. In the courtyard, Fang Chun intimately caressed the pitch-black armor in his hand. Nothing could be seen from its appearance. It was no different from ordinary profound iron armor. However, when he held it in his hand, he could feel a strong power surging through him. Black, vibrantly golden armor. Fang Chun was excited. With a thought, he put on his body. This black, vibrantly golden armor is my best work so far, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master said with a smile. The Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master smiled and said, after you drip your blood on it, it will cover your skin or hide inside your body according to your will. Even a profound star realm expert wouldn't be able to break your black, vibrating golden armor with a full-powered attack. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master paused for a moment before continuing. The means of a mysterious Star Realm cultivator are beyond your imagination. Although you can use the Black Vibration Golden Armor to block his attack, you can't fight against him. Profound star cultivators, the vibrantly golden martial experts, black vibrantly their black, vibrantly golden armor. Although the Heijun Golden Armor's defense is invincible, you still have to be careful of some of its methods. He said so much just to remind Fong Chan that possessing the Heijun Golden Armor did not mean that he was invincible. Furthermore, he wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. Otherwise, if a Mystic Light Realm expert saw it, they would attack him. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Fong Chun clasped his fists in thanks. With the black, vibrantly golden armor, his defense had greatly increased. He only had a 30% chance of winning against profound Qi Realm cultivators. But now, it had increased to 70%. The combination of the chaotic space hidden star sword and the black, vibrantly golden armor had reached an insane level of offense and defense. Even some profound Star Realm cultivators didn't have such a combination. No need to thank me. If I didn't make the black, vibrantly golden armor for you, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the profound light realm so easily. The Pavilion Master was in a good mood. At the edge of the innate world in the Kanglan district, with Zhun Yuanzi's protection, the Shadow Moon celestial sect developed rapidly. It was now a true first-rate sect. Even the Black World sect and the Jin family didn't dare to mess with the Shadow Moon celestial sect. After a year, the news finally spread to the Kanglan district. The entire Kanglan district was in an uproar, especially the Jin family, the Black World sect, and the Black Cliff sect. They had once teamed up to kill Fong Chun. But now, Fong Chun had made a name for himself in the innate world after disappearing for a few years. In the meeting hall of the Jin family's headquarters, Master of the Jin family, what do you think about the news about Fong Chun? The Black Cliff sect master asked. What else can I think? Everyone knows how we treated the Shadow Moon Immortal sect back then. If we give that kid time to grow, it won't be long before the profound Qi Realm warriors are no match for him. When he returns to the Kanglan district, our 3 sects will definitely be destroyed, the Black World sect master said in a deep voice, his heart filled with killing intent. The Jin family master pondered for a while and said, That's right. Send someone to Juelai City and kill Fong Chun immediately. They wouldn't be at ease if Fong Chun wasn't dead. A few days later, an old man appeared in Juelai City. There was a sword mark on his face, and he wore tattered clothes. He looked like a beggar. He seems to be here. The old man slowly walked to the front of the elegant courtyard and muttered to himself. He looked around and finally disappeared into the void. During the day, he first observed the terrain and waited for the night to take action. At night, Fong Chun was instructing Axiu to set up a formation. Axiu, the formation you just set up is just for show. It can't exert its power, Fong Chun said. You should do that. Under Fong Chen's guidance, Axiu's understanding of formations continued to improve. Buzz, what's going on? Fong Chun felt a subtle divine sense sweep past. He looked around and found nothing. Axiu, go back to your room first, Fong Chun said. Brother Fong Chun. Axiu wanted to speak, but was stopped by Fong Chen's gaze. She looked at Fong Chun with some worry and finally turned back to her room. Suddenly, Fong Chun looked into the darkness and said, Since you are here, why don't you come out and meet me? A hoarse chuckle came from the darkness. Rumor has it that Fong Chun killed Lei Qianjue when he was only at the Earth-splitting realm. Now that I have met you today, I can see that you are indeed worthy of your reputation. The old man walked out of the darkness. His face was full of smiles. The sword mark on his face was wriggling, and a terrifying energy surrounded him. Who are you? Fong Chun asked. The person who killed you. You don't even dare to say your name. I guess you're just a coward. Fong Chun stood with his hands behind his back and said with disdain, Humph, what a cunning guy. Are you trying to provoke me into telling you my name? The old man chuckled and said, According to our agreement, I am not allowed to say the name of my patron. However, seeing that you are about to die, I can let you die with a clear conscience. I am the king of assassins in the Kanglan district. People call me Rat King. The old man said. Rat King? Fong Chan was taken aback by the old man's words. He had never thought that the old man standing in front of him would be the legendary Rat King. He was the king of assassins in the Kanglan district. He was an ultimate overlord of the profound heaven state and had killed a profound chi state martial artist before. Humph. I have heard that the Rat King has always been a coward. That is why he gave himself the name Rat King. After a moment of surprise, Fong Chun teased. Buzz. Rat King unleashed his powerful energy and said coldly, Do you still think so? Profound chi state? Fong Chen's face was still calm. So what if he was in the profound chi state? He had the dark vibration golden armor and the hidden star sword. He was not afraid of profound chi state martial artists at all. I guess it must be a powerful force that can hire the king of assassins in the Kanglan district. Fong Chen shrugged and said, Let me guess. Is it the Jin family, the Black World sect, or the Black Cliff sect? Rat King let out a sinister smile and said, You are not stupid. Since you know who I am, you can die now. Whoosh. The Rat King's figure flashed and turned into a black light, rushing towards Fong Chen. He had used his ultimate skill right from the start. Coupled with his cultivation in the profound chi realm, his attack power had reached the pinnacle. Bang! The dagger in the Rat King's hand stabbed viciously into Fong Chen's body. Not dodging? Seeing that Fong Chen did not dodge, Rat King was a little surprised. Crack! However, to King Rat's surprise, his supposedly indestructible dagger was unable to pierce through Fong Chen's body. Wong. The black vibranium armor covered the surface of his skin and easily blocked the dagger. The Rat King's attack missed, and it quickly retreated. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2411. This was the first time Fong Chen had used the black, vibrantly golden armor since he had successfully refined it. This is, with a clang, the dagger sank into the black, vibrantly golden armor. It was then broken and fell to the ground. After King Rat steadied himself, his expression changed drastically and his heart trembled. His pitch-black eyes stared intently at Fong Chen's black, vibrantly golden armor. What is that? Rat King exclaimed. He had never seen such a powerful armor. The king of assassins is just SOSO. Fong Chen sneered. He used to be afraid of Rat King, but with the black, vibrantly golden armor, he was not afraid of anyone. Even if it was a profound Chi realm martial artist, he could still defeat them. Let's go. Rat King retreated immediately after his attack failed. This was the principle of assassins. Once they failed, they would not show off. Where there was life, there was hope. However, how could Fong Chen let Rat King escape just like that? Trying to escape, Fong Chen sneered, and the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. Shura Sword Principle, 7th move. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A gust of wind blew, and the vast Shura Sword, Chi, formed a sword light in the void. Under the guidance of the hidden star sword, the sword light quickly condensed into an icy long sword and whizzed toward Rat King. Block! Rat King used all his strength to block the 7th move of the Shura Sword Principle. However, Fong Chen had already used the 8th move. Whoosh! When the 8th move was used, heaven and earth were shocked. The sword light pierced through the void and penetrated Rat King's body. No, Rat King's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He still wanted to escape, but he was killed by Fong Chen. Whoosh! In the void, there was a strong fluctuation of energy. Strictly speaking, this was Fong Chen's first time killing a profound Chi realm martial artist. It was not that profound Chi realm martial artists were weak, but Fong Chen's black, vibrantly golden armor was too strong. A profound Chi realm martial artist could not break its defense. In other words, when fighting with a profound Chi realm martial artist, you don't need to defend. You only need to attack mindlessly. With this, Fong Chen's chances of winning increased greatly. Moreover, he had created the 9th move of the Azura Sword skill. Due to his carelessness, the Rat King was killed by the Azura Sword skill's 8th move. Most likely, he wouldn't even know that his carelessness had led to his death. Frisia District? He put away the hidden star sword and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He then calmly looked at the starry sky. When the news reached Kanglan District, it caused a great sensation. This was especially true for the three major forces. After learning that the Rat King had died, they all panicked. The three powerhouses gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Jean family head, do you know who killed the Rat King? The Black Cliff sect master asked with a solemn expression. This was very important. If he died at the hands of the extreme Thunder Pavilion master, then it was nothing. But if he died at the hands of Fang Chun, it would be a big problem. Although Fang Chen's strength is heaven-defying, it is impossible for him to kill a martial artist in the profound Qi realm. I suspect that someone from the Absolute Thunder Pavilion has made a move, said the Black World Sect Master. The Jean family head pondered. We don't know the details. Now we only know that the Rat King has died. The Jean family head glanced at the two of them and said, the most important thing now is to continue to hire profound Qi realm assassins to spy on him. Jean family head, do you have a good plan? This was a matter of life and death for the three major forces. They couldn't be careless. Immediately, the three powerhouses discussed a countermeasure. They joined forces to hire an assassin who was slightly weaker than the Rat King to come to Juelai City again to assassinate Fang Chun. This time, they were well prepared. The Jean family head even took out the Jean family's heirloom, the Void Shuttle. Once they found that they were no match for the assassin, they would immediately use the Void Shuttle to escape from Juelai City. The main purpose of this mission was to find out how strong Fang Chun was and whether the Rat King had been killed by Fang Chun. Juelai City, gracious courtyard. The sky was dotted with stars. Fang Chun stared at the void. Since the three major forces have made a move, they will definitely not let it go. Fang Chun thought to himself. He didn't expect that the three major forces would join forces to hire the king of assassins to assassinate him. It was really a big deal. However, at this point, Fang Chun wasn't afraid of any forces in the Kanglan district. As long as the opponent wasn't a profound Star Realm expert, Fang Chun could deal with them. It's time to go back to the Kanglan district. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and said, Buzz. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. This gust of wind was very strange. Fang Chun immediately noticed it. It's coming. Fang Chun thought to himself. As soon as his voice fell, a crack appeared in the void beside him. A figure quickly walked out of it. In the next moment, the figure directly attacked Fang Chun without saying a word. You're courting death. Fang Chun growled. The Heijun golden armor covered his body, and he performed the Shura sword principle without hesitation. Puchi! A dazzling light burst out from the hidden star sword. It shattered the black figure's attack and forced him to retreat. How is this possible? The black figure exclaimed and immediately sent a message back. At the same time, he controlled the Void Shuttle and wanted to escape. Come back. Fang Chun stretched out his big hand and shattered the void, forcibly grabbing the person from the void. Bang! The Void Shuttle fell to the ground. The hidden star sword slashed out. With a crack, the black figure's body was split into two. The latter's primordial spirit hurriedly fled, but Fang Chun was already prepared. He called out with the soul power spear. In a moment, the assassin was killed by Fang Chun. Picking up the Void Shuttle on the ground, Fang Chun carefully observed it. His body exuded a cold chill. The Jean family's treasure, the Void Shuttle. He recognized the Void Shuttle and kept it in his Sumeru ring. The hatred in his heart for the Jean family deepened. Kanglan District, Jean family's mansion. The three experts were shaken. They sat on the armchairs in a daze. The air was filled with an incomparably dignified aura. The three of them looked at each other with complicated expressions. After a long time, the Black Cliff sect master said with a wry smile, What should we do now? I really didn't expect that the guy who could be pinched to death would grow to this point. The Black World sect master also sighed. Only the Jean family's master looked crazy. He clenched his fists, thinking about countermeasures in his mind. Extreme Thunder City, elegant courtyard. Fang Chun had just disposed of the assassin's body when the Extreme Thunder Pavilion master came quietly. Not bad. The Extreme Thunder Pavilion master nodded with satisfaction. He had been hiding in the dark for a long time and saw Fang Chun make a move. Pavilion Master, you flatter me. Fang Chun said modestly. Black Surge golden armor, coupled with the chaos-level weapon, plus your monstrous talent. If you go all out, your attack power is not inferior to any profound Chi realm martial artist. The Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master said with a smile. You can represent the Extreme Thunder Pavilion in this innate battle. Innate battle? Fang Chun wondered. I came to you this time for the innate battle. The Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master explained. You have been in seclusion before, and I didn't want to disturb you. Now that you have come out, you should know some things. Next, the Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master explained the so-called innate battle to Fang Chun. After listening, Fang Chun finally understood. The so-called innate battle was actually a battle of geniuses. What really attracted Fang Chun was that the genius who won the final victory would be able to get the luck of the innate realm, which was what martial artists dreamed of. Once the luck was on the body, it would be baptized by the power of the heavenly way, which was a great opportunity. Of course, if you want to get the luck, you must first win the final victory. The innate battle. Originally, only people under 100,000 years old from the seven forces could participate, but now the Extreme Thunder Pavilion was added. There were a total of 8 forces, and anyone under 100,000 years old could participate. However, there was also a minimum standard that was at least the cultivation of the profound heaven realm or the combat power of the profound heaven realm. Fang Chun didn't meet the first requirement, but he met the second one, so he could participate. Furthermore, with the Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master's understanding of Fang Chun, if he participated, he would definitely be able to win the final victory. With the luck, it was a great opportunity for the Extreme Thunder Pavilion to develop. When does it start? Fang Chun asked. 3 months, the Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master said. Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master said, recently, many profound gods who have cultivated for less than 100,000 years have appeared. Their goal is the innate realm battle. Although your strength is strong enough to kill profound Chi realm warriors, there are some monstrous geniuses who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years. The methods they have created are unimaginable. Furthermore, he couldn't expose the hidden star sword and black vibrating golden armor, unless it was a critical moment. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if other profound light realm martial artists targeted him. During this period of time, I will collect all the information about the innate battle and send it to you. You should adjust your body's condition. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master said, as for those clowns, they will never bother you again. Hearing this, Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master was going to make a move. Chapter 24:12. In fact, Fang Chun had underestimated the attraction of the Battle of Innates. In just a few months, many experts in the vast Khanate world were waiting for the arrival of the Battle of Innates. The fact that it was called Innates was enough to show the importance of the Battle of Innates. All along, the humans of the Khanate world had been fighting against the demons of the Boorish wilderness. After much effort, they finally defeated the demons of the Boorish wilderness after countless casualties. Now that the demons of the Boorish wilderness were showing signs of revival, the experts of the Khanate world naturally did not dare to be careless. After some discussion, they even brought forward the date of the Battle of Innates. In order to deal with the changes of the demons of the Boorish wilderness, they tried everything. They only hoped to completely destroy the demons of the Boorish wilderness. The various top factions were all recruiting and summoning back their disciples from the outside world. Red Vulture Mountain was an extremely strange mountain in the Khanate world. The reason why this mountain was called Scarlet Vulture Mountain was because its shape was exactly the same as a griffin. That was why it was called Scarlet Vulture Mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there was a top faction, and the Vulture King was its patriarch. Red Vulture Mountain was surrounded by a sinister and terrifying aura all year round. Legend had it that the Vulture King's cultivation technique was a demonic cultivation technique. His personality was extremely violent, and he would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Once, because of a single sentence, he started a massacre and slaughtered an entire city. After becoming famous in one battle, he founded the Red Vulture Mountain, a top faction, and personally oversaw the Red Vulture Mountain. Now, the Red Vulture Mountain had developed to its most prosperous state. The Battle of Anates was about to begin, and the Red Vulture Mountain was extremely nervous. On this day, the Red Vulture Mountain welcomed a few distinguished guests. Lord, the leader was a man in white with a faint smile on his face. Behind him were 3 burly men. Ha ha, it's a great fortune for you to come and help my Red Vulture Mountain. The Red Vulture Mountain chuckled. He was very clear about the background of this man in white. He was terrifyingly powerful, and even the Vulture King did not dare to offend the faction behind him. Lord, I was passing by the Red Vulture Mountain and heard that the Battle of Anates in the Khanate world was about to begin. Hence, I came to take a look. The man in white smiled. Nephew, this way, please. The Red Vulture Mountain chuckled and invited the man in white into the meeting hall. Nephew Zone Bai. Mountain Lord, just call me Zone Bai, the white-robed man said. No, I have a close relationship with your father. It's only right for me to address you as my nephew. Mountain Lord Scarlet Vulture said, Nephew Zone Bai, are you really going to represent my Scarlet Vulture Mountain in the Xiantian battle? Of course. Zone Bai's eyes flashed as he nodded heavily. All right, with Nephew Zone Bai's words, I can rest assured. The Sky Pillar Zone family's name shook the chaos void. It was simply not something a small faction like the Scarlet Vulture Mountain could compare to. This was also why Mountain Lord Scarlet Vulture was so courteous to a profound Qi realm practitioner. If it was any other time, Zone Bai would definitely not even glance at Mountain Lord Scarlet Vulture. However, the latter had some friendship with his father. Coincidentally, he passed by the Xiantian realm when he was out training. Hearing that the Xiantian realm battle was about to begin, he decided to look for the Scarlet Vulture Mountain. As a member of his own clan, he had naturally heard of the battle between Xiantians. Other than Scarlet Vulture Mountain, many profound Qi realm practitioners from other powers had also come to visit. Some were rogue practitioners who had hidden themselves from the world, while others were leaders of small sect. They were qualified to participate in the battle between Xiantians and could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. Thus, they took the initiative to request to participate. The entire Xiantian world was basically in a lively period. In Jua City, Fong Chun held a name list in his hand. On this name list, there were some names that basically covered the entire battle between Xiantians and the information of all the practitioners. Fong Chun was looking at it seriously. Illusory Star Sky, Demon City. On the mountain peak, Xiao Huang and the other 3 were gathered together. They looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Ever since the little mouse had left, the 4 of them had been hiding in the dark and constantly searching for inheritances. As time passed, not only were they not killed by their enemies, but they had also become stronger. Now the 4 of them had already stepped into the absolute saint realm. Hee hee, who else in this demon city can be our match? Xiao Huang laughed loudly. With the 4 of them working together, even a peak absolute saint realm practitioner would not be their match. They even had a place on the demon god list. Those guys who chased us back then must all be killed, Pangolin said gloomily. Behind our enemy is the guy who is ranked 5th on the demon god list, Xiao Hai said. He had already found out that he had been waiting for this day for several years. Let's go. Today, the 4 of us brothers will kill that guy. In an instant, a piece of news spread out and shook the demon city. The sky-devouring quartet challenged Lu Wuhan, who was ranked 5th on the demon god list. In the entire demon city, all the experts went to the location of the battle. In a few days, on a mountain peak in the demon city, there was a sea of people. In order to commemorate the little mouse, Xiao Hai and the other 3 were called the sky-devouring quartet. Look, the 4 of them are here. Soon, someone saw the 4 guys appear on the mountain peak. The 4 of them stood side by side, looking up at the blue sky, waiting for Lu Wuhan to appear. Whoosh! After a while, a shocking aura came and an afterimage appeared. Lu Wuhan had arrived. You want to challenge me? Lu Wuhan's dark eyes stared at the 4 of them and said coldly. Lu Wuhan, back then, your subordinates chased us and almost killed us. Now, we are here to take revenge, Xiao Huang said in a deep voice. I've searched high and low for you, only to find you without any effort. Back then, I asked you to get rid of them. I didn't expect you to come to me now, Lu Wuhan said coldly. In his opinion, these four guys were simply courting death. Below the mountain peak, there was a discussion. Many warriors were supporting Lu Wuhan. After all, the latter was the guy ranked 5th on the demon god list. Cut the crap. Today you must die, Xiaohai said. After today, us four brothers will dominate the demon city, the old faker said. Boom! On the mountain peak, a battle broke out, and deafening sounds were endless. A wild storm swept over, and dust flew, blocking everyone's eyes. The sky was dark and gloomy, and pieces of gravel fell from the mountain peak. Although they couldn't see clearly, they could imagine how fierce the battle on the mountain peak was. Kacha! After a long battle, the mountain peak was blasted into two by a powerful force. Too strong. Many warriors retreated, and their hearts were filled with shock. They didn't expect the strength of the sky-devouring four to be so strong that they could fight with Lu Wuhan to such an extent. Lu Wuhan is going to kill them. Someone in the crowd said, Look, the sky-devouring four has been defeated. Seeing someone flying out from the mountain peak, someone exclaimed, Bang! A black shadow smashed down from the mountain peak and smashed into the ground, creating a big pit. Everyone quickly ran to the big pit. They wanted to see who in the sky-devouring four to fall down. However, when they saw the person's appearance, they were shocked. Their hearts were filled with shock, and their feelings couldn't be described with words. Lu Wuhan, how is it possible? He lost to the sky-devouring four? Oh my god, what did I just see? Lu Wuhan was blasted into the ground. Did he lose? For a moment, everyone couldn't accept this result. The 5th on the demon god list, Lu Wuhan, was actually defeated. It was unbelievable. On the broken mountain peak, the sky-devouring four leaped and came to the big pit. Die. The four joined forces and killed Lu Wuhan. At this point, the 5th expert on the demon god list had fallen. The sky-devouring four was in the limelight for a while. In the following time, the sky-devouring four challenged the experts on the demon god list to their heart's content. In just half a month, almost half of the top 10 experts on the demon god list had been challenged. Their names were even more resounding. Everyone had already regarded them as the top 10 existences on the demon god list. However, this was just the beginning. Their goal was to dominate the demon city and dominate the demon god list. The 4th on the demon god list lasted 6 hours against the sky-devouring four before finally being defeated. The 3rd on the demon god list lasted 3 days and 3 nights before being defeated. The 2nd on the demon god list lasted 9 days before being defeated. In the 2nd month after killing Lu Wuhan, the sky-devouring four challenged the 1st expert on the demon god list. Chapter 24:13. Many people thought that Sky-Devouring's team would be able to defeat the number 1 expert on the demon god list in one fell swoop. However, it turned out that Sky-Devouring's team had their own unique means to be able to rank first on the demon god list for so many years. The battle was not made public. Everyone only knew that the battle caused a huge commotion and affected the entire demon city. After the battle ended, Sky-Devouring's team left dejectedly. Everyone guessed that Sky-Devouring's team had failed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up like this. This made everyone even more shocked. How powerful was the number 1 expert on the demon god list? The next time we four brothers come out, we will definitely defeat the number 1 expert on the demon god list. These were the words Xiao Huang left behind before he went into seclusion. Fang Chen naturally didn't know what happened in Demon City. He didn't even know what had happened in the virtual star sky. At this moment, he was cultivating with all his might, waiting for the arrival of the innate realm battle. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The long-awaited innate realm battle had finally arrived. The innate realm battle is finally here. I will definitely win the final victory in this innate realm battle. The innate blessing. The blessing of providence. No cultivator would be able to resist such temptation. For a time, the entire innate realm was discussing this matter. After the discussion of the 8 magnates, they decided to hold the innate realm battle in the territory of the Black Thunder clan. In the huge square of Black Thunder City, there was a martial arts arena. This martial arts arena was where the innate realm battle would be held. As the innate realm battle was about to begin, more and more experts arrived at Black Thunder City. Elegant courtyard, magnificent Thunder City. Fangchun, we're also leaving, Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder said with a smile. This time, he would personally lead the team to Black Thunder City. In addition to you, we have 19 Xintian Realm warriors participating in the battle. Including Fangchun, there were 20 people in total. The strongest one was only at the limit of the Xintian Realm. However, Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder was very confident in Fangchun. With his current strength, defeating a Xintian Realm warrior wouldn't be a problem if he went all out. Have you read the booklet I gave you? The booklet mentioned by Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder was about the many outstanding geniuses in this innate realm battle. Some noteworthy warriors have been specially marked by Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder. Just a simple look. How do you feel? Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder asked. If nothing goes wrong, there's no problem. Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder City, Fong Magnificent Divine Realm, Magnificent Heavens Magnificent Thunder City. With the black vibration golden armor, the chaotic space hidden star sword, and his heaven-defying strength, it would not be a problem for him to obtain the final victory. Let's go. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master laughed out loud. The realm is so many experts. Hand couldn't help that. Magnificent Inan Realm. An innate realm grand, this was the grandest event in the innate world. Even if they couldn't attend, they would still come to watch. 1. Martial Realm. That was Pavilion Magnificent Pavilion. All of a sudden, thunder rumbled in the void. In the next moment, a loud voice sounded. Patriarch Black Thunder floated in the air and stared at Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder with his dark eyes. Is there no one else in Magnificent Thunder City? You let a Saint Realm kid participate in the Khanate Realm battle? Patriarch Black Thunder's words were full of disdain. He was openly mocking Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder. Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder shrugged and said, So what? Fangchun could kill Lei Qianjue when he was at the Earth-splitting realm. Although he is only at the Saint Realm now, his real strength is comparable to a Xintian Realm cultivator. Humph! Patriarch Black Thunder snorted when he heard the name Lei Qianjue and left. See you in the Khanate Realm. After Patriarch Black Thunder left, Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder looked at Fangchun coldly. Let's go. In just a few days, the entire Black Thunder City was packed with people. Many experts from different forces had arrived. Even some of the old monsters who had been hiding in the world came out. Finally, in front of everyone's eyes, the innate stage battle began. On the Black Thunder Plaza, 8 top overlords stood side by side on the platform. The Black Thunder family was the host, and Patriarch Black Thunder was in charge of the Khanate Realm battle. Everyone, Patriarch Black Thunder waved his hand, and the noisy plaza suddenly quieted down. I think everyone here knows the importance of the Khanate Realm battle. Patriarch Black Thunder said, The Khanate Realm battle has always been about selecting the most outstanding disciples of the Khanate Realm and training them to prevent the savage wilderness monsters from making a move. The humans of the Khanate Realm have been fighting against the savage wilderness monsters for a long time, and the number of beast hordes has increased. Not long ago, the beast hordes appeared again. It was also this time that we discovered the savage wilderness monsters plan. Therefore, after some discussion, we decided to bring forward the Khanate Realm battle. Patriarch Black Thunder paused for a second and then continued. The rules of the Khanate Realm battle will be the same. The 8 top sect will have 200 people participating in the battle until the final winner is decided. The reason why the Khanate Realm battle was so intense was because the other rankings didn't have any rewards. However, the reward for the first place was so great that even Mystic Light Realm cultivators couldn't help but drool. If they could obtain it, breaking through to the Mystic True Realm wouldn't be a problem. Last night, the 8 of us have already arranged the numbers of the participants. Everyone will fight in pairs according to the numbers. Patriarch Black Thunder said a lot, but Fangchun only heard about the rewards. His gaze swept across the crowd, and he noticed some cultivators with strong auras. As long as there isn't a Mystic Star Realm cultivator, there shouldn't be any problems, Fong Chen thought. Soon, the battle began. The first battle was between the Absolute Thunder Pavilion's 1,000 severing hands and a disciple of the Scarlet Vulture Mountain. Rumble. As soon as the battle began, the disciple of the Scarlet Vulture Mountain unleashed powerful attacks. The 1,000 severing hands didn't show any weakness and slammed his palm forward. Instantly, the sky was filled with palms. Dong! After a while, the 1,000 severing hands won with a slight advantage. The first battle is won by the Absolute Thunder Pavilion's 1,000 severing hands. Patriarch Black Thunder announced. Next, the battles continued one after another. It wasn't until the 71st battle that Fong Chen finally noticed. Zong family. Fong Chen frowned. When he found out that the man in white on the stage was called Zong Bai, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Fong Chen recalled what Jian Wuji had said to him. I remember that the sect leader once said that the Sky Pillar Ancient Tribe is just an abandoned branch. Their main tribe is the Sky Pillar Zong family. I wonder if Zong Bai is related to the Zong family. Dong! On the stage, Zong Bai threw out a punch and sent his opponent flying. Everyone on the main stage exclaimed. Vulture King, I didn't expect you to invite someone from the Sky Pillar Zong family. Yeah, the Sky Pillar Zong family is a superpower. I didn't expect the Vulture King to have such influence. Sky Pillar Zone family. Hearing this, Fong Chen clenched his fists tightly as a light flashed in his eyes. Back then, Tianqing's remnant race had wreaked havoc in the Void Star Heaven and had been exterminated in the end. He had never thought that he would meet someone from the Sky Pillar Zone family in the Khanate world. The battles continued, and from time to time, there would be overlords that would amaze the crowd. Finally, it was Fong Chen's turn. He tipped his toes and stepped onto the stage. His opponent was a profound heaven-level martial artist from the Black Thunder family. Kid, did you kill Lei Qinjue? Lei Ting asked coldly. Fong Chen nodded and looked at Lei Ting calmly. Do you think you can touch a member of the Black Thunder family? Today, I will avenge Lei Qinjue. Lei Tong said. Are you as powerful as Lei Qinjue? Fong Chen asked abruptly. You. Lei Tong was enraged and attacked Chen Fan. Although he was also a profound heaven-level martial artist, he had cultivated for 10,000 years. Lei Qinjue was no match for him. Now that he was mocked by a kid, Lei Tong was enraged. Lei Tong has made his move. This kid is going to suffer. That was what many martial artists thought. Even the ancestral patriarch of the Black Thunder family sneered in his mind. Anyone who offended the Black Thunder family must be prepared for death. Among the 8 overlords, only the Great Thunder Pavilion Lord remained calm. Chapter 24:14. You have lived for so many years, but your attainment in Thunder Dao is no match for Lei Qinjue. No wonder you were abandoned by your family. Fong Chen said lightly. Lei Tong was enraged by Chen Fan's words. Lei Tong used to be one of the most talented young elites in the Black Thunder family. However, he was unable to comprehend the ultimate meaning of Thunder Dao and was stuck at a bottleneck. As time went by, he was abandoned by his family. Now that the Khanate spirit level battle had begun, he was only a sparring partner. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Lei Tong was furious. Thunderblade. It was similar to Lei Qinjue's Thunderblade, but it was more powerful. However, his mastery of the Thunderblade was not as good as Lei Qinjue's. Even Lei Qinjue's Thunderblade Cross / couldn't defeat me. Do you really think the Thunderblade can defeat me? Even as he spoke, Fong Chen threw out a punch. I only need one punch to defeat an ant like you. As soon as he finished his words, his fist landed on Lei Tong's body. Bang! A deafening sound reverberated through the sky as Lei Tong's body was sent flying backwards. Bang! Chen Fan had sent Lei Tong flying with a single punch. This guy. A few overlords on the stage shook their heads. They had underestimated Fong Chen's power. The latter's potential was too great. It had only been a while since the end of the Beast Tide, and he had already grown to such a level. Fong Chen wins. By noon, the first round of the competition had ended. In this round, there were a few noteworthy sky prides. Lei Rin from the Black Thunder family, Yun Longha from the Cloud Demon sect, Zong Bai and Qi Han from the Red Vulture Mountain, Heavenly Prison from the Imperial Bee Sect, Lord Xiaoming from the Putuwa Temple, Little Demon King from the Moon Demon Palace, and Array Master Long from the Green Array Alliance. All of them were at the profound chi state. Strictly speaking, this Khanate spirit-level battle was their stage. Although Fang Chun was powerful and had defeated Lei Tong, he was still not favored by many. Regardless of his potential, his cultivation level was too low. Although he could defeat a profound heaven state martial artist, it didn't mean that he was able to defeat a profound chi state martial artist. 100 people were eliminated in the first round. The second round of the competition was about to begin. In the second round, Fang Chun was the first to fight. When Patriarch Black Lightning saw his opponent, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Scarlet Vulture Mountains, Scarlet Chill. Absolute Saint Realm against Xianqi Realm. Would Fang Chun go all out, or would he be beaten back to his original form? On the martial arts stage, Chi-Han looked at Fang Chun coldly. The other party was just a chaotic sky god, while he was a profound god. The two of them were not on the same level at all. There was no suspense in this battle. Admit defeat yourself. Chi-Han wasn't even interested in making a move. Why didn't you admit defeat? Fang Chun asked. Hearing this, Chi-Han's face gradually darkened. You are the most arrogant Hun Tian god I have ever seen. You are also the stupidest profound god I have ever seen. Fang Chun confronted him head-on, not backing down in the slightest. This caused the atmosphere in the air to become extremely heavy. Ha ha! Chi-Han laughed. He had been in seclusion for thousands of years. Had everyone forgotten about him? It seemed that it was necessary to show his strength to the world. Otherwise, they would think that he was a pushover. You're the first person I have killed after 1,000 years of seclusion, Chi-Han said. You should be proud to die in my hands. Fang Chun looked indifferent and shook his head slightly. You have been in seclusion for 1,000 years, and you are only in the Xianqi realm. You have been feeding dogs for the past 1,000 years. Fang Chun was very sharp-tongued. Chi-Han was furious. He stomped his feet, and an extremely cold aura appeared around him. Immediately, he clapped his palms together, and countless ice shards fell down. Ice of the cold sky die. Chi-Han shouted in a low voice as he grabbed the air with his hand. Immediately, he caught the ice shards in his hand and clenched his fist. Crack! The ice shards made a crisp sound. Then, Chi-Han appeared behind Fang Chun. Get lost. Without even looking, Su Mo punched out and forced Chi-Han back. Then he took out the hidden star sword. Whoosh! The seventh move of the Shura sword art was performed. A sword dragon appeared in the sky and pierced toward Chi-Han with a terrifying aura. You are courting death. Chi-Han sneered and grabbed the ice shards with both hands. The entire space was about to be frozen. He was trying to use the ice to freeze Fang Chun's hidden star sword. Crack! Chi-Han's hands caught the hidden star sword. The ice shards quickly spread throughout the sword. Your sword has been frozen by me. What else can you do? Chi-Han sneered. Is that so? Fang Chun said softly. He shook his wrist, and the ice shards on the hidden star sword quickly fell. Then, a terrifying Shura sword chi burst out. That is Shura sword chi? On the rostrum, the Flying Flower Formation King recognized the Shura sword chi. What? This guy is the successor of Demon Sword Venerable? The Shura sword art was created by Demon Sword Venerable. It was the top sword art among all the sword arts. It was famous in the Chaos Void. No one expected Fang Chun to have the Shura sword art. No wonder he could defeat a profound Heaven Realm expert so easily when he is in the Saint Realm. It seems that this guy is hiding a lot of secrets. Pucci. While the people on the rostrum were talking, the hidden star sword carried the powerful Shura sword chi and pierced Chi-Han's arm. Chi-Han stood quietly on the martial arts platform. Blood dripped to the ground. How is this possible? Chi-Han stared at Fang Chun in disbelief and kept shaking his head. He, a profound Chi realm martial artist, was forced to this point by a Saint realm martial artist. I can't accept this. Chi-Han roared in his heart. His eyes were scarlet. He stomped his feet and instantly shot in front of Fang Chun to launch his final attack. Fang Chun shook his head and performed the 8th move of the Shura sword art. How is this possible? Chi-Han was shocked. He thought that the sword art that he had performed before was his strongest. He didn't expect that Suemo was still holding back. Bang! Shihan was defeated. The entire Black Thunder Square was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Fang Chun. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had become famous after this battle. Before this, when the savage barbarians launched the Beast Tide, he had killed Lei Qianjue. After the shock, they regained their senses. However, things are different now. Hun Tianshun had defeated a profound god who was at the profound Qi realm. Such a genius, even in the entire stellar sky, was an existence that was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, right? Many overlords thought to themselves. Murderous intent flashed in the Black Thunder ancestral patriarch's eyes. He was furious. Trash. The Black Thunder ancestral patriarch cursed. I lost. Even Shihan felt like he was dreaming. He had been in seclusion for 1,000 years. When he came out of seclusion, he thought that no one was his match in the Khanate level battle. He didn't expect that he would lose in the second round. If he was defeated by Lei Run, he would have nothing to say. But now, he was defeated by a Saint Realm martial artist. However, the truth was in front of him. This young man's Shura sword art had reached a very high level. I lost. After a moment of thought, Shihan shook his head with a wry smile. You can't blame others for your weakness. After saying that, Shihan leaped and vanished into the void. When I come out of seclusion, I will challenge you again. Shihan's voice came up from the sky. The Vulture King didn't care too much about it. With Zhong Bai's participation, the Khanate level battle was in the bag. Shihan's defeat wouldn't affect anything. The Vulture King looked at Zhong Bai with sharp eyes. The latter nodded and said, Don't worry, no one is my match. After a short moment of shock, the battle continued. As if they had been provoked by Fang Chun, the following experts all easily defeated their opponents. Other than Shihan from the Red Vulture Mountain, the other 8 profound Qi realm martial artists had all defeated their opponents. The second round of the competition ended. 50 people were eliminated, leaving only 50 people. These 50 people were the most powerful, profound Heaven Realm and profound Qi Realm martial artists in the Khanate world. Brother Fang, be careful of Zhong Bai. Qianju Shou walked to Fang Chun and whispered in his ear. According to the information we received, Zhong Bai is from the Zhong family of Tianqing. He has strange means and is very powerful. I know. Fang Chun was expressionless. He was looking forward to the battle with Zhong Bai. Since you could defeat Shihan, the others won't be a threat to you. If you want to win, Zhong Bai is the only one who can threaten you. Qianju Shou said. After seeing Fang Chen's battle, Qianju Shou was even more determined to support Fang Chun. Chapter 24:15. After 2 rounds, Fang Chen's brilliance had already been revealed. Among the remaining 50 people, only the profound Qi Realm warriors and Fang Chun were qualified to fight for the final victory. The biggest dark horse in this Khanate realm battle was undoubtedly Fang Chun. Shihan of the Red Vulture Mountain was defeated so easily. Thinking of this, the Hailai clan felt embarrassed. After Lei Tung lost, they were still arguing that Fang Chun had cheated. Now, Fang Chun had used the truth to teach them a lesson. The Hailai clan was ashamed. It's just a crooked practice. Lei Ren stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Even Prince Xiaoming of the Putuo Temple couldn't help but say, if the Shura Sword Way is a crooked practice, then what is the Thunder Way of the Hailai clan? The others also looked at Lei Run. The leaders on the rostrum were obviously dissatisfied. Ancestor Hailai, how dare a disciple of the Hailai clan disrespect Demon Sword Venerable? Demon Sword Venerable was famous in the starry sky and was feared by countless warriors. After that, Demon Sword Venerable disappeared and went to Mo Shatian to pass down the Shura Sword Way. Although Demon Sword Venerable disappeared, everyone was still in awe of him. In fact, many of the ancestors of the people present had received grace from exalted Demon Sword. Lei Ren said that the Shura Sword Way was a crooked practice which caused a lot of dissatisfaction. Lei Ren, Ancestor Hailai scolded Lei Ren under pressure. Apologize quickly. Although Lei Run was dissatisfied, he still apologized. Seniors, please don't be angry. It was a slip of the tongue. Lei Run said, everyone knows that the Shura Sword Way was created by Demon Sword Venerable. How could it be a crooked practice? I was talking about Fong Chun. I don't know what crooked method he used to get the Shura Sword Way, and he is lying here. The Highlight clan is really as thick-skinned as you, Fong Chun said. Kid, you better pray that you don't meet me in the next round. Otherwise, Lei Run threatened. Fong Chun shrugged and said, I really hope that we can meet in the next round. If that's the case, I will definitely send you flying with a single punch. No, I don't even need a punch to deal with you. I can suppress you with just a finger. Fong Chun was probably trying to provoke Thunderblade. The latter was enraged, but Ancestor Black Thunder stopped him. Enough. Ancestor Black Thunder said in a deep voice, the third round begins now. There were a total of 25 matches in the third round. Prince Xiaoming was the first to make a move. He clasped his hands together, and a golden radiance was emitted from the back of his head. It was extremely shocking. Truly worthy of being the Putuo Temple's Prince Xiaoming. His Buddhist methods are truly impressive. Prince Xiaoming was mumbling to himself as he clasped his hands together and struck out. Instantly, his opponent was sent flying. This move shocked everyone. The next few people also won their battles. To everyone's surprise, Fong Chun's opponent in this round was actually Thunderblade. Thunderblade leaped onto the martial arts ring, exuding a cold, murderous intent. Boy, are you still going to be so stubborn? Thunderblade said coldly. I have said that if I meet you, I will suppress you with just a finger. As he spoke, Fong Chun flicked his finger. In an instant, his finger abruptly grew in size and shot towards the lightning blade to suppress it. Fong Chun used a trace of the black, vibrantly golden armor to cover his finger. It was a good disguise that even a master of the Supreme Thunder Pavilion did not notice. Suppress. Following Fong Chun's shout, his finger pressed down on the Thunderblade's body. Bang! Thunderblade threw out both his hands and hit his finger, causing it to explode. A violent force surged, causing the entire martial arts ring to tremble. Watch how I will cut off your finger. Thunderblade sneered and displayed the Black Thunder Clan's unique skill. Just as he was about to show his skills, he suddenly realized that he could not move his body. What is this? A trace of dark force was running around in his body, crazily destroying his internal organs. Crack! Thunderblade wanted to force it out, but as soon as he used the force in his body, the dark force became more powerful. You are only in the profound Qi realm. It is impossible for you to withstand the attack of my black, vibrantly golden armor, Fong Chun said to himself. The power in the black, vibrantly golden armor was wantonly destroying Thunderblade's internal organs, and his finger was firmly suppressing it. In the square, many warriors watched nervously. Why is there no movement? Lightning Blade couldn't have been suppressed by a single finger, right? Many people were whispering when they saw that Thunderblade was motionless. On the rostrum, the Vulture King and the others' faces instantly turned serious. This guy is not simple. His finger must be wearing a strong defensive armor. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to burst out such a powerful force. Master of the Supreme Thunder Pavilion, you have put in a lot of effort for this inborn battle. The few giants thought that the Master of the Supreme Thunder Pavilion had personally prepared this for Fong Chun. Humph! Although he is strong, he can't stop Zone Bai. The Vulture King thought to himself. The outstanding disciple of the Tianqing Zone family had extremely strange means and was almost invincible in the same realm. A mere Saint realm was nothing to be afraid of. On the other hand, the Black Thunder Sect Patriarch's face turned pale. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. The reason he summoned the Thunderblade was to deal with the battle between the innate experts and to kill Fong Chun. Who would have thought that this guy's strength had increased to such an extent? Suppress. While everyone was thinking, Fong Chun shouted and pressed down with his finger. Thunderblade knelt down on one knee, and the sound of bones cracking came from his body. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes turned scarlet and his face twisted. He had fallen into a state of madness. You can't suppress me. Thunderblade roared crazily and burned the thunder bloodline in his body, trying to fight back against Fang Chun. Bang! Seeing this, Fang Chun continued to press down with his finger while the black, vibrantly golden armor covered his right leg and kicked out. Dong! Thunderblade was kicked away and fell onto the square. Did he lose? Everyone was shocked and looked at Thunderblade with their mouths agape. I didn't lose. Thunderblade jumped and rushed toward Fang Chun crazily. Black Thunder Sect Patriarch. On the rostrum, the Great Thunder Sect Master stood up and said, Thunderblade has fallen out of the arena. According to the rules, he has lost. Great Thunder Sect Master, do you think I'm blind? The Black Thunder Sect Master said coldly. Then he waved his hand, and a gentle force bound Thunderblade and took him away from the arena. Patriarch, Lei Run felt ashamed and lowered his head in front of Ancestor Black Lightning. You didn't lose unjustly, the Black Thunder Sect Master said. Back off. Thunderblade had also lost. The Black Thunder Sect Master had no chance to get any rewards in this inborn battle. The Black Thunder Sect Master was furious and wanted to tear Fang Chun into pieces. However, there were many experts present, and he couldn't do it. The other giants also looked at each other. Fang Chun's threat had greatly increased. They, who were originally full of confidence, were now deeply worried. The martial artists on the square were all shocked, but the battle continued. When the third round was over, there were only 25 people left. It was getting late. The Black Thunder Sect Master announced that they would rest for the night and continue tomorrow. At night, in the meeting hall of the mansion, the Black Thunder Sect Master sat at the top. The Vulture King, the Beast Tamer, the Moon Demon, and the Cloud Demon Old Man sat on both sides. The five giants gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Fang Chun's appearance has seriously broken the balance of the inborn battle. The Black Thunder Sect Master spoke first. I suspect that he has an extremely powerful armor on him. The defense of this armor can only be broken by Xian Star Realm cultivators. Xian Qi Realm cultivators can't break it. The Vulture King said, That's right. His longsword is also of a high grade. If he uses his full strength, there is no doubt that he will be number one. Even the Sky Sect Master can't do anything to him. The Beast Tamer said. The Moon Demon and the Cloud Demon Old Man nodded. The inborn battle was of great importance. They couldn't allow one family to dominate. Moreover, Fang Chun's armor was too powerful. It had seriously broken the balance of the battle. This was something that the giants didn't want to see. It must be the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. The Black Thunder Sect Master said. He has been hiding in Juelei City. He wants to destroy the Black Thunder Sect. He has bet everything on Fang Chun in this inborn battle. We must stop him. That's right. Let's team up with the others and punish Fang Chun. The Cloud Demon Old Man said. Chapter 24:16. Fang Chun's armor was too strong. They could only defeat him if they worked together. Otherwise, even Zong Bai of the Sky Pillar Zone family might not be able to break through his defense. If they couldn't break through his defense, he would be the final winner. This was something Ancestor Lei didn't want to see. Ow! Demonic Cloud Old Man asked. That goes without saying. Think of a way to break through his armor, UMO said. Beast Tamer she shook his head. They had also observed carefully. Without a mysterious Star Realm martial artist, it was impossible to break through Fang Chun's defense. Everyone's eyes fell on Ancestor Lei. He was the one who suggested this, so he should have a solution. Ancestor Lei smiled and said, For now, we don't know what his armor is, but without a doubt, a mysterious Qi Realm martial artist can't break through it. At this point, Ancestor Lei glanced at everyone and said, I heard that there's an iron staff in Red Vulture Mountain that is said to be able to shatter everything. Red Dragon Staff? UMO and the others' eyes lit up. The Red Dragon Staff was a chaos-level weapon. It was the treasure of the Red Vulture Mountain. Vulture King, take out your Red Dragon Staff. It should be able to break through his defense, Ancestor Lei said. Vulture King's eyes flickered. He thought for a moment and nodded. With a Red Dragon Staff, this guy will die no matter what armor he wears. The leaders were all smiling. The next day, after a night of rest, the competition continued. There were a total of 25 people. One mysterious heaven realm martial artist had a bye. The remaining 24 people would fight in pairs. Fang Chen's opponent was Yun Longhe from the demonic cloud sect. He was Yun Shana's brother. He was in the mysterious Qi realm and was proud of his stealth technique. Once he hid in the void, no one in the same realm could find him. Humph! Although he is strong, I will hide in the void and wait for an opportunity to strike. The enemy is in the open while I am in the dark. I will definitely be able to injure him. Yun Longhe sneered. He stomped his foot and instantly entered the void. Whoosh! A ripple appeared in the void, and then it returned to normal. Stealth. Fang Chun stared blankly for a moment, then chuckled. His attainments in the Tao of space-time had already reached an extremely high level. Playing concealment in front of him was truly laughable. You dare to use such a trashy technique in front of me? What a joke. With a sneer, Fang Chen's aura fluctuated. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the empty space. Suddenly, the space trembled, and a deafening sound rang out. Pucci! Blood splattered across the sky as a figure staggered to stand on the martial arts stage. Everyone looked over and saw that Yun Longhe's clothes were in a mess. His clothes were stained with blood. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. The concealment methods of the Cloud Demon sect were unparalleled. Wasn't this Fang Chun too abnormal? He could actually see through it with a single glance? Yun Longhe widened his eyes and stared at Fang Chun in disbelief. Your concealment technique is too weak. Fang Chun shook his head and shrugged. Yun Longhe stared angrily at Fang Chun, but he still admitted defeat in the end. Since his concealment technique had failed, he would definitely lose. He might as well be considerate and admit defeat. What a lucky bastard. In the Red Vulture Mountain region, Zombai glanced at Fang Chun indifferently. Although you're slightly stronger, you're not worth mentioning in front of me. The Vulture King is too cautious. He actually took out the Red Dragon Staff. Zombai believed that he didn't need the Red Dragon Staff at all. He could kill Fang Chun with his own strength. However, the Vulture King reminded him not to underestimate his opponent. He had to keep the Red Dragon Staff on him, just in case. If I meet you, I'll make you wish you were dead, Zombai said. After 2 hours, the 12 battles had all ended. 12 people were eliminated in this round, leaving only 13 people. In this round, Fang Chun was the one who got a bye. In the 6 battles, Prince Xiaoming and the others who were in the profound Qi realm had won the competition with ease. In the end, only 7 people made it to the final round. Other than the 5 profound Qi realm martial artists, there was also Fang Chun and Duan Mo, who was at the limit of the profound heaven realm. These 7 people didn't lose a single battle. They made it to the final round with a perfect record. The final round was a round-robin tournament. Each person had to challenge the other 6. The one with the best record would be the final winner. I want to challenge Fang Chun. Tian Yu from the Imperial Beast sect immediately stood up and declared that he wanted to challenge Fang Chun. Fang Chun accepted the challenge. Tian Yu waved his hand, and a violent demonic aura instantly spread out. Bear King. The demonic aura turned into a Bear King. It opened its claws and roared as it charged at Fang Chun. You're courting death. With a slash of his sword, the Bear King was split in half. If that's all you have, then just admit defeat, Fang Chun said. Seeing this, Heavenly Prison took out an exquisite little pagoda from his bosom. Bestial roars could be heard coming from the little pagoda. This is the Imperial Beast Pagoda. Fang Chen's eyes widened. It's just a fake, the weapon spirit said. It's not that easy to make an Imperial Beast Pagoda. How could the Imperial Beast sect have such a treasure? Their Imperial Beast Pagoda is just a fake. It only has a little of the real Imperial Beast Pagoda's power. Hearing this, Fang Chun let out a sigh of relief. So it was a fake. Beasts come. Tian Yu opened the Imperial Beast Pagoda. A large number of beasts rushed out, but they were all in the Absolute Saint realm. Beasts in the Absolute Heaven realm are too weak. Although Fang Chun didn't know the Imperial Beast Pagoda like the back of his hand, he knew it well. He used the time collapse technique to avoid the beast's encirclement and came to Tian Yu. He flicked his finger, an array of light shot out, and went into the Imperial Beast Pagoda in Tian Yu's palm. Crack! The Imperial Beast Pagoda shook, and all the beasts in the martial arts arena stopped. What's going on? Tian Yu was shocked. He tried to activate the Imperial Beast Pagoda, but it didn't help. Shadow Snake, the beast tamer on the rostrum, narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chun. This guy can find the key to the Imperial Beast Pagoda in such a short time? Is it a coincidence, or can he really see through it? If it was the latter, it would be terrible. At the thought of this, the beast tamer, Shadow Serpent, had already given the order to kill Fang Chun. If he kept him alive, he would threaten the Imperial Beast sect sooner or later. Your beast taming skills are too weak. Fang Chun's voice came. The beasts in the martial arts arena all disappeared. Tian Yu seemed to have suffered a backlash. The Imperial Beast Pagoda emitted a gloomy aura and sent him flying. Puff! Tian Yu spat out blood after he stabilized himself. His face was pale. Tian Yu lost. The shock in everyone's heart couldn't be described with words. Even Tian Yu of the Imperial Beast sect was no match for him. Moreover, it seemed that his potential was all around. He was involved in all Daos. Too scary. This was the conclusion that everyone came to. Fang Chun's potential had reached a level that defied the heavens. Is there going to be another soldier martial saint? After defeating Tian Yu, Fang Chun became braver and braver as he fought. He accepted the challenges of several martial artists. The Moon Demon Palace's Little Demon King was suppressed by Fang Chun's Azura Swordway. This was expected. However, after Dragon Formation of the Green Formation Alliance was defeated by Fang Chun's Burning Sky 9-Change Formation, the entire innate world was shocked. Burning Sky 9-Change Formation. He can actually set up this formation? The Flying Flower Formation King's face was also filled with shock. The Green Array Alliance, specialized in array formations, and their attainments in array formations had reached an extremely high level. The Burning Sky 9-Change Formation was the formation of their dreams. They didn't expect a Saint Realm martial artist to be able to set it up. This kid isn't simple, the Flying Flower Formation King said in a low voice. On the martial arts stage, Dragon Formation cupped his fists at Fang Chun. I admit defeat. Your formation skills aren't weak either. I just used a trick. Fang Chun spoke the truth. If it wasn't for the Burning Sky 9-Change Formation, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Dragon Formation. A loss is a loss. Dragon Formation waved his hand and walked off the martial arts stage. Defeating a profound Chi Realm martial artist was like eating a meal for Fang Chun. At this moment, even Zonbai had to take it seriously. Perhaps it was just as the Vulture King said. He subconsciously glanced at the Crimson Dragon staff, lying in his Sumeru ring. Good guy. The Great Thunder Pavilion master laughed. To read a novel, please visit Chapter 2417. Zonbai of the Tianqing Zong family and Prince Xiaoming of the Putuo Temple were the only two Xianqi realm martial artists who had never been defeated. The others had all been defeated by Fang Chun. Prince Xiaoming's Buddhist superpowers are very strong. He has at least a 50% chance of winning against Fang Chun. That's right. The Putuo Temple stands aloof from worldly affairs. They only appear in the battles between innate experts. Prince Xiaoming is the leader of the younger generation of the Putuo Temple. He is very strong. I wonder if Prince Xiaoming will challenge Fang Chun. Everyone was discussing and waiting for Prince Xiaoming to challenge Fang Chun. However, Prince Xiaoming said that he was no match for Fang Chun. On the martial arts arena, Prince Xiaoming put his hands together and looked at Fang Chun with a smile. Donor Fang's physical strength, swordsmanship, soul path power, and formation attainments are perfect in all aspects. I admit defeat. Prince Xiaoming admitted defeat. Everyone looked at Lord Putuo on the rostrum. The latter nodded, as if everything was within his expectations. Even Prince Xiaoming admitted defeat. Is Zonbai the only one who can stop Fang Chun? Zonbai stepped out in front of everyone's eyes. At this stage, the battle between the two of them would determine the final victor. As long as Zonbai defeated Fang Chun, he would be able to reach the top. Zonbai walked up to the martial arts arena step by step. His dark eyes stared at Fang Chun and said lightly, Hun Tian Shun, It's already unprecedented for you to reach this stage. In the history of the innate realm, there has never been a Hun Tian Shun like you. Zhong Bai's meaning was obvious. Fang Shun could be said to be the strongest Hun Tian Shun in the innate realm and even the starry sky. He was able to defeat Xin Qi realm martial artists with the cultivation of Saint Plane. Moreover, he defeated them consecutively. Even the Honorable Bing Wu from back then did not have such potential. Many people firmly believed that if Fang Shun continued to grow, it wouldn't be a problem for him to surpass Honorable Soldier Wu. What a freak, everyone thought. However, God Pure Heaven is still God Pure Heaven. Changing the topic, Zhong Bai said, I am a disciple of the Zhong family of Sky Pillar. The divine arts I cultivate and the resources I use are all of the best quality. Just this point alone is enough to pull the distance between us. Therefore, no matter how hard you work, you cannot defeat me. Really? Before the innate realm battle began, they didn't think that I could defeat a profound Qi realm warrior, but now I've done it. Fang Shun retorted sharply. Hearing this, Zhong Bai said, They are them, and I am me. I came from the Sky Pillar ancestral family. If I am defeated by a chaotic sky god in this tiny place, how can I establish myself in the Sky Pillar ancestral family in the future? The moment he opened his mouth, he mentioned the Tianqing ancestral clan. He was showing off his superiority. Fang Shun frowned, somewhat displeased. If you admit defeat now, there's still time, Zhong Bai said indifferently. Fang Shun shook his head. We've come this far, and you want me to admit defeat? In the face of Fang Chen's mockery, Zhong Bai made a move. Whoosh! Zhong Bai slapped the void with his palm, and suddenly stormy waves emerged. A violent evil aura spread out from his body. In the next moment, his body dived into the stormy waves. Entrapment! Zhong Bai roared, and his body rushed towards Fang Shun along with the stormy waves. Splash! The huge waves engulfed Fang Chen's body and eroded it unscrupulously. Insignificant skill. Fang Shun didn't even look at his own body. He found an opportunity and punched into the huge waves. Poochie! The waves stopped moving, and Zhong Bai appeared and punched Fang Shun. Dong! The shocking power spread out, and Fang Shun and Zhong Bai both took a few steps back. Zhong Bai, who steadied himself, licked his dry lips and said, I underestimated your strength, but I won't give you any chance now. Sky Pillar Strike Technique. Zhong Bai roared, and his hands constantly slapped the void. Every time he slapped, ripples would appear in the void. When these ripples completely converged together, they formed an extremely majestic power. Go! The Sky Pillar Strike Technique was a unique skill of the Sky Pillar Zhong family. Zhong Bai had only learned a little, but even so, it was enough to deal with Fang Shun. Azura Sword Technique. Facing Zhong Bai, Fang Shun didn't dare to be careless, and directly displayed the 9th move of the Azura Sword Technique. Poochie! The dazzling sword light, which carried a shocking power, pierced into the terrifying ripples. With a crack, the ripples shattered, and a majestic power spread out in an instant. At this moment, Zhong Bai's palms hit Fang Chen's body. He thought that with the Sky Pillar Strike Technique, he could break Fang Chen's defense. Not good. As soon as his palms touched Fang Chen's body, he felt a terrifying power rushing towards him. He cursed in his heart and quickly retreated. Thud! 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 Zhong Bai's face turned slightly pale. His confidence disappeared, and it was replaced by disbelief. What level is his defensive armor? Zhong Bai shook his head hard. If the Sky Pillar Strike Technique couldn't break through his defense, it must be at least at the mysterious Star Realm. Looks like I have to use the Red Dragon Rod. With a thought, a thick iron rod appeared in his palm. There were runes on it, and these runes formed a golden dragon. Red Dragon Rod? On the rostrum, the great Thunder Pavilion Master saw it, and said in a low voice, Vulture King, Great Thunder Pavilion Master, the Red Dragon Rod is the most precious treasure of the Scarlet Vulture Mountain. Vulture King can give it to whoever he wants. This is not against the rules. Ancestor He Lei said. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master was speechless. He snorted and didn't say anything else. He even took out the red dragon rod. Looks like Vulture King is ambitious. Fang Chun has a very strong defensive armor on his body. Only the Crimson Dragon Rod can break through his defense. Yeah, he even took out the red dragon rod. With Zhong Bai's strength, it won't be a problem for him to take the final victory. The leaders shook their heads. The result was obvious. Only the great Thunder Pavilion Master mocked in his heart. How could a mere red dragon rod break through an armor made of black vibranium? He was just a little angry that Vulture King was willing to do anything to win. On the rostrum, Zhongbai held the red dragon rod and looked at Fang Chun eerily. You're proud of your defense, right? If I break through your defense, can you still be the same? Zhongbai said. You can't break through my defense. Fang Chun said calmly. Is that so? With that, Zhongbai poured all his strength into the red dragon rod and smashed it at Fang Chun. You even took out the red dragon rod. You're obviously targeting me. Fang Chun licked his dry lips and said, Since that's the case, I'll show you my true strength. In an instant, the black vibranium armor covered his body and he saw Zhongbai rushing towards him. Fang Chun stood with his hands behind his back and stood quietly on the rostrum. His eyes were filled with disdain. Die! Zhongbai roared. The red dragon rod in his hand exploded with a shocking force and smashed onto Fang Chun's body. Dong! A deafening sound rang out. When the red dragon rod touched the black vibranium armor, layers of light appeared. Break! Zhongbai roared. The power of the red dragon rod was all used on the black vibranium armor. A monstrous force covered the rostrum. The pressure of the red dragon rod was too strong. There was dead silence in the square. In the face of absolute strength, everything else is useless. Fang Chun looked at Zhongbai with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force emerged from the black vibranium armor and wrapped around the red dragon rod. Crack! A crack actually appeared on the crimson dragon staff that was overflowing with power. Crash! Zhongbai's body kept retreating. He spat out blood, and his face was pale. The red dragon rod in his hand had already broken. How is this possible? Vulture King immediately stood up and cried out involuntarily. The red dragon rod was the most precious treasure of Red Vulture Mountain. He knew very well that there was nothing that could block the attack of the red dragon rod. Shapeless, could it be the black vibranium armor? Almost at the same time, a few big shots shouted. Their eyes were wide open and their hearts were trembling. That's right, it's the black vibranium armor. Everyone then realized that Fang Chun's armor was the black vibranium armor. Vulture King's face darkened. It was no wonder that Lin Fan was not afraid of the red dragon rod when he was wearing the black vibranium armor. Extravagant. This is definitely extravagant. Black vibrating gold was a rare treasure. A thumb-sized grain was enough for Mystic Light realm martial artists to fight over, let alone a large piece. As for Fang Chun, he was wearing a set of black vibranium armor. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 24:18. How was he going to fight? His opponent had the black vibrating golden armor and was undefeatable. A mere Mystic Chi realm cultivator wouldn't be able to break through his defense, let alone defeat him. Even if he stood there and let you hit him, you wouldn't be able to defeat him. The fairness of the battle between Xiantians had been destroyed from the start. Fang Chun's black vibrating golden armor was revealed to the world. The eyes of the Mystic Light realm martial practitioners on the rostrum widened as greed appeared in their eyes. That was the black vibrating golden armor. It would be a lie if they said they weren't tempted. I must get the black vibrating golden armor, old ancestor Black Lightning, King Vulture, and the others thought. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chun didn't give Zhongbai a chance and slashed out with the hidden star sword. Puchi! One of Zhongbai's arms was cut off, and he screamed as his body was sent flying. Zhongbai had lost. Who would dare to challenge Fang Chun now? The Black Lightning Plaza was dead silent as everyone's hearts trembled. Since the start of the battle between Xiantians, no one had ever won. Fang Chun had created a record that couldn't be broken. In the clouds, an elder was riding on a big black dog as he looked down with a smile. This guy, seeing the current Fang Chun, the old man felt very gratified. He didn't regret teaching him the Shura Sword Tao. In fact, he even felt a bit proud. An absolute saint realm cultivator suppressing a mystic chi realm cultivator. The elder shook his head. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. However, that was how things were. It really happened. The black vibrating golden armor is enough to make many mystic light realm cultivators go crazy, the elder said. Woof, woof. The big black dog barked. The elder smiled and said, "Don't worry. Let's see how this guy will deal with it." On the Black Lightning Plaza, Old Ancestor Black Lightning, should we announce the result? The pavilion master asked. Old Ancestor Black Lightning paused for a moment before he looked around. He sighed and announced the result. The final winner of this year's innate stage battle was Fong Chun. 3 days from now, head to the pre-heaven dais and receive the pre-heaven blessing. With that, Patriarch Black Lightning's body flickered as he left. Many other forces were overshadowed by Fong Chun. Only the Supreme Thunder Pavilion Master was beaming with joy. In a meeting hall of the Highlight Clan, "We underestimated Fong Chun." Ancestor He Lei said straightforwardly, "This kid was able to obtain a rare treasure like the Black Vibranium. Moreover, the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master even refined a set of armor for him. With the black, vibrantly golden armor, even a Xian Star Realm martial artist would find it hard to break its defense, let alone the Crimson Dragon Rod," Vulture King said. "I have to kill him before the luck reaches me." "What about the black, vibrating gold armor? How should we split it?" Demonic Cloud Old Man asked. Old Ancestor Black Thunder said, "Let's kill this kid first, and then we'll rely on our own abilities. What do you think?" This time, everyone's opinion was very unified. In an elegant courtyard, Fong Chun sat on a stone bench and drank with the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master. "Be careful these 2 days. Ancestor He Lei and the others will most likely attack you," the Pavilion Master said. When the black, vibrantly golden armor was exposed, Fong Chun had already thought of this. Fong Chun nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a gust of wind blew. "Since you're here, why don't you come out and have a drink?" The Pavilion Master stood up and said. Ancestor He Lei walked out from the darkness. "Fong Chun, hand over the black, vibrantly golden armor. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave the Black Thunder City alive." "You've gone too far," the Pavilion Master said angrily. "Pavilion Master, we must get the black, vibrantly golden armor. If you're smart, don't get involved." Devil Cloud Old Man appeared in front of the Pavilion Master and stopped him. "Get lost." The Great Thunder Pavilion Master roared and punched out fiercely. Bang! Devil Cloud Old Man blocked the attack, and the Moon Demon, Vulture King, and Shadow Snake walked out from the darkness. As Mystic Light Realm ancestors, aren't you afraid that you'll be laughed at by others for bullying a Saint Realm cultivator? They surrounded the Pavilion Master while Ancestor He Lei attacked Fong Chun. Voila! His hand reached out and grabbed Fong Chun's head. "Get lost!" The hidden star sword was unsheathed, and a sword hum sounded. In the next moment, a terrifying power that made people tremble came out from the star-hidden sword. Fong Chun didn't try to hide the aura of the hidden star sword. The power of the Chaos Realm exploded out, and the 9th move of the Shura sword art was used. Chaos Realm. Seeing this scene, Ancestor He Lei's eyes burned as he looked at Fong Chun greedily. Bang! Ancestor He Lei's hand was forced back by the hidden star sword, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he was excited. This is unexpected. A Saint Realm cultivator not only has the Dark Thunder Golden Armor, but also a Chaos Realm weapon, Old Man He Lei said. "Unfortunately, you're too weak. You should know that." The Pavilion Master went crazy, but he was stopped by Vulture King and the others, so he couldn't save Fong Chun. Die! Ancestor He Lei used the power of the Mystic Light Realm, and a ball of light covered Fong Chun, binding him. He then stepped forward and grabbed at Fong Chun's head. Just as the huge hand was about to touch Fong Chun's head, it was suddenly blocked by an invisible barrier in the void. Bang! Ancestor He Lei's body was forced back. "What's going on?" Ancestor He Lei looked around and said solemnly, "Who are you? Come out and meet me." "Who is it?" Vulture King and the others didn't expect there to be someone hiding in the dark. Could it be Lord Putuwa and the Flying Flower Formation King? In the entire innate world, only these two people were worthy of Vulture King and the others' attention. What are you trying to do? After waiting for a while, Ancestor Lei didn't move, so he continued to attack Fang Chun. Bang! This time, Ancestor Lei seemed to have been hit hard, and his body was blown away. Finally, Vulture King and the others' expressions became solemn. There must be someone hiding in the dark who could blow Ancestor Lei away. This person's power must be above theirs. Who is it? When did such a hidden expert appear in the innate world? Everyone looked at Fang Chun in a different way. They remembered that he had the Dark Thunder Golden Armor and could crush Mystic Chi Realm cultivators as a Saint Realm cultivator. Thinking back to what had happened to Fang Chun, they were shocked. Could he be the young master of some big force? That was the only way to explain why Pavilion Master Lei was willing to make the Dark Thunder Golden Armor and the Chaos level weapon for him. Which senior is it? Please come out and have a chat. Ancestor Lei got up from the ground and cupped his fists. You don't deserve to know my name. A disdainful voice sounded in the dark. Vulture King and the others' faces turned pale, and they didn't dare to move. Get lost. The voice sounded again, and Vulture King and the others didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly left. Senior, please forgive me if I have offended you. In the blink of an eye, everyone, including Ancestor Lei, disappeared. Pavilion Master Lei opened his eyes wide and looked at Fang Chun curiously. Fang Chun, who is it that helped you? Fang Chun shook his head. To be honest, he didn't know either. Huh? Pavilion Master Lei didn't believe it, but he didn't ask. Just as he turned around, Fang Chun disappeared into thin air. After leaving the elegant courtyard, Vulture King and the others' clothes were soaked. He's too strong. I used my divine sense to track him, but it was defeated by that senior. Luckily, he wasn't hostile to us. Otherwise, we would have died. Yeah, we should have known that Fang Chun must be supported by a powerful force to have such a big piece of Dark Thunder Golden Armor. Sai, we failed. We failed completely. After this battle, Vulture King and the others were scared out of their wits and didn't dare to attack Fang Chun. With that expert here, we don't stand a chance. Vulture King said and turned to leave. Give up. Demonic Cloud Old Man, Moon Demon, and the others also left. Only Ancestor Lei was unwilling to give up. Darkness covered the land. Fang Chun stepped on a black cloud and looked around, but he didn't find anything. How'd I get here? Fang Chun guessed that it was the senior who had helped him in the dark who had brought him here. Kid, your growth is really beyond my expectations. A voice was heard, accompanied by the barking of a dog. Fang Chun turned his head in the direction of the voice and exclaimed, It's you? For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2419. Fang Chun didn't expect that the old man who taught him the Shura Sword Dao would appear here. Now, all his doubts were clear. The old man on the black dog was the one who had scared the Vulture King and the others away. Woof, 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 woof. The big black dog stuck its head in front of Fang Chun. Its mouth was dripping with saliva as it stared at Fang Chun with its eyes as big as gongs. Then, it rubbed its head against Fang Chun. Fang Chun felt a little uncomfortable being rubbed against by a big dog. Senior, why are you here? Fang Chun asked curiously. When he first met the old man, he knew that the old man was an unparalleled expert. Now, his guess was confirmed. Even the Vulture King and the other Mystic Light Realm cultivators were scared away. I just came to take a look, the old man said with a smile. I haven't seen you in a few years, but your growth has exceeded my expectations. Senior, you're flattering me, Fang Chun said humbly. The old man shook his head and said, You don't have to be humble. With your current potential, even in the stellar sky, there will be many forces trying to recruit you. Once you reach the Mystic God Realm, you'll be able to fight against those at the Mystic Star Realm. The old man chatted with Fang Chun for a long time. After chatting, Fang Chun found out that the old man's name was Venerable Hei Chi. To be called a Venerable, one had to be at least of the Mystic God Realm. The old man said that he was the grand elder of the Xiu family in the azure sky. Fangchen didn't know much about this, but he could feel that the Xiu family was very strong in the azure sky. The most mysterious thing in the innate world is the battle between the innate realms. You've suppressed everyone and obtained the final victory. In 3 days, you'll receive the innate blessing, the old man said. This is an opportunity for you. I hope you can grasp it. Hearing this, Fangchen's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly asked, Senior, is there anything I need to pay attention to? The old man chuckled and said, Innate empowerment is the source energy of the innate realm being forcefully poured into your body. Once you fully accept the power of the innate realm, your strength will rapidly increase. In my opinion, you should be able to break through to the profound heaven realm. As for luck, it is more illusory and cannot be seen with the naked eye. However, it is the power of the heavenly Tao of nature, and it is endlessly useful. Once you obtain it, you will naturally understand. With that, the old man rode the big black dog and prepared to leave. Senior. Before Fangchen could finish, the old man waved his hand to stop him. If you ever come to the Azure Civ Plain, you can come find me at the Xiu clan. That's right, when you have the strength to suppress mystic light realm cultivators, I hope you can head to Mashaishan and revive the Shura Sword Tao. Venerable Demon Sword was a good friend of Venerable Black Red. Mashaishan's rise was inseparable from Venerable Demon Sword. Unfortunately, the rise of the Qiu clan led to the destruction of Mashaishan's Shura Sword Tao. Fangchen could be said to be the only sword cultivator of the Shura Sword Tao at the current stage. Venerable Black Red had only casually passed down the Shura Sword Tao to Fangchen, but after meeting him this time, he was even more certain of his original thoughts. He had found an excellent successor for Venerable Demon Sword and the Azura Sword Tao. He could imagine that it wouldn't be long before Fangchen could kill his way to Mashaishan and revive the Shura Sword Tao. I will. Fangchen cupped his fists and said. Fangchen knew about the grudge between Venerable Demon Sword and Mashaishan's Qiu clan. Since he had accepted Venerable Demon Sword's inheritance, he would naturally help him fulfill his wish if he had the chance. The martial Tao was a cycle of karma. This was the cycle of karma between him and Venerable Demon Sword. After Venerable Black Red left, no one in Black Thunder City dared to target Fangchen. In the quiet courtyard, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master kept searching, but he couldn't find any trace of Fangchen. Who took Fangchen away? The Great Thunder Pavilion Master racked his brains. He was sure that the person who took Fangchen away must be the unparalleled expert who secretly took action to intimidate Vulture King and the others. However, why did he take Fangchen away? The Great Thunder Pavilion Master was a little worried at the thought of the Heijun Golden Armor. After all, it was the Heijun Golden Armor. Even Vulture King and the others were tempted, let alone others. I hope you're okay. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master prayed secretly. Swoosh! Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void, and Fangchen walked out of it. Fangchen. Seeing Fangchen, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master was stunned for a moment and immediately exclaimed, Are you okay? The Great Thunder Pavilion Master looked up and down at Fangchen's body. After making sure that he was safe, he was very excited. Thank you for your concern, Pavilion Master. I'm fine, Fangchen said. Who on earth saved you secretly just now? The Great Thunder Pavilion Master asked curiously. An elder, Fangchen replied with a simple sentence. The speaker might not have meant it, but the listener meant it. After the extreme Thunder Pavilion Master heard this, his heart trembled and his eyes flickered. Anyway, it's good that you're okay. Have a good rest these few days. I will protect you secretly until you receive the Khanate enlightenment and blessing of luck. Then, we will leave Black Thunder City immediately and go to Jua City. Jua City was the Great Thunder Pavilion Master's territory. As long as he went back, he had nothing to fear. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After being threatened by Venerable Black Red, Vulture King and the others had already left. Only Ancestor Black Thunder came to the elegant courtyard nervously and found Fangchen. Fangchen, the 3 days are up. Let's go to the Khanate platform now. Fong Shin nodded and followed Ancestor Black Thunder out of Black Thunder City side by side with the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. The Khanate platform was the place where the Khanate realm's luck gathered. It was a forbidden place in the Khanate realm. Without the permission of the 8 magnates, no one was allowed to come here. The Khanate platform was located on a mountain 10,000 miles south of the Barbaric Mountains. This mountain used to be towering into the clouds, but it was flattened by an expert with a sharp weapon, so it was called the Khanate platform. In the past, the winners of the Khanate battle would receive the Khanate enlightenment and blessing of luck. When they were still some distance away from the Khanate platform, Fong Shun and the other 2 encountered a group of Xintian realm bandits. They looked ferocious and were threatening Fong Shun and the other 2, asking them to hand over their belongings. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master did not know whether to laugh or cry at this scene. Get lost. Ancestor Black Thunder was already a little angry. After seeing them, he vented his anger on them. Huh. Ancestor Black Thunder opened his hand, and a thick bolt of lightning shot down, hitting the bandits in the middle. Instantly, the lightning exploded, and the terrifying power drowned all the bandits. Let's go. The 3 of them looked at each other and quickly left. Red Vulture Mountain. Vulture King, are you going to give up just like that? Zongbai's injuries had already healed, and he said unwillingly. As a member of the Sky Pillar Zone family, it was a great humiliation for him to lose to a Saint Realm martial artist. What else can I do? Vulture King said expressionlessly. A Hun Tian Shun has the Black Thunder Golden Armor. Aren't you tempted? Zongbai said in a low voice. So what if I am tempted? Vulture King said lightly. Zongbai's eyes flashed as he stared at Vulture King. He gritted his teeth and said, I want the Khanate enlightenment and blessing of luck. The result has already been decided. I can't change it, Vulture King said. If you can help me get what I want, I will give you the Black Thunder Golden Armor and introduce you to some of the elders of the Sky Pillar Zone family. Vulture King remained silent as he waited for Zongbai's next words. As expected, Zongbai knew that he wouldn't be able to move Vulture King, so he continued. My Sky Pillar Zone family has been planning to enter the stellar sky for a long time. Do you think I'm just passing by this time? The family sent me to the stellar Sky Pillar Zone family to scout out the various forces and regions of the stellar Sky Pillar Zone family. In other words, my Sky Pillar Zone family needs a representative in the stellar Sky Pillar Zone family. Zongbai smiled as he looked at Vulture King. He didn't believe that the latter wouldn't be tempted. Hearing this, Vulture King's expression changed as he looked at Zongbai with his pitch-black eyes. He was considering whether it would be better for him to join the Sky Pillar Zone family. Vulture King, how many years have you been stuck at the peak of the Mystic Light Realm? You know best. If you can obtain the full support of my Zone clan, breaking through to the Xin True Realm will not be a problem. At that time, with just a word from you, the entire innate realm will tremble. Zongbai continued. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2420. Vulture King had cultivated for countless years, so he would not lose his composure just because of Zongbai's words. To be able to lead the Scarlet Vulture Mountain to such a glorious state, he must have planned every step carefully. There was no way he would make a mistake. Seeing Vulture King's indifference, Zongbai's face turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, If my Zone family enters the innate world, we will use our family's secret technique to gather all the luck of the innate world on the Scarlet Vulture Mountain. As for you, Vulture King, you will be able to receive the innate enlightenment once. Chuckling, Zongbai continued, I don't need to explain the effects of the innate enlightenment, right? Finally, Vulture King's expression changed. Can your words represent the Zone family? This was what Vulture King was most worried about. If Zongbai did not promise him some benefits, he would not take the risk. Is this okay? Zongbai took out a token from his chest. The golden token had the word Zone written on it. When Vulture King saw this, he was shocked. His eyes burned with desire as he looked at the token. Deal. Innate platform. Fong Shun and the other 2 stood side by side as they stared at the innate platform. On the innate platform, immortal chi swirled around as the origin energy was abnormally dense. Wait here for me to activate the innate platform. Old ancestor Hey, Lei said expressionlessly. If not for the fact that he was afraid of the expert behind Fang Chun, he would not have done so. With that, old ancestor Hey, Lei's figure flashed as he walked onto the innate platform. In the dark, Zongbai and Vulture King had already arrived and were closely watching everything that was happening. After the innate platform is activated, I will be one step ahead of Fang Chun to receive the innate enlightenment. Help me stop the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. Zongbai said, Don't worry. Leave the Great Thunder Pavilion Master to me. Vulture King said to himself. In order for the Scarlet Vulture Mountain to dominate the innate world, Vulture King was going all out. Hoo. On the mountain peak, rays of light shot out from old ancestor Hey Lei's palm. The innate platform shot out a dazzling light. Open. Old ancestor Hey Lei roared as golden light covered the innate platform. Dong! A deafening voice echoed across the sky. In the next moment, the entire sky trembled. At the same time, all of the origin energy in the innate world surged over. Somehow, he could feel that something was different. Innate enlightenment? Fang Chen's eyes were burning with passion. He leaped to the edge of the innate stage and prepared to accept the innate empowerment. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a black shadow whizzed over. The speed of this black shadow was so fast that even Fang Chen couldn't react in time. Scram! Seeing this, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master roared angrily and wanted to attack. Voila! The massive array shrouded the heavens and the earth, trapping the Supreme Thunder Pavilion Master within. Vulture King, what do you want? The Supreme Thunder Pavilion Master glared at the Vulture King. Outside the formation, nothing could happen. Old Ancestor Black Thunder's eyes flickered, but he didn't make a move. Zongbai. After seeing Zongbai's figure clearly, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. During the innate realm battle, Zongbai had already wanted to kill him. Who would have thought that he would openly snatch his innate level empowerment now? You're courting death. Fang Chun was completely enraged. The black vibration golden armor covered his body, and the hidden star sword in his hand exploded with the aura of the Chaos Realm. Shura Sword Technique. The 9th move of the Shura Sword Technique was instantly used. The hidden star sword had completely recovered to the Chaos Realm and wasn't hidden anymore. This was Fang Chen's strongest move so far. No Mystic Chi Realm cultivator would be able to block this move. Child's Play. Zongbai took out the Zong family token and released a trace of the aura of the Mystic Light Realm. Gotcha! However, before that trace of aura could spread out, it was pierced by the sword light. Following this, the Shura sword light carried incredible power and pierced through Zongbai's head. No! Zongbai roared unwillingly, but to no avail. He had miscalculated and suffered the consequences. Pung! Zongbai's body exploded and turned into nothingness. Fang Chen stepped forward and entered the innate stage. Rumble. The innate enlightenment had officially begun. This. Old Ancestor Black Lightning's expression changed. He had been watching from the beginning to the end, especially the stunning sword strike that Fang Chen used to kill Zongbai. It was too shocking. If there wasn't a powerful force behind him, I wouldn't believe that there would be such a powerful rogue cultivator in the world. Old Ancestor Black Lightning shook his head and controlled himself. Thinking back to what he had experienced that day, he felt a little scared. There must be a peerless expert protecting Fang Chun in the dark. If he attacked, the Black Lightning family would be destroyed. He turned around and looked at Vulture King, who was in the array, and shook his head. Then, his gaze landed on the innate stage. Within the array, Vulture King, do you want to die? The Great Thunder Pavilion Master roared. Aren't you afraid of the mysterious expert behind Fang Chun? Don't try to scare me with the mysterious expert. Since I dared to come here today, I have already planned everything. As long as Zongbai accepts the innate enlightenment, my mission will be a success. Vulture King snickered coldly. Just as the Great Thunder Pavilion Master was about to speak, a deafening sound came from the outside world. Across the array, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master saw a shocking scene. That is, when Zongbai's body exploded, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master was delighted and laughed. Zonbai. At this time, it was Vulture King's turn to be dazed. Zonbai had the Zone family token to protect him. Even a mysterious star realm martial artist couldn't kill him in a short time. How is this possible? Vulture King shook his head in disbelief. Ha ha, Vulture King, you will pay for what you have done. Now that Fang Chun was out of danger, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master launched a powerful attack. Old Ancestor Black Lightning, help me stop Fang Chun. Vulture King secretly transmitted his voice, but Old Ancestor Black Lightning immediately refused. Damn it! Vulture King gritted his teeth and gave up on attacking. Instead, he fled. Phew! After coming out of the array, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Old Ancestor Black Lightning and nodded. He was surprised that Old Ancestor Black Lightning didn't participate in this matter. But after thinking about it, it made sense. Old Ancestor Black Lightning was famous in the innate world for being afraid of death. Especially after what happened that day, he was terrified of the mysterious expert behind Fang Chun. He didn't dare to risk his life. Rumble. At this moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky. The violent heavenly energy was finally ready. The heavenly energy? The heavenly Tao was unpredictable. Any Tao in the world would eventually lead to the heavenly Tao. The heavenly energy could destroy everything and create everything. Amidst the rolling thunderclouds, thick beams of light whizzed over like 10,000 galloping horses. Boom! When the first ray of light was formed, it rushed down and broke through the clouds, bombarding the innate platform. Dong! The thick ray of light hit Fang Chen's body and exploded with a powerful force, shaking Fang Chen's organs. As expected of the heavenly energy, it's too strong. On the innate platform, Fang Chun sighed. Fortunately, he had the Black Lightning golden armor to protect him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the first ray of light. It is said that there are 9 rays of light in the innate enlightenment. The longer you can withstand it, the better the effect. Fang Chun said, in the history of the innate world, the person who lasted the longest was only able to withstand 8 rays of heavenly energy. As for 9 rays of light, it had never happened before. The peerless genius who withstood 8 rays of heavenly energy was the Honorable Soldier Wu, who was once famous in the starry sky. He created his own weapon-controlling Tao and was above all other martial Taos. He was invincible in the same realm and suppressed all the experts. The first ray of light had already made Fang Chen's blood boil and his body staggered. Boom! Just as he was thinking, the second ray of light came down. Crack! The second ray of light shattered Fang Chen's bones and blood splattered everywhere. Bang! His body was smashed onto the innate platform. A terrifying force surrounded him and changed his body. Tui, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, Fang Chun stood up with difficulty. At this moment, he was full of fighting spirit. This is only the second ray of light. Back then, the Honorable Soldier Wu withstood 8 rays of light. If I want to reach a higher level, I have to withstand it for a longer time, Fang Chun said to himself with determination in his eyes. He clenched his fists and looked up at the sky, letting out a crazy roar. This was his roar to fight back. Chapter 24-21. Rumble. The sound of thunder shook Fang Chen's eardrums. The impact of the third beam of light damaged Fang Chen's internal organs. However, Fang Chun was still persevering. As long as one was able to persevere through the innate enlightenment, all the injuries one suffered along the way would be healed in the blink of an eye. Roar! Fang Chun was screaming in his heart. He had to persevere for himself, for his family, and for his friends. 1, the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th. In the blink of an eye, Old Ancestor Black Lightning had already withstood the impact of the 7 light beams. This scene left Old Ancestor Black Lightning somewhat stunned. In the history of the innate world, those who were able to withstand the impact of 7 rays of light were basically all peerless powerhouses of the starry sky. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chun. In the end, he sighed and sank into silence. After enduring the impact of the 7th ray of light, cracks began to appear on the Heijun golden armor. Dong! When the eighth beam of light struck, He Zhen's golden armor shattered. Fang Chen's physical body was about to explode. Thus, he gathered all the power in his internal universe together and resisted the impact of this light. Hold on. Fang Chen coughed up blood. His body was riddled with wounds. Half of his body had been blasted away, and his primordial spirit had been severely injured. Fang Chen, the absolute Thunder Pavilion Master, exclaimed from below. He was also completely stunned by this scene. The power of innate empowerment was too strong. The impact of the ninth ray of light would definitely kill Fang Chen. He didn't want to see Fang Chen die, so he wanted to stop him. However, it was too late. Rumble. In the sky, dense lightning patterns flickered within the surging thunderclouds. All of the origin power in the vast greater heaven realm converged into a thick beam of light. The power of this beam of light surpassed the full power attack of a mystic light realm martial practitioner. The Pavilion Master was shocked. If he was hit by this attack, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. Ow! He couldn't block it at all. It wasn't easy for a Saint Realm cultivator to reach such a stage with the black vibrating gold armor. Give up. The great Thunder Pavilion Master roared at the top of his lungs. Old Ancestor Black Thunder's eyes twinkled. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. I can't give up. Fang Chen's mind was already fuzzy. He shook his head forcefully and maintained his last shred of sanity. Looking up at the sky, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with madness. In history, no one had ever managed to withstand the impact of the ninth ray of light. Even Marshal Honorable Bing Wu had only withstood 8 strikes. If he could withstand the 9th strike, he would surpass Marshal Honorable Bing Wu in the future and reach Great Emperor Su Xian's level. Fang Chen was very ambitious. He wasn't satisfied with the current situation. He wanted his future self to stand at the pinnacle of the chaotic void and look down on all living beings. Roar! Fang Chen roared in his heart. In the next moment, his body emitted a crystal-clear light. He welcomed the 9th innate power empowerment, as if he was facing death with equanimity. Wong. Finally, after a series of preparations, the 9th ray of light was finally completed. When this beam of light struck down, the entire world became dark and lifeless. Kacha! The void shattered, and the entire innate world seemed like it was going to collapse. Dong! The dazzling light that was as bright as day directly swallowed Fang Chen. The entire connate platform trembled and swayed. All the flowers, grass, and trees within 100 miles were turned to dust. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master and Old Ancestor Black Lightning's figures kept retreating. They raised their defenses to the max and barely blocked the shockwave. On this day, many cultivators in the innate world were shocked as they looked in the direction of the innate platform. What the hell is going on? Is it the end? It's coming from the southeast. A supreme treasure must have appeared. A phenomenon from the heavens. Did someone break through? Many people were discussing in low voices. Only a few mystic light realm cultivators stood at the top of their sect and looked in the direction of the innate platform in silence. After this day, Fang Chen would have great providence. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Mystic Star Realm cultivators. With his potential, he would definitely be able to catch up to these old guys in less than 10 years. It was unbelievable just thinking about it. Since things had come to this, they could only accept it. Many people were thinking that another Soldier Marshal Saint had appeared. Only the Great Thunder Pavilion Master and Old Ancestor Black Lightning knew that if Fang Chen didn't die, he would definitely surpass the Martial Soldier in the future. This was because he had withstood the 9th wave. The innate platform was in ruins. If it wasn't for the providence of the innate world, the innate platform would have been destroyed. The entire mountain was almost flattened. At this moment, Fang Chen's physical body was destroyed, and only a trace of his Yuan spirit was left. It floated in the air and was on the verge of death. The sky was clear again, and the innate enlightenment had ended. After the black lightning golden armor shattered, it fell to the ground. The hidden star sword was also broken. The power of the 9th wave was too strong. If Fang Chen hadn't sacrificed his physical body and saved a trace of his Yuan spirit, he would have died already. He withstood it. In the distance, the great Thunder Pavilion Master and old ancestor Black Lightning were completely shocked. The great Thunder Pavilion Master stepped out and came to the innate platform. He happened to see Fong Chen's Yuan spirit shrouded in a gray aura. 9 waves? Ha, he really did it. Before the innate enlightenment, the great Thunder Pavilion Master didn't dare to think that Fong Chen could withstand 9 waves. At that time, he thought to himself that it would be good enough if he could withstand 7 waves. This is the great providence that is healing his injuries. Although Fong Chen was on the verge of death, and his Yuan spirit was about to shatter, the great Thunder Pavilion Master wasn't worried at all. As long as he could withstand the innate enlightenment, he would be blessed with great providence. As long as his Yuan spirit didn't disperse, it would be repaired instantly. Whoosh! All the providence of the entire innate world was bestowed on Fong Chen. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen's Yuan spirit was as good as new, and it had even improved greatly. Next, it was time to rebuild his physical body. With the Yuan spirit as the center, it grew bit by bit. First, it was the head, then the bones, and then the flesh and blood. In just a quarter of an hour, Fong Chen's body had been rebuilt. Dong! After rebuilding his body, Fong Chen felt the power in his body vibrating. His myriad sword body had reached the 6th level. What a strong body! Fong Chen clenched his fist, and the void suddenly exploded. The power it emitted was enough to kill any profound Qi realm warrior. Is this the great providence? Looking around himself, Fong Chen said to himself. After resisting the 9 waves of innate enlightenment, a lot of information appeared in Fong Chen's mind. Therefore, he wasn't too surprised to rebuild his body and recover his Yuan spirit. Now, the power of his internal universe had reached the limit, and he could break through to the profound heaven realm at any time. I can't break through now, Fong Chen said to himself. He still had to find a suitable place to separate his internal universe, so he didn't break through for the time being and suppressed his cultivation. Fong Chen, congratulations, the great Thunder Pavilion Master said excitedly. You have broken the record of innate enlightenment and broken the limit. The great Thunder Pavilion Master said, even Honorable Soldier Wu didn't reach your level. Honorable Soldier Wu resisted 8 waves of impact. As for Fong Chen, he had withstood 9 attacks and broken the limit of the innate level empowerment. The power he absorbed was 10 times or 100 times more than what Honorable Soldier Wu had absorbed. The gray aura around him was very strong. This was all the providence of the innate realm gathered on him. It allowed him to comprehend martial arts at all times, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. When I first saw you, I thought you were ordinary. But when I saw you for the second time, I felt that you were a dragon in the sky. This small innate realm is not your stage. The great Thunder Pavilion Master said slowly, I witnessed a miracle with my own eyes. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for refining the black, vibrantly golden armor for me. Fong Chen said. At this time, he thought of the black, vibrantly golden armor and the hidden star sword. As if reading his mind, the great Thunder Pavilion Master said with a smile, don't worry. Although the black, vibrantly golden armor is broken, it is completely refined by black, vibrantly golden armor. I have a way to restore it. As for the hidden star sword, it's even easier. Leave it to me. Hearing the great Thunder Pavilion Master's words, Fong Chen was relieved. Innate enlightenment and providence. Amazing. The great Thunder Pavilion Master praised. Chapter 24-22. Innate enlightenment and Qi luck. Today, Fong Chen had truly gained the recognition of many experts in the innate realm. Even old ancestor He Lei, who had a huge grudge against Fong Chen, had to admit that Fong Chen had already become powerful. It would be too difficult to kill him. Rumble. The innate platform fell silent again, and ancestor He Lei returned to the territory of the He Lei family. Fong Chen followed Pavilion Master Zhu Lei back to Zhu Lei City. The phenomenon caused by the innate enlightenment shocked the entire innate realm. Only those high-level experts knew what had happened. This matter was very likely to change the structure of the innate realm one day in the future. However, there was no other way. Ju Lei City, Ju Lei Pavilion. Although the black, vibrantly golden armor is seriously damaged, fortunately, each fragment is relatively intact, so it's easier to repair it. Pavilion Master Ju Lei said, "It should be able to be repaired in about 3 months. As for the hidden star sword, I will refine it for you with a special secret method. During this period of time, you should stay here and consolidate your cultivation." While speaking, Pavilion Master Ju Lei flicked his finger, and a ray of light drilled into Fong Chen's mind. This is some information about how to peel off the internal universe. Take a look, it will help you. Pavilion Master Ju Lei said. Fong Chen nodded, cupped his fists, and thanked him, and then left. After returning to Elegant's courtyard, Ingxiu had been looking forward to it. "Brother Fong Chen, are you okay?" Seeing Fong Chen come back, Ingxiu's little face was full of smiles, and she hurriedly asked. Fong Chen looked at Ingxiu lovingly, rubbed her little head, and said, "Xiu, I'm fine. How's your cultivation recently?" "I'm stuck at a bottleneck." Ingxiu told him her troubles, and Fong Chen explained them in detail. "Brother Fong Chen, I'm going to cultivate." Since leaving the Ying family, Ingxiu seemed to have changed. She was lively and lovely, but now she only knew how to cultivate. Alas, he sighed and shook his head helplessly. In the following time, Fong Chen originally planned to consolidate his cultivation while guiding Ingxiu. However, one day, people from the Green Array Alliance came, and he changed his mind. The Flying Flowers Formation King came in person and conversed with Fong Chen for a long time. Moreover, Zhan Yuanzi, who was protecting the Shadow Moon Immortal sect in the Frisia district, had sent him a message. Is Zhan Yuanzi the leader of the Green Array Alliance? Fong Chen was a little surprised. He had been guessing the relationship between Zhen Yuanzi and the Green Array Alliance, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Zhen Yuanzi told me that you have great potential in the Array Dao. As long as you're willing to join the Green Array Alliance, I can make the decision to make you Deputy Alliance Leader. There are no restrictions. You can leave whenever you want. The Flying Blossoms Formation King showed his sincerity. Breaking the record in history, withstanding the impact of the innate bestowment 9 paths, as long as he did not seek death, his future achievements would surpass Soldier Wuzun. Now was the best time to rope him in. After pondering for a moment, Fong Chen raised his head and said, "I'm sorry, but I don't want to join any sect for the time being." But what?" asked the Flying Blossoms Formation King. "I have a younger sister. She has the 10,000 formation physique and has great potential in the Array Dao. I wonder if she can join the Green Array Alliance," said Fong Chen. In fact, he was also thinking about the future. One day, he would have to leave the innate realm. At that time, he would not be able to take Ingxiu with him. Letting her join the Green Array Alliance was the best choice. Oh, 10,000 formation physique. The Flying Blossoms Formation King's eyes lit up. Fong Chen called Ingxiu over. The Flying Blossoms Formation King sized her up carefully and was very satisfied. Sure. The Flying Blossoms Formation King immediately decided to take Ingxiu as his disciple. Then, "Thank you, Flying Blossoms Formation King." Fong Chen cupped his fists in thanks. "No need to thank me. Xiu's Array Dao potential is one of the best in the Green Array Alliance. I have to thank you for sending such a good seedling to the Green Array Alliance," said the Flying Blossoms Formation King happily. In fact, taking Xiu as a disciple was partly because of her Array Dao potential. Another reason was that Xiu was Fong Chen's younger sister. The latter doted on her very much. If she joined the Green Array Alliance, it was equivalent to Fong Chen being related to the Green Array Alliance. This was a gamble on Fong Chen's future achievements. The Flying Blossoms Formation King and Fong Chen chatted for a long time. They even talked about Array Dao. Then, the Flying Blossoms Formation King left with Xiu. "Brother Fong Chen, Xiu will miss you." Ingxiu's eyes were red. She was reluctant to leave Fong Chen. "Xiu, cultivate well in the Green Array Alliance. I'll visit you when I have time," said Fong Chen. Ingxiu nodded. "Big brother Fong Chen, don't worry. A Xiao will definitely bitterly cultivate the Tao of array formations. There will be a day when a Xiao will stand by Big Brother Fong Chen's side and fight alongside you. There were three major realms in the heavenly God realm: the heaven-opening realm, the earth-splitting realm, and the absolute saint realm. The three realms were progressing step by step. The internal universe was also growing and operating. Now, Fong Chun had already reached the limit of the absolute saint realm. After the Khanate enlightenment, he could step into the profound heaven realm at any time. However, he didn't do so, because when breaking through to the profound God realm, there were two choices. The first was to shatter the universe and absorb all the power in the internal universe to strengthen oneself. The second was to separate the internal universe from the body. The precepts of heaven and earth would operate, and everything would grow. The first was only a short-term benefit. The second was a long-term benefit. As the miniature universe continued to grow, one's strength would also rise. Fong Chan was looking at some information about separating the internal universe from the internal universe in his mind. The internal universe had grown to the limit. As long as he guided it, it could be separated. It's easy to separate the internal universe. However, it's a little difficult to find a place with a more stable space. Fong Chan curled his lips. In the history of the primal chaos void, there were many absolute saint realm martial artists who were trying to separate their internal universes. However, due to some external factors, the internal universes they found were not stable enough. Due to some external factors, the internal universes collapsed, and they suffered a backlash. After pondering, Fong Chun decided to return to the Void Star Sky after the repair of the black, vibrantly golden armor and the hidden star sword. Then he would ask Ancestor Xing Yi. Ancestor Xing, he must have experience since the development of the universe. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. What a wonderful work. Fong Chun carefully checked the repaired black, vibrantly golden armor. His face was full of excitement. After the repair, the compatibility of the black, vibrantly golden armor was higher. The entire armor was natural, and there were no gaps. "Put on," the pavilion master said. With a thought, Fong Chun hid the black, vibrantly golden armor under his skin. Then, Fong Chun's gaze fell on the hidden star sword. "After I reforged this longsword of yours, it's already reached mid-tier chaos grade," the pavilion master said. "When you step into the profound heaven realm, with the assistance of the black, vibrantly golden armor and the hidden star sword, you can definitely fight against profound star realm experts." "Thank you, pavilion master." After putting away the hidden star sword, Fong Chen's eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. After pondering for a moment, Fong Chun said, "Pavilion master, I have a favor to ask." "What is it? Just say it." "Actually, I'm not a martial artist from the starry sky. I'm from the void star sky." Fong Chun told the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master in full detail about how he came here from the void star heaven. After hearing it, the Pavilion Master was not surprised. "You mean you want to return to the void star sky?" the Pavilion Master asked. Fong Chun nodded. The Pavilion Master said, "The innate world has a transportation formation across the sky. The Putuwa Temple is guarding it, but I don't know if they'll agree to open it." Just as Fong Chun was about to speak, Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master spoke first. "Don't worry, I'll talk to Lord Putuwa. I don't think he'll make things difficult for me." While the Pavilion Master was heading to the Putuwa Temple, Fong Chun left Juele City. His destination was the Frisia District. A few days later, in the Frisia District, whoosh, taking a deep breath, Fong Chun slowly looked into the distance. Back then, he had been forced to leave the Frisia District by Zhang Yuanzi's help. Now he was standing in the Frisia District again. He was here for revenge. "You sent the King of Assassins, Rat King, to kill me? Are you trying to kill me?" Fong Chun sneered and took a step forward. The Black Cliff Sect. In fact, the disciples of the Black Cliff Sect in the Frisia Castle weren't killed by Fong Chun. However, the Black Cliff Sect Master insisted on putting all the blame on Fong Chun. He even joined forces with the Black World Sect Master and the Jin Clan Patriarch to besiege the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. Fong Chun's first target was the Black Cliff Sect. Chapter 24-23. Blackcliff Sect. Hurry up. We must complete this array within 3 days. A man in black armor stood in the air, supervising the disciples below to move all the materials to the designated location according to the requirements. You, why are you dawdling? The man in black armor scolded loudly. I really don't know what the sect master is thinking. The protective mountain array has always been fine. Why do we have to expand it? Who else in the Kanglan district dares to come to our Blackcliff sect? Wong. As soon as the man in black armor finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. A layer of ripples appeared on the protective mountain array, followed by a cracking sound. A huge gap appeared in the east. Rumble. A huge amount of energy gathered at the gap, causing the entire protective mountain array to tremble. What's going on? The man in black armor roared as he quickly rushed to the gap. Suddenly, they saw a figure slowly walking out of the gap. Who dares to cause trouble in the Blackcliff sect? The man in black armor roared as he struck out with his palm. Bang! The newcomer stood there motionlessly, allowing the black-armored man's palm strike to land on his body, but nothing happened to him. Who are you? The man in black armor retreated as he secretly contacted the sect master. His eyes flashed with panic. The person who will kill you. Pucci. Fong Chun struck out with his palm, and a wind blade cut through the man in black armor's head. Rumble. The protective mountain array was completely destroyed, alarming the sect master. Violent energy roared from the depths of the mountain behind the Blackcliff sect. The sect master came in anger, exuding a vast amount of energy. Who are you? The sect master said angrily. Sect master Blackcliff, you have a bad memory. Fong Chun smiled. You sent the king of assassins, Rat King, to assassinate me. Have you forgotten? It's you? The sect master was shocked when he heard this. How did you? Blackcliff sect master cried out involuntarily. You dare to come to my Blackcliff sect? After being shocked, he was enraged. He clenched his fists and took a step forward. He arrived before Fong Chun, wanting to kill him. You're too weak. The sect master of the Blackcliff sect was a profound Qi realm warrior. To the current Fong Chun, killing a profound Qi realm warrior was like slaughtering a dog. Bang, bang, bang. Even though sect master Haya's attacks landed on his body, they were all blocked by the Haya golden armor. How is this possible? The Blackcliff sect master was shocked. His attack was close to the mysterious star realm, but couldn't break through the opponent's defense. No wonder the Rat King failed. At this time, sect master Haya finally realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. The star-hidden sword had already been unsheathed and only returned after seeing blood. Pucci. The seventh move of the Azura sword skill was executed. The terrifying Azura sword Qi whistled through the air and pierced through the sect master's head. The entire Blackcliff sect was deathly silent. Even their sect leader had died in the hands of this man. Their bodies trembled as their hearts were filled with fear. From today onwards, the Blackcliff sect will be disbanded. All of you will leave on your own. If anyone dares to use the Blackcliff sect's name in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fong Chen's voice reverberated through the air above the Blackcliff sect. Instantly, countless martial artists were filled with gratitude towards Fong Chun. In a moment, the huge Blackcliff sect had become an empty mountain. Next, Fong Chen's gaze fell in the direction of the Black World sect. The Black World sect master's strength wasn't as strong as the Blackcliff sect master. However, with the existence of the Great Black World Battle Formation, the Black World sect master's strength could be increased infinitely. At this moment, the Black World sect master was in the square, personally practicing the Great Black World Battle Formation. 81 people were lined up in a row on the square, moving quickly according to the Black World sect master's command. I didn't expect that the loopholes of the Great Black World Battle Formation would be completely fixed by me. The Black World sect master was secretly delighted. A coincidence had allowed him to realize that he had fixed all the loopholes of the Great Black World Battle Formation in one fell swoop. The Great Black World Battle Formation was now extremely powerful. With him as the core and the Great Black World Battle Formation as support, He wasn't afraid of any of the mysterious Chi realm martial artists in the Kanglan district. With this great black world battle formation, my Black World sect will definitely rise again. The Black World sect master said confidently. Black World sect master. A thunderous voice came from the clear sky. Who is it? The Black World sect master looked up and said coldly. Long time no see. Fong Chun walked out of the void and looked at the Black World sect master with a smile. It's you? The Black World sect master's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent as he said eerily. If you had been in Jewel City, we wouldn't have been able to do anything to you, but you came to die. Oh, is that so? Fong Chun shrugged and said, previously, the Black Cliff sect master said the same thing, but in the end, he died and the Black Cliff sect was disbanded. What? The Black Cliff sect master is dead? The Black World sect master was shocked and carefully looked at Fong Chun. Now it's your turn. Fong Chun stepped out and directly stepped into the Great Black World Battle Formation. Great Black World Battle Formation, rise. The Black World sect master didn't dare to be negligent and directly controlled the Great Black World Battle Formation to operate. 81 people quickly rotated and operated the Great Black World Battle Formation to the extreme. Like a black hole, it was swallowing Fong Chun. Boy, even if you have the strength to kill Profound Chi Realm, you will definitely die if you fall into my Great Black World Battle Formation. The Black World sect master sneered. The Great Black World Battle Formation is just so. Fong Chun clenched his fist, gathered his strength, and was ready to go. It's useless. The loophole of the Great Black World Battle Formation has been fixed by me. You can't break it all. The Black World sect master thought that Fong Chun wanted to use the loophole to break the formation. However, he was wrong. There was no need to do that. In front of absolute strength, everything was nothingness. Boom! A punch was thrown, and it was earth-shattering. The 81 people who maintained the Great Black World Battle Formation shook and blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. Crack! The Great Black World Battle Formation broke by itself, and all 81 people fell to the ground. What happened to you? The Black World sect master was shocked. Although the loophole of the Great Black World Battle Formation has been fixed by you, the people who maintain the Great Black World Battle Formation are too weak. Fong Chun said softly. His punch was enough to kill an ordinary warrior in the Profound Chi realm. It simply and violently bombarded the battle matrix of the big dark world. It was like hitting a bull through a mountain, injuring everyone. I'm going to kill you. The Black World sect master was furious and immediately attacked. However, without the Great Black World Battle Formation, he couldn't withstand a single blow. The 7th move of the Shura sword technique. Sword out, sword sheath. Putting away the hidden star sword, he turned and left without looking. The Black World sect was destroyed. In the Jean family mansion, the Jean family patriarch was restless. Recently, he had been feeling uneasy, as if something big was going to happen. Patriarch, if it doesn't work, let's go to the Shadow Moon Immortal sect and ask for peace. An elder said, the latest news from Jewel City. Fong Chun has received the innate blessing and his strength has soared. He already has the strength to kill Profound Chi realm martial artists. Another elder said, this kind of powerhouse was not someone they could compare to. Damn it, the Jean family patriarch was furious. Patriarch, I'm afraid you've forgotten one thing. Suddenly, a young elder sitting at the last seat spoke. Our Jean family's ancestral token is still with Fong Chun. There's no hope of taking back the ancestral token. The first elder said, the only way now is to not let him find any of the Jean family bloodline. Otherwise, once the ancestral token is activated, our Jean family will have no room to turn back. After pondering for a moment, the Jean family patriarch made a decision. Disband the Jean family. All the Jean family disciples must leave and hide their names. They must not appear in front of the world. In just one morning, the Jean family mansion was empty. Only the Jean family patriarch and some elders were left. Patriarch, are you sure you want to do this? The first elder took a deep breath and asked. The ancestral token is of great importance. We must take it back. The Gene family patriarch said, if the 9 of us work together, we still have a chance. If we fail, we must burn our blood essence and self-destruct. Don't give him any chance. The ancestral token could only be activated by the Gene family bloodline. Don't worry. If that bastard dares to come, I'll be the first to self-destruct. An elder said angrily. It was the first time in the history of the Kanglan district that they were forced to this extent by a celestial chaos immortal. Even Sovereign Kanglan had only been able to make many forces submit to him after he had stepped into the profound Chi realm. He's here. The Gene family patriarch's expression changed slightly. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2424. Since ancient times, the fist had always been the absolute truth. As long as the fist was hard enough, anything said would be regarded as a classic by the world. The current scene perfectly illustrated the meaning of this sentence. Once upon a time, Fang Chun was hunted down by the 3 major sect. With nowhere to run, he asked Jin Yuanzi to send him away. Now he was back. Powerful sects like the Black Cliff sect and the Black World sect were destroyed by him. As for the Gene family, they disbanded in advance, leaving only the elders and the patriarch. They were ready to fight to the death with Fang Chun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the patriarch of the Gene family finished speaking, Fang Chun arrived. His divine sense enveloped the Gene family and found that it was empty. Fang Chun's lips curled into a smile. Disbanding in advance? Fang Chun said, Fang Chun, we were wrong before. We are willing to reconcile with you and give up all our resources. What do you think? The patriarch said. The situation forced him to bow. Reconcile? That's fine, but I have a condition, Fang Chun said. What condition? As long as they could negotiate, there was a glimmer of hope. Use your life in exchange for the safety of the Gene family. You. The patriarch of the Gene family looked at Fang Chun angrily. Patriarch, why do you have to do this? Even if we die, we won't let him succeed. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the elders ignited his blood essence and self-detonated. His body was surrounded by dense flames as he rushed toward Fang Chun. Boom! The violent power exploded in an instant, and the sea of fire drowned Fang Chun. Is he dead? Everyone in the Gene family was nervously watching. Rip! Fang Chun walked out of the sea of fire without any injuries on his body. How is this possible? The self-detonation of a profound heaven realm martial artist was so powerful that even the patriarch of the Gene family didn't dare to face it head-on. However, Fang Chun was safe and sound. He's too strong. The patriarch of the Gene family made a decision in an instant. Kill. At the order, many elders ignited their blood essence and self-detonated. Rumble. Deafening noises resounded through the sky as explosions rang out one after another. The Heijun golden armor covered his entire body and easily blocked the self-destruction of everyone. Blood essence. Fang Chun shuttled through the void and arrived in front of the Gene clan master. He grabbed the latter's wrist, wanting to extract a drop of essence blood. Ha ha ha! You want my Gene family's blood essence? Dream on. The head of the Gene family laughed maniacally. The blood essence in his body burned, and a violent power exploded in an instant. His body turned into nothingness. The descendants of the Gene family will definitely avenge me. The voice of the patriarch of the Gene family came from the sea of fire. Boom! The powerful shockwave forced Fang Chun back. Hoo-hoo-hoo! Standing in the air, Fang Chun gazed at the sea of fire above the Gene family estate. After a long time, he shook his head and turned to leave. On this day, the news of the destruction of the 3 sects shocked the entire Kanglan district. Many people were guessing who had such great ability. Could it be the peerless expert behind the Shadow Moon Immortal sect? But soon, an earth-shattering news spread. Fang Chun, who was once hunted by the 3 sect, returned to Kanglan district and suppressed the 3 sect, killing all the profound Chi and profound heaven realm martial artists of the 3 sections. This piece of news quickly caused an uproar. Everyone in Kanglan district was shocked. No matter how shocked the outside world was, Fang Chun had already returned to the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Elder Fang, are the rumors true? Purple Moon personally came to welcome Fang Chun and asked curiously. Fang Chun nodded. He didn't need to hide anything from Purple Moon. Oh my God, the patriarch of the Jin family and the others were profound Qi realm experts. Guru Purple Moon's heart trembled as she exclaimed. At the same time, he was also shouting excitedly. The bitter days of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect were finally over. They would rise again under his leadership. Ha ha ha! Elder Fang is really amazing. Guru Purple Moon praised. Many first-rate factions were shocked, and all eyes were focused on the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Fang Chen's strength already threatened them, these first-rate forces. If he started a massacre and wanted to unify the Kanglan district, they would join forces to fight him even if they had to die. Should we make a move? Many first-rate forces were waiting for the battle to begin. However, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect sent out a message. The Shadow Moon Immortal sect doesn't want to dominate the Kanglan district. We only want to develop in peace. If anyone dares to covet the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, I, Fang Chun, will definitely visit them in person. This was what Fang Chun said in person. It was very intimidating. Many first-rate factions heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. At the same time, many profound Qi realm martial artists came to the Shadow Moon Immortal sect to visit Purple Moon Immortal sect with gifts. Kid, your growth is really... Zhang Yunzi shook his head and didn't know what to say. Thank you, Elder Zhang Yunzi. Fang Chun thanked him. Now, you can protect the Shadow Moon Immortal sect with just a word. I'm already redundant. However, since this is my promise, I will definitely keep it, Zhang Yunzi said. Protecting the Shadow Moon Immortal sect for 100 years was his promise. Elder, after I leave, I hope you can take care of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, Fang Chun said. Don't worry, you can cultivate in peace. Everything in the Kanglan district was finally settled. He had been hunted down, and now his words had intimidated the entire Kanglan district. All the first-rate factions fought to be on good terms with the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Fang Chun had already returned to Jiulei City. Since the Khanate Enlightenment and the Blessing, many factions in the Khanate realm had already given up. Only the Vulture King had always hated Fang Chun. He was responsible for Zhong Bai's death in the Khanate realm. If the Tianqing Zhong family held him accountable, he would not be able to escape responsibility. The Khanate realm was as calm as water, but undercurrents were surging. When Fang Chun returned to Jiulei City, he happened to meet the Jiulei Pavilion Master. How is it? The Jiulei Pavilion Master nodded and said, Lord Putuwa has agreed, but activating the Sky Crossing Array requires a lot of materials. We have to be responsible for this. Don't worry, I have also accumulated a lot of materials over the years. I will exchange them all for energy crystals. The Jiulei Pavilion Master said, It's enough for you to return to illusory, star heaven. Fang Chen's thoughts stirred. He took out some spatial rings and said, These spatial rings were obtained from other people. Although they aren't that rich, it can be considered a small contribution. Wait for my good news. Half a month later, all the energy crystals had been prepared. Activating the Sky Crossing Array requires 100 energy crystals. I have 200 here. You can take them all. When you're done with Illusory Star Heaven, you can come back again, the Jiulei Pavilion Master said. The exchange of energy crystals went very smoothly. Many giants knew that Fang Chun needed them and generously gave them to him. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Thank you, Lord Putuwa Temple. On the peak of the mountain, Lord Putuwa and the Jiulei Pavilion Master stood side by side. Fang Chun stood in the Sky Crossing Array, and the 100 energy crystals had all been returned to their positions. Voila! White light flashed, and the Sky Crossing Array rapidly rotated, enveloping Fang Chun and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lord Putuwa and the Jiulei Pavilion Master looked at each other. They could imagine that when Fang Chun returned, he would definitely turn illusory, star heaven upside down. Red Vulture Mountain. In a dark palace, there was a 5 elements array, and in the middle of the array, there was a black altar. Vulture King stood in the 5 elements array and respectfully said to the black altar, Honorable Lord, I am responsible for Zongbai's death. Cut the crap. Who killed Zongbai? The cold voice of the Zong family powerhouse came from the black altar. This black altar was set up by Zongbai. He wanted to use Red Vulture Mountain as a springboard to enter the innate world and then infiltrate illusory star heaven. Unfortunately, Zongbai had already fallen. Nephew Zongbai was killed by Fong Chun. I've already asked around. This guy came from illusory star heaven and seems to have taken the sky-crossing array to return to illusory star heaven, Vulture King said. Illusory star heaven. Hearing this, a ferocious aura came from the black altar. Zongbai will not die in vain. As for your Red Vulture Mountain, you'll not be able to escape responsibility. Lord, I'm willing to give up everything for the Zong family, even if it is my life, Vulture King said anxiously. I still have some use for you. The black altar quieted down, and Vulture King revealed a helpless expression. However, when he thought about how Fong Chun could be killed, he felt incomparably happy. With the Zong family making a move, he will definitely die. Chapter 24-25. Western Profound Heaven. The vast and boundless mountain range was known as God's mountain range. It was said that an ancient god had once appeared in this mountain range. The entire mountain range was enveloped by dense source power. Inside, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. Danger lurked everywhere. Outside God Mountain Range, there was a plaza. In the plaza, countless martial artists were worshiping devoutly. It was said that if one's heart was sincere, their dreams would definitely come true. Many martial artists were so devout in order to obtain the ancient god's help. Ancient God, please help. Honorable ancient God, if you have a spirit, I hope you can save us. Such voices lingered on incessantly. The ancient gods were existences that were above the profound gods. They were peerless powerhouses at the level of Great Emperor Void Mystic. Once they entered Ancient God, they could summon clouds and rain with a flip of their hand. Below Ancient God, all were ants. Looking across the chaos void, Ancient God powerhouses were few and far between. They were the unparalleled powerhouses that truly stood at the peak of the chaos void. With a stomp of their feet, a piece of heaven and earth would completely fall. A tiny place like Void Star Heaven did not even have profound god powerhouses, let alone ancient gods. Don't even think about it. However, this God's mountain range gave everyone a spiritual sustenance. If one's heart was sincere, their dreams would definitely come true. This sentence had always been circulating in Western Profound Heaven. Although many high-level powerhouses believed that the ancient god had once descended upon God's mountain range, and this matter was extremely likely to be true, their devout worship of the ancient god was completely useless. However, humans were like this. The weaker one's strength, the more they would place their hopes on others. There were very powerful restrictions around God's mountain range. Even profound god powerhouses did not dare to rashly enter. Not to mention pure sky god. In a barbaric place like Void Star Heaven, profound gods were basically peak existences. And in Western Profound Heaven, pure sky gods could be counted on one's fingers. In the Chaos Void's 33 heavens, Stellar Heaven was one of the 10 super heavens. As for Void Star Heaven, it was a low-class heavens. Overall, it was the most remote and the weakest heavens. Whoosh! Today, many martial artists were kneeling in worship at God's mountain range, hoping that the ancient god spirit could help them fulfill their wishes. However, a gust of wind suddenly blew. A wild gale blew out from the God mountain range, kicking up dust. The origin energy in the air was chaotic, giving people a feeling of oppression. As the ancient god appeared, many people were incomparably excited and shouted crazily. They believed that their piety had moved the ancient gods. The ancient gods had appeared and wanted to help them. Crack! A vortex vaguely appeared in the void. Then a ray of light shot out from the vortex. Dong! The godly mountain range trembled as countless beasts roared. Everyone was shocked. The towering tree was scorched by the flames, and Fong Chun walked out of the light. Whoosh! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Fong Chun looked around and realized that he was in a very magical place. What is this place? His intuition told him that this place was very dangerous and that he had to leave as soon as possible. Let's go. Fong Chen's figure flashed as he quickly flew towards the outside world. During this process, many profound god-level demon beasts attacked him. The Heijun gold armor covered the surface of his skin, and he charged forward recklessly. Very quickly, he saw the outside world. Rip! After passing through the last forest, Fong Chun stepped out of the godly mountain range. Huh? He stopped in his tracks, and his face was a little stunned. Where had he come to? Why were there so many warriors staring at him in front of the mountain range? The ancient god has appeared. Honorable ancient god. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they looked at Fong Chun wildly and shouted crazily. Ancient god? Fong Chun frowned. He seemed to have understood something. Did these people think that he was the ancient god? Could it be that this is the place where the ancient god lives? Fong Chun was a little puzzled. Did he not feel any ancient god's aura? Ancient god, have you appeared? The leader carefully approached Fong Chun and asked in a low voice. I don't understand what you're talking about. I am not the ancient god you're talking about. Fong Chun shrugged and explained, I'm just a warrior who accidentally entered this mountain range. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked at Fong Chun with their mouths agape. How is that possible? No one believed it. Looking at Fong Chun's aura, he should be Hun Tian Shun. However, they did not understand how a Hun Tian Shun could walk out of the godly mountain range so calmly. Who are you? Everyone asked. Whoosh, whoosh. The commotion here caused a big commotion. Soon, a few absolute saints arrived. What happened? The leader of the group, a man in light armor, asked in a deep voice. Lord, one of them told the man in light armor the situation here in detail. The latter had a complicated look in his eyes. He looked at Fong Chun and said, Kid, come with us. Where to? Fong Chun asked. You don't have the right to know. Another person said fiercely. I have something to do. I will leave first. Fong Chun ignored the people of Sichuan heaven and turned to leave. You are courting death. The three absolute Saint Realm martial artists all attacked. Bang! However, he was sent flying by Fong Chun in a single exchange. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the three of them stood up, Fong Chun had already disappeared. Oh my God, what did I just see? Ancient god. He must be an ancient god. Many people were shocked. They subconsciously thought of Fong Chun as an ancient god. Soon, this news spread throughout Sichuan heaven and even alarmed ancestor Xing He and the others. However, when they investigated the truth of the matter, they found that the person who walked out of the godly mountain range was not an ancient god, but Fong Chun. Fong Chun had returned. This news spread like the wind and quickly spread throughout the void star heaven. At the edge of Sichuan heaven, Fong Chun was preparing to leave through the teleportation array. Suddenly, two figures appeared. Fong Chun recognized one of them. He was wearing light armor and had seen him in the godly mountain range. Sectmaster, it's this kid. The light-armored man pointed at Fong Chun and said fiercely. The sect leader before him wore a calm expression as he stared at Fong Chun. You trespassed into the godly mountain range and left just like that? Then what do you want? Fong Chun frowned. He had already given them a lot of face, but Sichuan heaven was still unwilling to let him go. Were they forcing him to kill them? Kid, although you are a disciple of the Wuji Sword sect, this is Sichuan heaven. If you're a dragon, you have to coil around it. If you are a tiger, you have to hold it. I am the sect master of Sichuan heaven. This is my territory. The godly mountain range is the most sacred mountain range in Sichuan heaven. No one can blaspheme the ancient god. In their opinion, Fong Chun had blasphemed the ancient god by coming out of the godly mountain range. What kind of logic is this? Fong Chun sneered. Sichuan's sect master was obviously going against him. Sichuan heaven's logic, Sichuan's sect master said. I don't want to do anything. Fong Chun said, if I do, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Sichuan sect master was a mystic Qi realm martial artist. He was also a sect master, one of the top experts in Sichuan heaven. He was being threatened by a weak Saint realm martial artist. He felt like he had lost face. You are courting death. Sichuan's sect master said coldly. Today, let me clean up the sect for Jian Wuji. As soon as he finished, Sichuan's sect master attacked. Humph! Fang Chen sneered. He clenched his fists and punched out. Dong! A simple punch had sent the Western Xian sect master flying. This is the first time. If there's a next time, I will kill you. Fang Chen left, leaving a warning in the air. The light-armored man's heart was shaken, and his emotions were in turmoil. He sent sect master flying with one punch? He looked at the sky in disbelief and shook his head. Puchi! Sichuan's sect master struggled to get up from the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Sect master. The man in light armor quickly helped Sichuan's sect master up. There was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. The news of Fang Chen punching Sichuan sect master still spread. Everyone in the vast void star heaven was shaken. In an instant, Fang Chen's name resounded throughout Sichuan heaven. Even ancestral patriarch Xing, he and the others went to Wuji Sword sect to meet up with Fang Chen. Dongxian heaven, Wuji Sword sect's territory. Fang Chen had returned. However, what he saw was not a prosperous limitless sword sect. Instead, he saw a limitless sword sect that was on the verge of death. What the hell is going on? Why is the Wuji Sword sect like this? Fang Chen was puzzled. Where is you, Chapter 24-26. Back then, the Divine Blade sect was destroyed because of Fang Chen. The Divine Phoenix sect retreated, and the Wuji Sword sect became the dominant sect. Before Fang Chen left, the Wuji Sword sect had vaguely become the strongest force in Dongxian heaven. How could such a powerful force become so weak? There must be a secret behind this. Whoosh! Fang Chen's consciousness spread out and instantly enveloped the entire Wuji Sword sect. How could this be? He searched the entire Wuji Sword sect, but couldn't find his wife, Star and Moon, Princess Yusin, and the others. Even the outstanding disciples who had grown up with Fang Chen were nowhere to be seen. Where's the Sword Master? Where's the Sect Master? Fang Chen leaped and arrived above the Wuji Sword sect. He focused his attention and looked around. Finally, he found a clue. There was a small sword tomb at the peak of the Wuji Sword Mountain. This was where the swords of the Wuji Sword sect's ancestors were located. Inside the sword tomb, Fang Chen felt Jian Wuji's aura. He immediately took a step forward and entered the sword tomb. Buzz! The sound of swords rang out, and ancient swords appeared in front of Fang Chen, trying to stop him from moving forward. Boom! A powerful sword aura erupted from Fang Chen's body and forced the swords back. Sect Master. Soon, Fang Chen arrived in front of Tombstone. Sect Master, it's me. There was no response for the first time. When the second time came, the soil cracked and Jian Wuji's figure quietly appeared. His face was pale and his aura was weak. He was like an old man in his twilight years. Fang Chen didn't dare to imagine where the high-spirited Jian Wuji had gone and how he had become like this. Fang Chen, it's you? Jian Wuji was very excited to see Fang Chen. Fang Chen helped Jian Wuji up and asked anxiously, Sect Master, what happened while I was gone? Back then, Fang Chen had mysteriously disappeared. The Wuji Sword sect searched crazily and almost turned the entire Demon Island upside down, but they couldn't find any clues. In the end, everyone came to the conclusion that Fang Chen had died. Because of this, the Wuji Sword sect was very sad. But now, after so many years, Fang Chen had actually returned. Where have you been all these years? Jian Wuji said with tears. I went to Star Sky. Fang Chen told Jian Wuji about his experiences in the past few years. Jian Wuji was very happy. It's good that you're back. Jian Wuji patted Fang Chen's shoulder. His face was filled with a complicated expression. He walked a few steps and sat on a stone platform. He said, After you left, people from the Sky Pillar Zone clan came and said that they wanted to destroy the Limitless Sword sect. The Sword Master and I tried our best to protect the Limitless Sword sect, but we were no match for them. After a fierce battle, Sword sect's Sword Master died, and I escaped with serious injuries. At the last moment, Ancestor Xing he appeared and forced the Sky sect's people to retreat. But what? Fang Chen's face was solemn as he asked in a deep voice. Before the Sky Sect's people left, they captured all the outstanding disciples of the Wuji Sword Sect. Boom! After hearing this, Fang Chen's heart emitted a cold, killing intent. Did that mean that his wife, Princess Xin, and the others had all been taken away? Sky Sect's Sword Sect. It was the first time Fang Chen hated a family so much. He swore in his heart that one day, he would personally go to the Sky Sect's Sword Sect and save his wife and the others. Where's she? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. Back then, she had wandered around the void star sky to hone himself. He didn't know if she was okay. Hearing this, Jian Wuji fell silent. After a long time, he sighed and said, She has disappeared. His words were filled with grief. It was all because of his incompetence as her master. Fang Chen stood stiffly on the ground, not moving at all. Images of him with his wife and daughter flashed in his mind. The long sword in the sword tomb emitted a sword cry, as if it felt the feelings of Jian Wuji and Fang Chen. After a long while, Fang Chen put away his grief and calmed down. Sect Master, why are you hiding here? Although the Sky Sect Sword Sect has left, they left behind a few profound Qi realm cultivators. If I appear, they will attack me. All these years, I have pretended to be dead and have been hiding in the sword tomb. Jian Wuji said helplessly. A dignified, profound Qi realm cultivator was forced to such a state. He was helpless. Does Ancestor Xing he not care? Fang Chen asked. Jian Wuji shook his head and said with a bitter smile, It's useless. Although the Ancestor wants to care, the Sky Sect's experts have also appeared. They once said that if Ancestor Xing, he, and the others disregard their status and attack the Sky Sect's people, then they will definitely incur the Sky Sect's crazy revenge. The Sky Sect's Sword Sect was too big. Even if the power of the entire Void Star Heaven was gathered, it was still not their match. The Starry River Old Ancestor was in a high position. He had to consider the entire Void Star Heaven and not act on impulse. Therefore, he endured it. I understand. Fang Chen nodded gently and helped Jian Wuji up. Sect Master, let's go back. The Limitless Sword Sect was in jubilation. Jian Wuji and Fang Chen sat at the head of the table. Below them were some elders and disciples. Over the years, as the news of my death spread, the monkeys scatter when the tree falls. The huge Limitless Sword Sect has fallen to such a state. Many disciples have withdrawn from the Sword Sect, and even some elders have rebelled. Jian Wuji said helplessly, What about the Divine Phoenix Sect? Did they take the opportunity to add insult to injury? Fang Chen asked. Although the Divine Phoenix Sect did not add insult to injury, after our Limitless Sword Sect suffered a heavy blow, they came out in a high-profile manner and regained control of Dongxin Heaven. Sect Master, those disciples who left are useless. If they can betray us once, they can betray us twice. We can use this opportunity to wipe them all out. As for those disciples who were taken away by the Sky Sect, I will think of a way to get them back. Fang Chen, don't be impulsive. The Sky Sect Sword Sect is so powerful that even the Ancestor doesn't dare to provoke them. You are not their match at all. Jian Wuji said worriedly. Fang Chen grinned. Don't worry, I won't be impulsive. On this day, the Limitless Sword Sect held a banquet to announce to the world that Jian Wuji had returned. When the Sky Sect's people heard the news, they immediately rushed to the Limitless Sword Mountain. Bang! The Limitless Sword Sect's mountain gate was destroyed by the Sky Sect's people. Jian Wuji, come out and accept your death. A cold voice echoed in the sky above the Limitless Sword Sect. Everyone's heart palpitated, and some of the weaker disciples trembled. Jian Wuji and Fang Chen looked at each other, and the latter nodded heavily. Don't worry, Sect Master. Leave it to me. Fang Chen slowly stood up. He clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with killing intent. Back when he was in the outer sect, the Sword Master took good care of him. But when he returned after so many years, he heard the news of his death. Today, he would take revenge for the Sword Master. Jian Wuji, why aren't you coming out? At this moment, another voice sounded. Whoosh! In the void, A sword blade tore through space and shot towards the Sky Sex people. With a boom, it exploded in front of them. "Take off your heads, and I can leave your corpses intact," Fang Chun said coldly. Hearing this, the people from the Tianqing Zong family rushed over with an aggressive aura. "After hiding for so many years, you finally dare to show up? No wonder you, Jin Wuji, are so fearless. So you found a helper? Jin Wuji, you were severely injured back then. Is there something wrong with your head? You found an absolute saint trash to deal with us?" These three people were the people the Sky Sect had left in Dongxian Heaven to monitor the Limitless Sword Sect. The three of them were extremely arrogant, and they didn't put Jin Wuji in their eyes at all. Fang Chan walked towards the three of them. Jin Wuji wanted to stop him, but when he saw the latter's determined gaze, he gave up. "Kid, if you stare at me again, I'll dig your eyeballs out. You're still wet behind the ears, and you dare to act cool in front of me. Kill yourself quickly. Otherwise, once I attack, you'll die without a burial place." Facing the three's scolding, Fang Chun was very calm. "I want to know, how will you make me die without a burial place?" "Ew. Are you sure you want to know?" the three of them asked. Fang Chun nodded. "You guys better think this through. If you can't make me die without a burial ground, then I'll make you all die on this limitless sword mountain." "Ha!" The three of them laughed wildly, looking at Fang Chun as if they were looking at an idiot. "How is it? Who's first?" For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 24-27. For them, Fang Chun was just a piece of trash. Killing him was as easy as crushing an ant. "Let me go first." The weakest of the three took a step forward and closed in on Fang Chun. "Have you thought about it?" Fang Chun asked. "Think your ass," the man cursed loudly. Seeing Fang Chun's annoying expression, he couldn't help but want to kill him. Rumble. A violent attack enveloped Fang Chun in an instant. "Be careful," Jin Wuji exclaimed loudly, looking at Fang Chun with some worry. Although the latter expressed confidence, the opponent was a profound Qi realm martial artist, so he couldn't be careless. The man from Tianqing's clan laughed. "Trash like you dare to be arrogant in front of me? I'll let you be arrogant." He exerted force in his fist, wanting to destroy Fang Chen's body. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the violent power around Fang Chun suddenly disappeared. Fang Chen's face showed a trace of a smile, carefully sizing up the man from Tianqing's clan. "You." Before he could finish speaking, he felt a strong rebound force that directly blasted him away. "Too weak." Fang Chen shook his head and said disdainfully, "I don't need to do anything to deal with you." Fang Chen's words completely angered the three people from Tianqing's clan. They looked at each other and then said in a deep voice, pretending to be mysterious, "Let's go together and kill him." Buzz. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by violent sword qi. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the three of them. The people from Tianqing's clan deserved to die. As soon as his voice fell, he punched out 3 times in a row. The power of each punch was enough to kill any profound Qi realm martial artist. Bang! 3 consecutive sounds rang out, and the 3 people from Tianqing's clan were beheaded. "The clan won't let you go." The last person opened his mouth and said these words with difficulty before his body fell to the ground. Fang Chen's actions shocked the entire Wuji sword sect. All these years, they had been ravaged by Tianqing's remnant clan, causing them to be unable to obtain normal cultivation resources. This time, Tianqing's remnant race attacked again. They were all very worried. Who would have thought that he would be able to kill 3 profound Qi realm experts with just 3 punches? He must have had a fortuitous encounter over the years. Jin Wuji was the happiest. After all, he was a warrior in the profound Qi realm, so he could tell Fang Chen's cultivation at a glance. He was definitely at the Saint realm. The fact that Hun Tianqian had killed a profound Qi realm martial artist with a single punch was simply appalling. My limitless sword sect is saved. Jin Wuji was secretly delighted. The entire Wuji sword sect cheered. Hoo-hoo-hoo. A series of ripples appeared in the void as Patriarch Xing, he, and the others appeared one after another. Voila! A layer of light enveloped Fang Chun and Jian Wuji. "Greetings, Patriarch." Fang Chun cupped his fists and said, "You brat." Patriarch Xing, he laughed. As soon as he arrived, he saw Fang Chun display his power and kill the Tianqing's remnant clan. He was very happy. "Powerful, too powerful. I have cultivated for millions of years, and this is the first time I have seen such a heaven-defying monster. Yeah, a Saint Realm expert can easily kill a profound Qi Realm expert. Am I dreaming?" Several giants of Su Xing Heaven shook their heads, indicating that they couldn't accept the fact in front of them. Patriarch Xing, he briefly learned about Fang Chen's experiences over the years and praised him. "I really didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, you would make a name for yourself in Xingchen Heaven." Patriarch Xing, he said, "Ancestor, can you tell me about the situation of the Sky Pillar Zone family?" Fang Chen asked. What he cared about the most now was his wife, Star and Moon. The Tianqing clan is a huge family. Even if we gather the power of the entire Su Xing Heaven, we can't fight against them. Patriarch Xing, he said, "Before you have absolute strength, don't go to the Tianqing clan. Otherwise, you will definitely die." But the Astral River ancestor waved his hand. The Sky Pillar Zone clan captured the geniuses of the Limitless Sword sect because they wanted to unearth geniuses for the Zone clan. They will be fine for the time being, you can rest assured. Fang Chen understood what Patriarch Xing he meant. He wouldn't act rashly. Only when his strength increased could he save his wife. "I have observed your internal universe. It is full of energy. It seems that you can break through?" Patriarch Xing, he suddenly asked. Fang Chen nodded. "I'm going to find a stable space and then separate my internal universe." Patriarch Xing, he was the master of Xing He Universe, Fang Chen's hometown. He trusted Patriarch Xing he very much. "Coincidentally, I'm going back to Xing He Universe. Why don't you come with me?" Patriarch Xing, he asked. Fang Chen glanced at Patriarch Xing, his expression, and instantly understood. Okay. Fang Chen's return completely marked the rise of the Wuji Sword sect. He made an agreement with Patriarch Xing to return to Xing He Universe in 3 days. As for his wife, the Star and Moon, Fang Chen didn't want to look for her for the time being. His strength was not enough to shake the Tianqing clan. He couldn't act rashly. He had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible and then find a way to save his wife. Dongxian Heaven, Divine Phoenix Sect. After the Divine Blade Sect was destroyed, the Divine Phoenix Sect retreated and no longer fought with the Wuji Sword Sect for control of Dongxian Heaven. The Wuji Sword Sect was at its peak, so the Divine Phoenix Sect's choice was understandable. However, everyone had a strong ambition, and the Divine Phoenix Sect Master was no exception. After the Tianqing clan overturned the Wuji Sword Sect, the Divine Phoenix Sect Master finally couldn't sit still. With the Tianqing clan watching, the Wuji Sword Sect couldn't do anything. He didn't want to attack the Wuji Sword Sect. As the saying goes, a corner dog will jump over a wall. Once the Wuji Sword Sect was forced to a dead end, they would definitely bite back. The Divine Phoenix Sect announced their reappearance and quickly took control of most of Dongxian Heaven's resources. As time went by, the Divine Phoenix Sect became the #1 force in Dongxian Heaven. "Sect Master, I heard that Fang Chen is back," the Great Elder said in a low voice. "So what if he's back? The Wuji Sword Sect's power is gone, and even Jian Wuji doesn't dare to show himself. A mere Fang Chen is nothing to be afraid of," the Divine Phoenix Sect Master said. "However, I faintly heard a piece of news. Reportedly, Fang Chen started a massacre in the Western Profound Heaven right after he returned, and even defeated the Western Profound Sect's Sect Master," the First Elder continued. The Divine Phoenix Sect Master shook his head in disbelief. "People are just exaggerating. It's only been a few years. With his potential, I would believe that he has the strength of a Profound Heaven Realm cultivator, but I don't believe that he can crush a Profound Qi Realm cultivator," the Divine Phoenix Sect Master said indifferently. "Don't worry, the Wuji Sword Sect is being watched by the Tianqing clan. Now that Fang Chen has returned, the Tianqing clan won't sit idly by." The Great Elder was worried, but when he saw the Divine Phoenix sect master's expression, he wanted to say something but stopped. Rip! The void above the Divine Phoenix sect was torn apart, and a figure walked out. Boom! As soon as Feng Shen arrived, he released a majestic aura that shrouded the Divine Phoenix sect. Crack! The weaker disciples were directly pressed to the ground, their bodies trembling. Feng Shen, the Divine Phoenix sect master, roared in anger. Crack! Feng Shen ignored the Divine Phoenix sect master and continued to attack, wantonly destroying the Divine Phoenix sect buildings. You're courting death. The Divine Phoenix sect master attacked in anger, and a terrifying soul path attack shot directly at Feng Shen. Innate soul reversal technique. Feng Shen shouted softly, and his soul path power condensed into a soul path spear, which collided with the Divine Phoenix sect master's soul path attack. Crack! Without any pause, the soul path spear pierced through the Divine Phoenix sect master's soul path attack. Ah! The Divine Phoenix sect master screamed miserably, and his body fell to the ground. His face was pale, and he spat out blood. The Divine Phoenix sect master cried out. Crack! The violent aura pressed down on the Divine Phoenix sect master, causing him to kneel on the ground and unable to move. How is this possible? The Divine Phoenix sect master kept shaking his head. He could not believe that the rumors were true. Had Feng Shen's strength really grown to such a level? Feng Shen, I didn't attack the Limitless Sword sect. The Divine Phoenix sect master roared hysterically. Humph! Feng Shen coldly snorted and said, It's because you didn't take the opportunity to hit me when I was down that I spared your life. Upon hearing Feng Shen's words, the Divine Phoenix sect master's heart palpitated. From now on, the Divine Phoenix sect is a subsidiary sect of the Wuji Sword sect. If you dare to betray the Wuji Sword sect, there is no need for the Divine Phoenix sect to exist. Feng Shen's casual words changed the fate of the Divine Phoenix sect. Even though the Divine Phoenix sect master was very unwilling, in the face of absolute power, he had no choice but to lower his head. Die, or agree to my request. The choice is yours. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 24-28. Although the Divine Phoenix sect did not kick the Wuji Sword sect when they were down, their actions were undoubtedly taking advantage of the situation. If they were not taught a lesson this time, such things would happen again in the future. Today was different from the past. Feng Shen alone could suppress the entire Divine Phoenix sect. He floated in the air, his violent aura pressing down on the people of the Divine Phoenix sect. The sect master was unable to move. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. A ruthless voice sounded. Feng Shen quietly waited for the sect master's decision. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The sect master took a deep breath and raised his head to look at Feng Shen. The Divine Phoenix sect is willing to submit. From now on, we will be a subsidiary sect of the Wuji Sword sect. We will never betray you. The entire Divine Phoenix sect was mourning. The sect master's words were undoubtedly a humiliation to the Divine Phoenix sect. However, was there any other way? If they agreed to Feng Shen's request, although the Divine Phoenix sect would become a subsidiary sect of the Wuji Sword sect, it would still exist. If he did not agree, the Divine Phoenix sect master believed that Feng Shen would definitely do something utterly devoid of conscience. He could crush an entire sect alone. No one could defeat him. The news of the Divine Phoenix sect becoming a subsidiary sect of the Wuji Sword sect spread quickly. Some were happy, while others were sad. After the Wuji Sword sect fell, the former fence-sitters changed sides and joined the Divine Phoenix sect. Now, the Divine Phoenix sect was suppressed by Feng Shen alone. They were very upset. After this battle, Feng Shen's name was known throughout Void Star Heaven. Even the Mystic Chi realm practitioners of the other 3 Mystic Heavens had heard of his name. In a short few days, the Wuji Sword sect stabilized the situation. Jian Wuji began to take full control of the sect and began to deal with the traitors and defectors. As a superior, Jian Wuji's heart was much more vicious than Feng Shen's. When it was time to kill, he would not hold back. For a time, Dongxian Heaven was in chaos. As for Void Star Heaven's upper echelons, They all turned a blind eye to it. Although Fong Chun wasn't strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with them, they already regarded Fong Chun as one of them. The latter was a Saint Realm cultivator who could defeat profound Chi Realm cultivators and even challenge profound Star Realm cultivators. Once he stepped into the profound Heaven Realm, how strong would he be? Everyone waited with bated breath. In the vast void, Star Heaven, everyone was talking about Fong Chun. As the main character, he quietly followed the galaxy ancestor and left the void star sky. The vast chaos void was filled with darkness. It was a vast expanse, filled with the aura of source energy. In a dark corner, there was a universe. This was the Celestial River universe, created by the Celestial River ancestor. Outside the Star River universe, Fong Chun and the Star River ancestor stood side by side. You should already know the method of stripping one's inner universe, right? Ancestor Xing, he asked. Fong Chun nodded. I'll stand guard for you. Place your inner universe next to the Star River universe. The space here is very stable, and it's extremely far from Void Star Heaven. It's considered the most remote place. Relatively speaking, it's much safer for a newborn universe to be in such a place, Ancestor Xing, he said. Thank you very much, Ancestor. You're welcome. You're also from my Star River universe. I'm very pleased that you've come this far. Ancestor Xing, he said. Rumble. Fong Chen's body floated in the dark void. With a thought, the power in his body vibrated. Crack. The incantation ran in his mind as he tried to break through to the profound Heaven Realm. He already had enough power. He just needed to strip his inner universe. There were a few things to take note of when stripping one's inner universe. First, the inner universe had to have sufficient power. Otherwise, the inner universe would be damaged due to excessive power consumption during the stripping process. Second, after stripping one's inner universe, a stable space had to be quickly opened up for it to stay in. The first point had been achieved. The second point was the main point. Taking a deep breath, Fong Chun began stripping his inner universe. Looking inside his body, the inner universe was like a ball, lying in Fong Chen's sea of qi. Rumble. His sea of qi surged with waves. Fong Chun let out a low shout as the inner universe came out of his sea of qi little by little. Stripping one's inner universe is not too difficult. Ancestor Xing, he said indifferently. The power in the chaotic void grew stronger and stronger. In the end, even Ancestor Xing, he took a few steps back. 6 hours later, the inner universe was successfully stripped. A ball lay quietly in Fong Chen's palm. Inner universe. Fong Chun was overjoyed. Then a vast power came out of his inner universe and drilled into his body. Rumble. He was breaking through to the profound Heaven Realm. Crack. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through. Profound Heaven Realm. Fong Chun exclaimed softly. Then he formed a complicated seal with both hands. The inner universe ball kept spinning in the dark void, and at the same time, it crazily expanded. A violent aura came into contact with the starry universe. In the starry universe, a violent power came from the heavenly realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many god emperors stood in the void and stared at the sky. What happened? Why do I feel a dangerous aura invading the heavenly realm? Is there an invasion of foreign tribes? Let's go to the Shinshi Palace and find Lord Fong. In just a few minutes, all the god emperors in the heavenly realm had gathered at the Shinshi Palace. The divine Shi Palace ruled on behalf of the heavens. It was the most transcendent and powerful sect in the realm of the gods. Normally, the Shinshi Palace was not open to the public. The Bone Progenitor is here. Many people realized that the Bone Progenitor had arrived. Lord Bone Progenitor, do you know what happened? The Bone Progenitor shook his head. He did not know, which is why he came to ask Fong Chun. Dong. Just as everyone was talking to the Bone Progenitor, the entire starry universe shook and trembled. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Many god emperors exclaimed, "Is the great apocalypse coming?" It shouldn't be. It hasn't reached 10 billion years yet. What happened? Many god emperors were guessing. Their eyes were filled with worry. After all, this concerned the survival of the heavenly realm. If there was really an invasion of foreign tribes, they would protect the heavenly realm with their lives. The bone progenitor entered the forbidden area of the Shinshi Palace and came out quickly. There was another person accompanying him. It was the supreme elder of the Shinshi Palace and the most powerful person in the heavenly realm, Feng Chun. Lord Feng. Many god emperors were very respectful to Feng Chun. Everyone, don't worry. The heavenly realm is safe and sound. Feng Chun waved his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. Lord Feng, what happened here? Why is the heavenly realm shaking so violently? Some god emperors asked. That's right. That powerful energy from earlier caused us to be extremely astonished. In response to everyone's questions, Feng Chun explained, my original body is creating a universe. Boom! Many god emperors were startled. Only the legendary, unparalleled experts could create a universe. Everyone looked at Feng Chun with a dumbfounded expression. They felt even more shocked in their hearts. Today, the Star River cosmos was no longer the same as before. Under the push of the bone progenitor and Feng Chun, god emperors were no longer the end. As time passed, several cosmos gods appeared in the Star River cosmos. Everyone had a certain understanding of the Tao of cultivation in the primal chaos void. When they learned that Feng Chun was creating a universe, they were shocked beyond words. Outside the Star River cosmos, a universe 10 times bigger than it was born. Formidable. This is too formidable. The bigger the miniature universe, the more amazing it was. Ancestor Xing River felt his heart trembling. The universe created by Feng Chun was 10 times bigger than the Star River cosmos. This meant that the universe created by Feng Chun was much more fortunate than the Star River cosmos. The bigger the universe, the more outstanding geniuses would come out in the future. Amazing. In the future, some heaven-defying geniuses will come out from your universe. Ancestor Xing River sighed. All right, what is the name of your universe? He had already thought of the name. It was called Azura Universe. Azura Universe. The moment Feng Chun finished speaking, he flicked his finger. A terrifying Azura sword chi was injected into the Azura Universe. In an instant, the main melody in the Azura Universe became the Azura sword chi. Azura Universe, not bad. Ancestor Xing River said. God Hun Tian had crossed over from the profound heaven realm. His control of the miniature universe had reached the point of perfection. In the miniature universe, there was the sky. With a thought, Feng Chun could change everything in the Azura Universe. Even Ancestor Xing River did not expect that Feng Chun's finger would create a sword cultivation holy land that would shake the primal chaos void in the future. Chapter 24-29. The creation of the Azura Universe was still in its initial stage. It needed a long period of nurturing before it could be perfected. Currently, it could only be considered a desolate universe. There were countless danger zones and endless cultivation resources, but there was not a single human in it. Feng Chun, your universe has just been created and is not yet perfected. I have an idea, but I don't know what you think about it. Ancestor Star River suddenly said, Please speak, Ancestor. Feng Chun was very respectful to Ancestor Star River. You and I will join forces and establish a channel between the two universes. This way, the martial artists of my Star River universe will be able to enter your nascent universe to search for opportunities. It will also speed up the development of your Azura universe, said the Star River Ancestor. Hearing this, Feng Chun's eyes brightened. He smiled and said, All right. Building a passage was not difficult for the founders of the two universes. Soon, the passage was successfully built. The passage was built in the deity world. Only those from the deity world could enter the Azura universe through it. The disciples from the lower realms are too weak. They will die if they enter. Ancestor Star River said. Voila! Within the Star River cosmos, two figures appeared one after another. One of them was the founder of the space-time cultivation system, the bone progenitor. The other was the avatar of Feng Chun. Currently, Feng Chun's avatar had reached the cosmos god level. Because it had been staying in the Star River cosmos, its cultivation progress was slow. Fong Chun. The bone progenitor was very happy to see Fong Chen's true body. Teacher, this is the founder of the Star River Cosmos, ancestor Star River. Fong Chen introduced. Disciple bone progenitor greets ancestor. The bone progenitor hurriedly said, "No need to be so polite." Ancestor Star River nodded. Teacher, this is the universe I created. It is called the Azura Universe. I am prepared to let my avatar guard the Azura Universe. You can go in too. The nascent universe is the best place to comprehend the Tao of space-time. Fong Chun said, "All right, as long as it was related to the Tao of space-time," the bone progenitor agreed without hesitation. He had already entered a demonic state and was completely engrossed in the Tao of space-time. There were two extremes for this kind of person. One was that they would live a mediocre life and eventually suffer from chi deviation. The other was to reach the pinnacle of a certain path and become a peerless hero revered by tens of thousands. Obviously, Fong Chun believed that his master would be the second type of person. The growth of the universe is not something that can happen overnight. Don't worry, Patriarch Galaxy said. Fong Chun nodded and said, "I know." For a long time, Galaxy Ancestor explained to Fong Chun how to develop the miniature universe. Fong Chun benefited a lot from the Galaxy Patriarch's explanation. The Shura universe was also growing step by step. 9 months after the emergence of the Azura universe, the strongest reincarnation God Emperor of the God world, God Emperor Ling Shi, discovered the universe channel. She was the first to enter the Azura universe. After that, more and more God Emperors discovered the passageway and entered it. Of course, even though the Azura universe had just been established, it was abnormally dangerous. Many God Emperors fell in the Azura universe because they were too greedy. Of course, there were also many who succeeded in escaping unscathed. After returning to the deity world, they became famous and broke through to the cosmos god level. After 10 years, Fong Chun and Patriarch Galaxy Patriarch returned to the void star sky. During these 10 years, Fong Chun personally experienced the benefits of owning the miniature universe. The development and progress of the miniature universe would bring great power to Fong Chun. When the miniature universe was perfected, the creator would have an undying body. I've reached the limit of the profound heaven realm in these 10 years. Fong Chun thought. If he cultivated step by step, not to mention 10 years, it might even take him 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years. During these 10 years, his strength had increased in all aspects. He had cultivated the innate soul reversal technique to the limit. If not for the incomplete 5th level, he could have cultivated it to grand perfection. But even so, Fong Chun had cultivated the innate soul reversal technique to the point where he could condense a soul heart. His primordial spirit had reached the 9th origin realm. 9 golden figures sat cross-legged within his primordial spirit. On their chests, there was a sparkling, translucent heart. That was the legendary soul heart. The current Fong Chun could easily defeat profound Star Realm warriors just by relying on the Soul Tao. During these 10 years, the Azura universe developed rapidly, allowing Fong Chen's fleshy body to improve rapidly. His myriad swords body, which was originally at the 6th level, had now reached the 7th level. His fleshy body was comparable to profound light realm warriors. If he added the black vibration gold armor, even profound true realm experts might not be able to break through his defense. He had also cultivated the demonic dragon body, refining technique to the 3rd level. He only needed to find the incomplete part to continue cultivating. The 10th move of the Azura Sword technique was created. This move was definitely a milestone. This move was created by Fong Chun after fusing the comprehension he gained from the process of creating the Azura universe. After 10 years of comprehending the sword, he created this move. With this move, even ghosts and gods would be shocked. The power of this move could easily penetrate the defense of a profound Star Realm warrior and even kill him. In short, in these 10 years, Fong Chen's strength had reached an unimaginable level. And all of this was thanks to the Azura universe. After returning to the void star sky, Fang Chun prepared to go to the Mashation to fulfill Venerable Demon Sword's wish. However, before he set off, he changed his mind. The demon city had opened, and he wanted to go in to find his brothers. The demon city has opened. Standing at the peak of the limitless sword mountain, Fang Chun's face was filled with joy. Back then, he had broken the rules of the demon city and was expelled from the demon city. He didn't know whether his brothers were dead or alive. Now, he finally had a chance to find them. Brothers, are you all okay? I'm here. Northern profound sky, northern profound desert. Fang Chun floated in midair and stared at the demon city that was faintly discernible. Behind him, many experts had arrived. However, they didn't dare to get close to Fang Chun. The latter had killed the profound Qi realm warrior of the Sky Pillar Zone family. Many people didn't dare to challenge him. Can I go in by force? Fang Chun asked. With your current strength, if you attack by force, it will have a certain impact on the demon city, even if your brothers are still inside. The artifact spirit reminded. Hearing this, Fang Chun nodded and waited for the artifact spirit's next words. However, I can use the mysterious sky all to help you. The artifact spirit said. Soon, the artifact spirit told Fang Chun the method, and the latter leaped and approached the demon city. Crash! The demon city's restrictions obstructed Fang Chun, and the latter's body paused for a moment before he quickly disappeared into the demon city. In the sky above the northern profound desert, there were exclamations. Many experts sucked in a breath of cold air. He actually went in? Just how strong is he? He's too strong. The void star sky is going to change. The hearts of many experts trembled. When they thought of Fang Chun's abnormal strength, they felt a chill run down their spines. Shixian's sect master's face showed a touch of helplessness. Looking at Fang Chun's disappearing figure, he could only smile bitterly and feel lucky. He felt lucky that Fang Chun didn't kill him back then. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. The experts who had laughed at him for being defeated by an absolute saint lowered their heads in shame. An absolute saint can easily defeat a profound Qi realm warrior. 10 years have passed, and he has already entered the profound heaven realm. I wonder if he can defeat a profound star realm warrior. One should know that in the vast void star sky, there were only a few profound star realm warriors. If Fang Chun could defeat a profound star realm warrior, then he would truly stand at the top of the void star sky, like Ancestor Xing He and the others. Why did he force his way into the demon city? With Fang Chun's strength, he wouldn't be able to improve much in the demon city. Everyone was curious and guessing. It said that he has a few brothers who are trapped in the demon city. He probably want to find them. Everyone sighed. Wherever Fang Chun went, there would be a bloodbath. Many experts were praying that the disciples of their sect wouldn't have a conflict with Fang Chun. The demon city attracted the attention of everyone in the void star sky. However, at this moment, the Sky Pillar Zone family sent people over again. How dare you go against my Sky Pillar Zone family in such a barbaric place? You're courting death. The leader was a profound star realm warrior. He was arrogant and didn't put void star sky in his eyes at all. Hurry up and investigate. Who killed the members of my zone clan? The leader said, no matter who it is, whoever dares to touch my Sky Pillar Zone family won't have a good ending. In the void star sky, undercurrents were surging. The Wuji Sword sect, which had just improved, was once again facing an unprecedented crisis. Chapter 2430. Demon City. Cold winds blew and demon chi filled the sky. Back then, the heavenly demon saint had fallen here, causing the entire demon city to become like this. Over the years, there would be a group of supreme talents entering the demon city every time it opened. Of course, the opening of the demon city also meant the start of the killing. Batch after batch of martial artists were eliminated by time. The names on the demon god list kept changing. More than a decade ago, Fang Chun had entered the demon city and massacred the supreme talents on the demon god list at the Entomb Spring. He had broken the rules of the demon city and was expelled by the demon city's heaven and earth rules. Then, he was separated from his brothers. After more than a decade, he had finally returned. The heavenly demon saint was indeed powerful back then. The current Fang Chun was no longer the same as before. As he flew above the demon city, he could clearly feel the monstrous demonic qi rippling throughout the city. The more it was so, the more he was impressed. The heavenly demon saint was too powerful. Although he was only in the mysterious true realm, he was able to fight against a mysterious God realm almighty. That alone was enough to make people tremble. My brothers, are you all okay? Whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chun expanded his consciousness and quickly spread it in all directions. There was a wasteland not far from Fang Chun. At that moment, there was a black-clothed man in the wasteland. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a mess. He was being chased by someone. Swoosh! Every time the black-clothed man waved his sword, it would shoot out a shocking sword light. If Fang Chun was here, he would definitely recognize the sword principle aura around the black-clothed man. It was the demon-killing sword principle, the rival of the azure sword principle. The black-clothed man was Mo Luosha, who had helped Fang Chun before. The monster Mo Luosha was happy and angry. He would go on a killing spree without saying anything. Mo Luosha, you're dead meat. The person who was chasing him was once the top expert on the demon god list, but now he was ranked 6th on the demon god list. Damn it. Mo Luosha's eyes were scarlet red as he entered a frenzied state. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Mo Luosha roared as he waved the sword in his hand. The demon-killing sword principle was pushed to the extreme. It's useless. The figure of the former number 1 expert on the demon god list flashed as he struck out palm after palm, shattering the demonic killing sword light. After that, he took a step forward, approached Mara Kill, and smashed his fist towards Mara Kill's head. Die! Boom! Violent energy surged out from Mara Kill's body as he desperately tried to defend himself, but it was to no avail. Crack! His defenses were shattered. Death was so close to him. I, Mo Luo, have dominated the Devil City for so long. Am I going to die just like that? Mo Luosha was unwilling to give up. He had imagined countless times how he would die. Who would have thought that he would die in such an aggrieved manner? In the distance, Fang Chun's divine sense happened to discover this scene. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. Mara, slaughter? Then, with a thought, Fang Chun appeared in front of Mara Shah. Bang! The former number 1 expert on the demon god list smashed his fist onto Fang Chun's body with heart-palpitating power. The black vibranium armor appeared around the latter's body and easily blocked the attack. Dong! The violent recoil sent the former number 1 expert on the demon god list flying. The latter staggered and managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty. His pitch-black eyes stared intently at Fang Chun. Who are you? The sudden appearance of a martial artist made him raise his guard. Mara Kill, who was waiting for death with his eyes closed, hurriedly opened his eyes when he heard the voice. I'm not dead. Mara Kill hurriedly checked his body and found that there was nothing unusual. Soon after, he raised his head and looked to the front. A perfectly straight figure was imprinted into his eyes. Which senior is this? Mara Kill thought to himself. He didn't know this person in the demon city. Fang Chun. As he spoke, Fang Chun turned around and looked at Mara Kill with a smile. How have you been? Mara Kill was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Fang Chun. He clearly remembered that Fang Chun was expelled from the demon city more than 10 years ago, and now he was standing in front of him and saving him. Has the demon city opened? This was the first thing that came to Mara Shah's mind. I was wondering who it was. So it's the stray dog expelled from the demon city. A disdainful voice was heard. The former number 1 expert on the demon god list had a mocking expression. Fang Chun turned around and looked at him. He said indifferently, Do you believe that the stray dog you mentioned only needs 1 finger to kill you? Arrogant. Fang Chun, this person was once the number 1 expert on the demon god list. Don't be rash, Mara Kill reminded. Fang Chun nodded gently and said, Don't worry. If he dares to attack, he'll stay here forever. With that, Fang Chun prepared to leave with Mara Kill. You're leaving just like that? The former number 1 expert on the demon god list flashed and launched a fierce and domineering attack at Fang Chun. "You're courting death." Bang! Fang Chun flicked his finger, and a terrifying finger beam shot out. The latter could not resist at all, and his chest was pierced through. His body fell to the ground, and blood spurted out. "I said that if you dare to attack, you'll stay here forever." Fang Chun flicked his finger again, and the finger beam pierced through the latter's head. The former number 1 expert on the demon god list was now the 6th expert. Even Mara Kill was no match for him. However, he was killed by Fang Chun with 1 finger. Just how powerful was his strength? Mo Luasha's heart trembled, and raging waves were set off. He looked at Fang Chun in a daze. This guy whom he used to take care of like a junior had unknowingly grown to such a level. In fact, Mara Kill and the others had been in the Demon City for a long time and did not know about the outside world. If they returned to Illusory Star Heaven, they would definitely know about Fang Chen's current status. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Fang Chen smiled. Along the way, Fang Chen kept asking Mara Kill about what had happened in the Demon City in the past decade. "Brother Fang, the Devil City has undergone earth-shattering changes in the past decade or so." The former top 10 on the Demon God list was unshakable. However, now, the top 10 on the Demon God list have basically changed. Mara Kill's side. By the way, the person I just killed was the former number 1 on the Demon God list. "What's his rank now?" Fang Chen asked. "He's now 6th. There are 5 people ahead of him," Mara Kill said. "Oh." Fang Chen was a little curious. After Mara Kill's explanation, Fang Chen knew that the current top 5 on the Demon God list were occupied by Xiao Huang and the others. "Looks like the 5 of them are doing well." Fang Chen smiled. "Do you know where they are now?" Speaking of this, Mara Kill paused for a moment and stopped. "What's wrong?" Fang Chen asked with a frown. "They joined forces and defeated the number 1 expert on the Demon God list. They dominated the top 5 on the Demon God list, causing many experts on the Demon God list to be unconvinced and denounce them. At this moment, they should be at the peak of the Demon Mountain, fighting many experts on the Demon God list," Mara Kill said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's figure emitted an icy aura. "Let's go." At the center of the Demon City, at the peak of the Demon Mountain, Xiao Huang, Xiao Hai, Pangolin, and the old faker stood side by side. They looked down and saw that almost all the experts on the Demon God list were there. Noises came from the bottom of the mountain. The voices were filled with dissatisfaction towards them. What gives you the right to occupy the top 5? If you didn't join forces, how could the number 1 expert on the Demon God list be defeated by you? What a joke. I'd like to see how you're going to die today." Many people were filled with righteous indignation as they came to the peak of the Demon Mountain. "The top 5 on the Demon God list are occupied by us brothers. Anyone who is unconvinced can come and challenge us," Xiao Huang said in a deep voice. His body was shrouded in violent power, and his pair of antennae were extremely terrifying. Beside him, Xiao Hai clapped his hands. Raging waves appeared in the void, as if they were going to drown the Demon Mountain. Pangolin was more steady as he stood quietly. The old faker beside him turned into a towering tree and took root in the Demon Mountain. His main trunk reached the clouds, and countless branches swayed, disturbing people's minds. "We took the number 1 on the Demon God list for Brother Shu. For Brother Shu, we have to hold on to this glory. We won't compromise even if we have to fight to our last breath. Let's join forces and turn the world upside down." The 4 brothers stood side by side. Their auras were soaring, and their voices were earth-shattering.